Mic check. Am I still connected? Mic check. Still connected?
Yep, I hear you.
Ham Sandwich just DM'd me. Crit wants me to join Gem Panda's server. I'm already like in it, but I don't go to it. Like,
Yeah.
somebody thought it was interesting and wants me to talk to a bunch of furries.
Yeah, I've been trying to get Ham. Last time I was there, oh, not last time, but I was talking about something completely unrelated. It was like having to do with geez, I don't even know. It was just some like rant, just because it's debate flat Earth and more. So we're on some more topic, some random topic that really had, I mean, politics. I'm trying to remember what it was. So then, and at some point, Scott Mackey started squawking in the background, just randomly blurting random things without any sort of form or function. And
Yeah,
then I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not talking about any individual. And then Ham jumped in and said, yeah, you were. I go, well, you can rewind the tape back. Who do you think I was talking about? He's like, how about I bet you $5 to $10 that you were talking about someone? And I'm like, well, no, I'm not going to bet you. You can't get blood from a turnip. You're an unhonorable person. A gambling debt is a debt of honor. I know you've got no honor. You would never pay up. He goes, well, how about $1 to $10? And he kept like changing the thing. And I'm like, dude, are you listening? I will never engage in a gambling bet with you. You are unhonorable. You don't have the money anyway. I couldn't get the blood from the turnip. Then he was like, yo, how about $1 to $10,000? I go, you're making it worse, not better, okay? Like, you
That's
don't.
all right. We can gamble.
Are these people like? Are they grown-ups? Are they grown men?
Yeah.
Crying out
So
loud.
then he says that this guy is a professional liar. I go, then why would you engage with me as a bet if you think I'm a liar? Why would you want to bet with me if you think I'm a liar? Your worldview is broken. It's shattered. It's fractured. You don't have a solid epistemology to even follow your own logic. Your own logic and reason. Like, you wouldn't sit down at a poker table with somebody who's a professional card shark and like is going to cheat. You would know not to do that. They would have an ace up their sleeve. You're going to lose. So why would you say, I want to make a bet with this guy? I think he was talking about someone, even after I told him I wasn't. And then he says, well, since I didn't take the bet, I'm a liar. If I did take the bet, I'm still a liar, but at least I lost some money or something like that. Like, holy shit, Ham, you are gone, dude. This topic has completely destroyed your ability to process any level of logic and reasoning, even internally.
That's pretty scary, dude. That's like, it's like his brain is like a limited videotape that's erasing what was last recorded so it could update with a new recording.
Hey, are you driving down the road right now? I see you, dude.
I am, yeah.
I see you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Was my camera on?
No, I'm fucking with you, bro. I just hear it. I hear it.
Okay. I mean, it's happened before. Like, I've accidentally turned on my camera before.
No, dude. Let's see. Yeah, dude, gambling, like, oh my fucking gosh. I'm blessed to not drink and I'm blessed to not gamble. I'll tell you that right now. I think a lot of people that are my age use that as an outlet. And, you know, hey, do what you want with what you please. If you're wanting to gamble your money away, just realize that, hey, you can lose everything in the blink of an eye. I remember I lost 200.
And then they lose their clearance and their careers are fucked.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
So this fucking, you know, this one time I went to a casino. It was my 21st birthday, maybe a few weeks after, and I lost $272 exactly. Like, that was my exact loss. I'll never forget that. Lost it in the blink of an eye. I didn't win shit back. I felt sick to my fucking stomach. I never gambled again. Well, I did, but I just did like $1 or $2, like $5 bets, you know. And,
oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I turned 18, I wouldn't say I was good at math, but a little, like I could play blackjack, really well, and like they didn't have like a huge shoe of cards back then. It was basically like one or two decks, and I kind of had a good feeling of stats and everything, and keep yourself on the table. And I would go to a casino and play blackjack during the weekends. And every weekend I won like $100, $200. I started calling it my part-time job. And I was just like on a roll, like literally on the roll. Like I just hot as shit, like bringing friends with me and stuff. And, like just like be like, hey, they lost a little bit of slots. And I said, hey, we'll split it. And sometimes a friend would hit a slot or something like that. And then one day I show up there and just got destroyed. I mean, I could not hit anything. I would hit a 20 and the dealer would flip over blackjack. Like every hand. Like I must have lost like 20 hands in a row. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Right? Like, this is not possible. Someone's playing a gag on me,
Yep.
So then I went to the ATM machine, took out some more money, lost again and again. Finally, I'm like, do I have enough money to get gas to drive home? Like, am I going to make rent? And for like the rest of the month, I'm like eating beans and like, hot dogs. That's like the only thing I could,
Beanie weenies, dude.
Yeah, and I said that's it. The house always wins.
Oh yeah. My buddy, he's like a mathematician. Like he's fucking smart as fuck, dude. He's like he made up an algorithm to where if he bet a certain amount and he would hit on certain cards, like he made an AI train online poker, right? He made his own, gambling. He didn't like actually submit it. So this AI would train. It would like watch data from cards. It would bet like $1, like $3, whatever the minimum bet was, and it would use that data of win-loss to calculate what its bet was, right? And I was like, dude, it doesn't matter what the bets that you're hitting are. Like, what bets are hit the most? Like, this is for roulette, by the way. I'm like, it does not matter. And he's like, why? And I'm like, let me get this straight. You watch football, right? That quarterback is trained to hit a player from 100 yards out right in the chest. You think that this fucking dude that's on roulette, that's throwing a ball into a roulette machine, right, isn't trained on where that's generally going to land? And I'm like, you already know that the roulette machine favors the left side because all the chips are on that side, right? So if you're looking at the roulette table, it's typically on your left side where they keep the chips. And I'm like, so all the data that you just took is for nothing, and you're going to lose your money. Guess what? He started winning. He was winning. And I'm like, okay, increase the bet rate because you got to take out the factor of luck, right? If you're going to do binomial distribution. He takes out the factor of luck by increasing the bet, and he lost every single fucking time. And I'm like, it's random. You'll never, ever be able to cheat the system. Ever. You're always going to lose. And that's...
this might be a good segue back into Coriolis and whether or not the 4 centimeter deflection over a kilometer is actually meaningful in any way.
Yeah, let me add one more to that because that's my second gambling story. So, of course, being hard-headed, years later, I go to Vegas. some friends of mine and stuff. We meet up and like do the whole Vegas thing, and a couple other trips too. It wasn't just the casinos. It was like four wheeling in the Valley of Fire, and lots of. It was like a big road trip type thing. And so I stop at Vegas. We're walking around, and this is like, geez, I mean, like mid 90s. So like they started building those mega casinos, those super casinos, like with the hotel built in, and they started calling it Paris and New York, or I can't remember what the names are, but they basically have this, like, you don't have to leave the hotel, like everything's there, like workout gym, multiple restaurants, multiple entertainment venues. The place is just massive. It's like massive superstructure. So anyway, you'd have to kind of like, everywhere you go, there's like these little mini casinos that you get from one point to the other. They kind of make it set up that way. And I walk, as I'm walking through, I see the roulette wheels, and I kind of look at it because they show what the last like 10 balls were. And like it kept getting my attention because sometimes you see like 10 reds in a row. I'm like, huh, that's odd. You think it would be like more discreet than that. So sure as shit, I'm like, finally at one point I take the bait, and I think it was red, and I just slap down 20 on black, and it's like red again. I'm like, how the fuck is it red again? Right? That's like 12 reds in a row. I'm like, okay, 20 on black. I'll break even. And they're like, because I went 40 on black, but they say, oh, you can't do that. You can't just keep doubling your bet. There's like some rule for it. I'm like, really? They're like, yeah. You have to bet the same or less. And I'm like, if you do the same bet in a row. You're like, if I changed it, then you could do it. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll whatever. Okay, 20 on black, And red again. I'm like, what the actual fuck? And then finally I'm like, okay, 20, I go, I don't know. I'm just gonna, okay, fuck it. I wait for a second, it goes red again. I'm like, okay, that's like at least 12. I've said here, there's 10 reds in a row and another 2 reds. Then the next thing I want to do is look at it and be like, okay, 15 reds in a row at that point. Because we were standing around waiting for other people to show up. And it was like red, 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 red. And finally, right before we get ready to go, I'm like, bang. I go, like, $60 on black. And it's like 00 green. I'm like, oh my God. Like, what the hell? Because, like, it's
yeah, that's how people...
Oh, yeah, just one real quick. Yeah. It will eventually, over all the roulette wheels, after all the time it's been added up, it will eventually reach out to 50-50. But your individual spot, that one individual look, could be anything. You really have no idea. Each individual roll is completely random for the next one. It doesn't matter. Every time you spin the ball, it's 50-50. It doesn't matter if it's...
right.
Yeah, so that I learned that's the 2 lessons I learned about gambling against the house.
Honestly, now that you've mentioned it, I'm going to relapse, and I'm taking my entire paycheck. I'm not going to feed my daughter. I'm putting it all on black. Thank you for opening this up, because I feel like I'll win now. Are you okay with that?
No, I mean, yeah, you do you.
I'm just fucking with you. Yeah. No.
User testimonials count.
Yeah, dude. No, I mean, I've won. Look, man, I've hit it big too at the casino. Like, I mean, by hit it big, I mean I won like $200 and something one time on a slot machine. That's it. I've never. I mean, I saw some old lady fucking win like 12 grand right next to me, and I'm like, wow. I'm like, you hit that, and she's like, yeah, and I'm like, she's like, but I've already lost like 109 grand just to win 10 grand. Like, that was like all the money, like she's calculated all the money that she spent and like averaged it out, and it was like $109,000, and her return was 12 grand. So like, that's fucking crazy, man. That sucks to see. When gambling just became legal, my grandfather, some dude lost it all at a casino, went out and sold my grandfather his brand new Cadillac. And like got like just a few $100s for it and went back in and probably lost that money too. So like, gambling is a fucking evil it's pretty evil, But like I said, hey, you don't blame the tool for what happens, you blame the person's individuality, right? Because they have free will. They cause it. It's not anybody else that's causing it, but it's still fucked up that it's available. I think it should be regulated way more. Anyways,
I've heard a story like that one time too. I don't remember what the gist of it is, but the person was like they saw someone like hit like a jackpot or something like that, and the person didn't cheer at all. They were like, you just hit a jackpot, like you won like I don't know X thousands of dollars, and the person's like, aren't you happy? Aren't you excited? Why aren't you like jumping for joy? And the guy, I guess the response was, I think it was a dude, said, even after hitting this like 10K jackpot, I'm still down 40,000. Or something along those lines. Like, hitting the jackpot didn't even break him even. Like, they're still down. That's why some of these video games with these like loot boxes and all that crap, they're saying that isn't appropriate for kids because it's basically like gambling.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's them trained to seek out dopamine hits from these things, and that's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah, the concept where violence in video games is making a violent culture. Or they say video games don't affect people. I saw this pretty funny shirt where if video games really didn't affect me, I played Pac-Man. You'd think I'd be like eating magic pills and listening to rhythmic music. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be studies in the future where people have said that their gambling addiction started by playing. I think the one that was in the news lately was I can't think of it now. I just lost it. Like Fortnite or something like that, or Roblox, or I can't remember what it was. It wasn't with those two. It's a different one I've never heard of before. They got sued that they had to put 18 plus on their video game.
Hey, I don't want y'all to miss me, all right? But I gotta go. Sorry for leaving like randomly.
All right. See you around. Take care.
He ran away.
Maybe Ham Sandwich will come in.
Yeah.
I just replied to Ham Sandwich's DM and said, hey, why don't you come join us here? Gave him the link to our voice channel.
Yeah, I'm running the fuck away. You guys scare me. I'm fucking petrified. Have a good one. Peace out.
All right. What are the chances that Ham Sandwich comes? What do you think? We know you're listening, Ham.
So I got a question.
Me too.
If the Earth is permanent, then
What?
if we can't live Earth and the whole, if we can't live Earth, not live, leave. Sorry, we can't leave Earth, and all the starship are just floating around the stratosphere, right? Or like the satellite and whatever. Okay, just imagine this. If everything is debunked, what now?
Do you think satellites leave Earth?
Oh my god, no. If we can't leave Earth, and Earth is actually a firmament, okay? An actual firmament. Not an actual flat Earth, but an oblong shape. Antarctica is a massive land on down south of planet Earth. Okay. And whatnot. and that's proven fact. Everything is correct, right? What now?
You mean if Earth is a globe with a firmament? What?
Yes. So no, well, not exact globe. Some people call it flat Earth because we see Earth on eagle eye view, right? What if Earth what if Antarctica is a massive iceland that is holding the whole entire southern part of part of the planet. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think that's the case at all. I think Antarctica's an island on flat Earth.
Okay, so that's fine. Let's call that
Right.
an island. Let's call it that, an island,
All right.
a massive island, ice wall. Bam. Okay. Everything is like okay. eh, That Earth is flat. Boom. Fuck it. Let's just say the Earth
Dude,
is flat.
how high are you right now? Let me ask
I'm not
you.
high, bro.
That's
I'm
my
not,
question.
No, one
How
of
many
my questions.
spliffs did you shove up your rectum?
My brother. What I'm trying to say is, I'm in a fucking 24/7 flat Earth channel, and I'm asking you
Yes,
this.
you are.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we discovered Earth is flat, or we theorized for Earth is flat. Done said.
No, we see
Enough
it and
said.
experience it that way, dude. We measure
Okay.
it flat.
Okay. Fuck
Earth
it.
is actually flat, man.
No. No. Serious. No. For real.
Yeah,
Fuck it.
seriously, for real. It
No.
measures flat.
Okay. So what? Okay. So if it's real, then what? What now?
If the Earth is actually flat, then what does that mean?
Yeah. What now?
I mean, then I guess you got a flat Earth, dude. You don't have to believe you're on a ball anymore. I guess.
So
Isn't that nice?
if flat Earth is real, then the world tree is real.
What world tree, huh?
The world trees.
We are all trees?
No. I mean, yes. I mean, technically, yeah. But what I'm what I'm trying to say is a tree, a world tree. You know?
A world tree. What's a
Yeah.
world tree?
You're a tree. I know. Our fingerprints is a fucking tree line. Our nerve centers
Dude,
are roots.
you sure you're not high on something right now?
I'm
You
not
sound
high,
a
bro.
little, just a little bit maybe? Little
Why are you
leftovers from
talking toxic?
previous. Why? I'm
Sporadic.
just saying, like
Sporadic.
you're saying that we're all trees, dude. That's kind of weird.
No, you just told me that.
I didn't say that we're all trees.
No, you told that we're trees. You told me. You told me we're trees.
No, I didn't. I didn't say we're all trees.
Oh, whatever. We're trees. Whatever. What I'm trying to say is world tree. The world
Oh, the world tree, like
tree.
Yggdrasil. What
Yeah.
about it?
So
Yeah, I think that's crazy.
if flat Earth is real, if flat Earth is real, then that is real. Then
No.
yes.
What?
Well, I think he's talking about Asgardian
No. Asgard.
theology has a flat Earth in it.
I thought that too, Crit. Now I'm not sure at all.
Yggdrasil is not the only world tree. There's other world trees other than Yggdrasil.
Cool story, dude. You want to write some science fiction?
Oh, yeah, that flat Earth is
Yeah.
bullshit.
Maybe I'll buy your book.
Sure.
All right.
I mean, it's already been released out there, so for ages and years. I don't have to write my book. People write it. You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Okay. So
I know.
So what? Like, okay,
So what's your purpose? Sporadic.
I'm just here to share information, man. That's my
Yeah.
purpose right here. Yeah, just sharing information, dude. Just like you
But
want to know
but
why I think Earth is flat. I'll tell you all about it.
But what if your information is bullshit?
So what if it is? What does that mean for you?
No, that's what I'm saying. What now?
Yeah, what now? Like, suppose everything I'm
asking
saying
you,
is
bro.
bullshit.
Don't-
Yeah. So you
I'm asking
you
you.
already asked me. I'm asking you.
I'm asking no,
Yeah.
what's your answer of you that? Like, what now, bro?
Well, yeah. What if you're right and Earth is a globe, right? What if you are right? What does that mean? So what?
I'm asking you, bro.
Yeah. So what?
That's not the answer. What now?
Nothing.
Okay, then why are you yapping? Why are you yapping?
Well, I'm laughing.
No, what are you yapping about?
Am I yapping?
Yeah,
What did I yap about?
some bullshit.
Oh, really? Okay. So what? What's your point?
My point is, shut the fuck up.
I think his take was right. He's wasted.
He's totally wasted, dude. This is
I'm not wasted, dude. Oh yeah. Who are you, friend?
do like drinking vodka on a freaking Monday.
Flat Earth, bro. Flat Earth. No, I had a debate.
Flat water. No. Flat water, dude. Flat water.
I just got a debate from the politics channel, and this guy is yapping about a stationary satellite that is way far ahead of stratosphere and just sitting there
Oh no, Lagrange point, you mean?
taking pictures of planet Earth, right?
Yeah, cool.
And the other guy was like, "Well, do you know what a stationary is?" I'm like, "Dude, the stationary doesn't move." Well, yeah, and I was just telling him, well, that image is AI. It's AI generated.
Why'd you tell him that?
Well, because it looked like an AI generated, you know, like.
Yeah, but you don't know it is. You don't know it's AI generated. Why would you make that claim if you can't support it?
Well, because one, the image that they gave me is come on, bro, is
what's the image? What's the image they gave you? What's the image?
One of the source, a website called Himarwari not 8 something like that. Some bullshit.
What makes you think those are AI generated, dude? And by the way, Crit, look, 2x2. They're coming in 2x2, Crit.
Yeah.
Look, listen. Well, because one, it just looks an AI. So I told him there is.
But that doesn't mean it is. Just because it looks that way to you doesn't mean that it's actually an AI generated image.
Well, listen, I was telling them in the politics channel. I was like, well, how do you know if it's live? How do you know if it's live? How do you know if it's?
Yeah, I think I gotta take a break. I just can't stand intoxicated people. Yeah. This guy's too funny.
Yeah, me too. That's 3 of them. I gotta go anyway. Take care.
Take a break, buddy.
Bro, we all know that Earth's not flat.
I'm not even drunk.
Wait,
I'm drunk. It's not flat. I think you got to be drunk to think the Earth's flat.
Bro, you're in a flat Earth channel.
I think he wants to debate. Ehab, do you want to debate the Earth?
I'm not trying to debate. I'm telling you a story about I'm telling you a story what happened in politics channel because they were talking about flat Earth and they're giving me sources of this picture from outer space that is taken. They're giving me a source from outer space that this is stationary satellite is taking picture of planet Earth. And
yeah, why not?
And they keep saying that it's real. And I'm like, how do you know if it's real?
How do you know anything's real?
Oh, well, that's the thing. I was asking, and they got mad. How do you know if it's real? Because it's out there. Well, they're saying it's live. It could be real. It must be real because it's live. And I'm like, well, how do you know if it's live? How do you know if it's not an AI generated from fucking Japan? Just one guy is trying to supervise it, trying to give you.
What are you talking about?
How do you
And
trust
then-
anything then?
Well, because one, and then the other guy was like, well, it's real because this volcano erupted. And I'm like, well, how do you know if that's not a Photoshop?
Yeah,
But a satellite's real?
you know how it's real.
Satellite's
You know
real?
how it's real. Do you know how it's real? You compare the videos and the pictures to reality. Reality is what you see outside. Does that make sense?
Brother, how about
Well,
you get a really long ladder and you climb to the end of the earth and you find out if it's flat or not?
Well, that was
No.
the case.
You go outside and you take videos and pictures on your phone, and then you compare the pictures and videos to what you see on TV. If it
Can you please
corresponds,
censor your
then it's
swear
real.
words?
If it
Well, that
doesn't
was-
correspond, then it's not real.
What
Do you
are
understand?
yelling? What are you
Can
yelling,
you
bro?
please censor your swear words?
Relax, bro. Relax. I get your point, but we can't just take pictures and compare it to space, bro. How am I gonna take a picture of the Earth? I
Yo,
can't take
You
a
can't
picture
say
of
the
the
J
Earth.
word.
No,
You can't say the J word like that.
What I'm trying to say is, look, listen. What I'm trying to say is that I was telling them about this, about how do they know if it's real, and they got so mad, like this guy just yelled at me, and I don't know
I
why.
get your point. Like, you getting into the question, like, you getting into the question critically if this is real or not. But
Well, that was the case. So they fucking they were just like yelling at each other and
what
like
confuses
yelling at me.
me is that how do you trust anything then? Like, you can't
Oh, that's-
confirm it's real. You actually can't confirm it's real. in any
What
capacity.
are we confirming?
No, now that's the question that I gave him this. How do you know if SpaceX is real? Because the recent SpaceX video, actually, like most of the SpaceX videos, right? Rocket goes off from point A all the way to the stratosphere, and the boosters separates from the Starship, right? The video of the recording video or GoPro, whatever they attach on the boosters, that's cut off. Now, the video just shows the stratosphere curvatory of planet Earth, and then they cut that off, and then goes back the feedback. I mean the scene goes to the operating system or the office to where the people is, and
Wait,
that's
so
it.
do you believe the earth is flat or round?
I believe it's a firmament.
What's that?
A
Cube?
Wait,
firmament.
you know, like the biblical thing, the
What's
like
a
a dome
firmament?
on top.
The dome is true, bro.
That's like a biblical thing, actually.
Yeah.
It's not biblical. I understand that you say it's biblical, but literally it's right there. You can search all of
How do you know?
the
You can't see the dome.
search all of the
Well,
technology they use to break it,
that's the
brother.
thing. Well, that was the argument on the Poly channel because I left that
Promise you,
because
if you search hard project, you search fishbowl, and you can understand why Elon Musk is with Donald Trump. They use sending rockets to the dome.
well
Promise you.
that's the thing, Manu Furatoloco, right? So I was telling
Yeah.
them so the moon rays from when was the moon ray? 1960?
Yeah, like
1960, yeah.
50s and 60s.
Okay, 1960.
1960?
Yeah, the moon rays from 1960. Okay, we had to record
The
it.
moon landing was not real.
Okay, hold on. From point A to point B, and point B to the moon. We had the recording from point A to point B, and now we don't even have the recording from point A to point B, leaving planet Earth, one of the starship.
Yeah.
On 2025, where we get 4K HD, we get fucking
Yeah, man. It is crazy, yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah. It's like logical. It doesn't even work on it.
And now, the whole entire government or the whole entire space government or whatever is telling us like, oh well, we have rovers in Mars. That could be real.
Why would they
Um,
lie?
Because
I don't
man,
know.
they lie to you because they just eating and eating millions and millions of dollars each fucking day. They're telling you that they are doing something. They're doing shit. Look at Russia. Russia, once
like-
they realize there is no space, they just invest only in nuclear energy.
But like, why wouldn't they
Promise
just
you,
steal
bro.
our money for other ways? Like less like
Because it's
illegal
about
lie.
geo things, brother. This is a whole thing, bro. Pseudoscience. If I tell you the sphere is the Earth is a sphere, it will have limits. You will not discover anything, and you're in the middle of the universe. You are nothing. So it's a pseudo Jewish science, bro, imposed to the humanity. Promise you.
But I'm special. God created me.
Yes.
Well,
That's why it is.
okay,
It is a containment wall, and it is flat. It's not a sphere in the middle of the universe. Mind nuts, bro.
that's the part. So, and the guy was like, he was trying to argue about like, well, about gravity and all that, and I was like, well, then, if he can explain or you can explain gravity, then what is space?
You know, you can do
Yeah.
the anvil into Mercury. It proves there is no, like they tell us. It's not like there is no oxygen outside, and thanks to that, water can be stick into a spinning sphere. That's a lie. If you put
Well,
an anvil into Mercury, you will see, and they can even reply a sphere
then what is the
with
sun?
water
What is the
sticking into
moon?
it in the lab.
We can see the moon from here, you know.
Yes, you can see the sun as well. That doesn't mean that they are
Wait.
outside of the dome. They're inside the dome.
Wait. If the Earth is flat, how does sunrise and sunset work exactly?
It works. I can show you, and it's literally more.
They
You
believe
can
it's a
understand it
tiny
way
sun,
more in.
and it goes in a circle.
Yes,
But like, wouldn't I see a tiny sun? What? How does that work?
the sun
Isn't
is
the
more
sun
tiny
like?
than you think, man.
Isn't it like billions of like Earths, like millions of Earths or something? Like,
No, like
There's
for
like
the
only a
sun,
couple.
the sun is a very easy question. Just write down exactly what you see and don't add anything else. So what
The
do you
sun
Well,
and
see?
the
look at the
moon, they're
sun.
spinning around.
Okay, what do you
Look at
see the sun
Looks
do?
like
What
like a.
what do you
Look at
see
the
the
same
sun
size as the
do?
moon.
What do you see the sun do?
I see the sun's rays. It shows me heat, rays. But like
Goes
when I
to
look at
the
the sun,
horizon.
it's the same size as the moon.
Actually, the sun looks smaller than the moon.
But like,
Man,
how come I can see the
just do
sun
the
and the
geometry of
moon
the
at the
sunlight,
same
promise you.
time?
What?
Use the geometry of the sunlight, promise you. It's not that far. It's impossible to be that far.
But it can't be a little
How
circle.
come you can see the moon and the sun at the same time then?
You can see the reflection of the rainbow in the dome. Do you know what does it mean? The reflection of a rainbow in the dome. That
It
is
would
why,
look so
man.
different because the rainbow, you
Yeah.
can see it go down. If it was a dome, it
You
would be
literally
like
see the
going over your head.
LGBTQ flag, man. Literally in
Brother,
the
I'm
dome.
not gay. What are you talking about?
I know. I'm not either.
Wait, Ehab, are you
You
gay?
sure? Maybe.
There's an
No, but these
LGBT
things
channel.
are
If you
rude,
want to go to
bro.
that one.
We'll go to that one later.
All right, we got after. So how about concave Earth? I heard like concave and hollow Earth. Are those real?
Wait, what are you talking
Concave?
There's one. Someone was talking about hollow Earth. Like there's an
about? Bro,
Earth
it's a
inside
sphere.
Earth.
It's a sphere.
Does anyone here believe in that? The hollow Earth, like the Earth is hollow.
Hollow? A hole? Ah, a holo. A
I
hologram.
googled it, and
Yeah,
there's like
hollow,
30
hollow.
different
Ah.
pictures. I don't know what.
I don't believe in
Like
that, but I
apparently
think there is
giants
some things
live
like
over there.
that.
What?
Have we discovered everything on this Earth? Do you believe that?
No,
No.
no. Nah, bro.
That's crazy.
Do you know what is HARP project?
The
What's,
flat Earth does
Did you
not
guys
work.
read that?
What are they
If you
hiding
think
from
about
us?
it, if you think about it, how does a
The
flat Earth
giants.
work? When the two ends the two ends of the world. So according to the flat Earth map, the two ends of the world are both sunlight at the same time, but the middles aren't.
I think the
How's that
Earth
work?
is like a hand clock.
Brother, the whole flat
what
Earth
are
is
they
real.
hiding from us then?
Man,
They're definitely hiding
I study
things,
marine
and
biology and I can tell you what is above, it is under. What is under, it
Brother,
is
what is
above.
rainbowology?
From the
Are you gay?
24/7 team in here.
What?
Yeah,
Seriously,
I
bro,
think
I
it's
think there is a
rainbowology.
species
Yeah,
under.
hold on, guys.
Nuclear
Hold on.
bombs.
Yeah, hold on. Take a break. We got some people who are kind of like flat Earth curious, parsing out their ideas of what question they want to ask as a collective.
Yeah, but it seems like
Alright,
they're
you have what do you
responding
wanna
back to
ask?
somebody who's asking questions. So it seems like it's a bit convoluted at the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
hold
a
on.
little
Put the questions together.
messy. It's a little messy right now. I was gonna let it go for a little while as long as they stayed on this side of TOS.
If you speak
I'm
with
so
a flat
confused.
earther who believes in the space, don't speak with him. Because there is
What are you
no
talking about?
sense at
So we're
all.
not allowed to not believe in this call?
Believe?
We have to believe in the flat Earth if you're in this call.
Yes, but not in the space at the same time because there is no sense.
Wait. You
What?
have to believe in flat Earth and space?
No, you have to believe in the flat earth and in the dome. There's no sense
What, to be in
if
this
someone
call?
believes in the flat
So
earth and in the space at the same time.
if
Wait.
I ask questions, I get kicked out.
Wait,
No,
I
no
have a
one's
question.
getting kicked out. Okay,
I have a
No,
question.
bro, what
How
are you
high
saying?
is this dome? Is this like a physical dome?
The dome is higher than 13,000 kilometers
Why 13,000? That's a big amount,
because
bro.
the number
What the heck?
13 is the number of the interdimensional travel and it shows in the clock. But it's a hard
Wait.
thing, bro, to speak about it.
Interdimensional travel?
Yes, because you know the clock? It's how we measure time. If you take the number 12 and the number 1, you do the plus, it gives you 13. You take the left number from 12, it's 11. You take the right number from 1, it is 2. You do the
How
plus,
do
it
you
gives you
know this? You
13.
can't observe this.
You keep doing this and it gives you 13 always because numbers have an impact, which means there is
But,
meanings
like,
behind it. We don't know about it. That's all.
but the
Why
clock,
do
we
you think
made
they
it
sent
up,
Katy
though. We
Perry?
made up the clock.
Huh?
The clock
No, we
was
didn't make
made
the
from the
clock.
pyramid.
The clock
Yes,
is arbitrary,
brother.
bro. We just made up
You know how
numbers.
clock comes? You know how a
Okay,
clock
here.
comes?
Okay, you guys, hold on. Let's try to get focused here.
It's a bunch of points, bro. We have to be focused in one, you know.
Yeah, let's go top to bottom here. I think call again. Do you have a question? Do you have a question for Flat Earther?
Okay, my question's like following up what he told me.
Yeah, start
curious
over.
about
Instead of
how-
worry about what he's
The
saying,
dome.
just hey, manufacturer, whatever.
Anyway,
Okay, just in general, don't worry about the conversation you had. Try to think
All right,
right
I'll
now.
ask a
What
question,
is the
I'll ask a
top question you would ask a Flat Earther?
Okay.
I'm a flat earther. I have nothing to ask because I know
Because
how it is.
I want to know more about the dome exactly, and like why can't we reach
Yeah,
the
I
top?
think it's important.
Technology.
I think it's important.
Yeah,
bro.
okay, you guys. Since both of you were talking, I heard neither of you. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I want to know about this dome more, and that why can't we reach the top of it with that current technology? What's stopping us from reaching
Yeah,
the top of
Do you
it?
know all
dome?
floods? Do you know about all floods?
Dude, manufacturer Lewis, your turn is coming up soon. Okay, hold on. I don't know what dome you're talking about. Can you describe this for me? Like what exactly?
The firmament, like the where the rain comes from.
Yes.
The rain comes
indeed.
from the sky.
From the
Yeah, you're
firmament,
right. I agree with
from the
you.
dome.
If
Brother,
my
dome
question
does
is
not
that,
make
I
any
don't mind
sense.
giving it to Ehab. Ehab, you can actually question instead. I'll wait.
So, let's say the right side of the country and the left side of the country. How are they both sunny?
Man, this is so dumb. You're asking this. There is sense as well in the
How's it?
flat Earth. It's more logical
Brother.
than a globe.
Brother, you study rainbowology for nothing.
Marine biology.
Yeah, like how is
If it gives me money,
China
if it gives me money
What
and I
is
can travel,
rainbowology,
it's not for
bro?
nothing.
What is
Marine biology, I
rainbowology?
study the ecosystems of the sea. Why are you mad?
Dude, they're clowning, man. They're clowning
What do
right
you
now.
mean?
Yeah, we're like
She's
okay.
just mad.
Yeah, you guys. Okay, we're going one at a time. Okay, so if you don't take your turn, you lose your turn. Okay, so I think Ehab was talking about how does the sun work? Okay, if the sun is above your head, that is daytime. If the sun is not above your head, that is nighttime. Do you understand that, or is that confusing?
Bro, I'm saying,
He's saying
Is
more
it
like how a
confusing,
sun works
Ehab?
in a flat Earth.
bro,
I
what?
think.
Okay, hold on.
I can't
Yeah,
hear you.
matter of fact, you gotta be able to control yourself. It's not your turn to talk right now. We're going top to bottom. Okay, write down the list. Just very simple. It will be your turn shortly. Okay,
Yeah, man,
Carl
that's
had
true.
asked about a dome. I asked him, what does he mean by a dome? He couldn't tell me. He didn't know the words he was using, what they meant. So we skipped to Ehab. Ehab had asked, how is it daytime and nighttime on different parts of the earth? And I said, the sun determines daytime and nighttime. If the sun is above your
obviously.
head, I call that daytime. The sun is not, okay? The sun is not over your head. That is night time.
All right, brother. Listen to this. You've got a sun. That's a sphere, right? Correct?
What
Or do
sphere?
you believe it's
I
a
thought this
different
is a
shape?
question you had for flat Earth.
Yeah, so the sun is a sphere, right? Or do you believe it's something
the
else?
the sun's a light in the sky.
What, just a floating light?
You perceive it to be. You think? How do you see it as a sphere? Where did that come from?
Well, when you look at it, is it not a sphere?
No, I look at it as a light in the sky.
What are you talking about? It's a literal sphere, bro.
No, you don't see that.
Yes, you do.
I think you
If
might want to look
at
up.
the sun, you see the sphere.
You might want
I
to
can
look
see
that
You do
word.
see a sphere.
You might want to look that word up. What sphere is?
To circle.
Circle.
2-dimensional circle. No, 3-dimensional circle.
3D.
Yeah, that's not what you see when you look at the sun.
Okay, I see a circle. I can't see the depth of it.
Yeah, so that would be a light in the sky then, a circular light in the sky.
You can
is
see the
semantics,
circle,
bro.
though.
Yeah, so a circle and the sphere are two different things, right? Or wrong? Check or hold.
But like, we can't see the depth of it. We just can't.
What do you mean the depth of it? You can
Like, we
clearly
can't
see
see
a
the
sphere.
depth. Pick out a sphere. We can only see it as like a circle. Like, if I look at you straight on, bro, I'm only gonna see a 2D human. But if I look at it from an angle, I
Yeah,
can see
with
it.
your eyes, you won't see it. If you like
The moon to
put on
me looks like
sunglasses, you can see it.
Wait, does this mean the sun's a flat circle to you guys?
No, we're talking about the
It's
Earth.
just a floating. It's
We're
a
talking about the
floating.
Earth.
Apparently, it's
The
a
surface.
floating.
Here, flat Earth, we're talking about the surface of the Earth. No one here is talking about the sun other than you. You asked a
Me.
question about day and night. And
Can I ask
Yes.
a question?
on Earth, just like you see, if the sun is above your head, that would be
Wait,
daytime.
can I stream? Can I stream and show you an image?
No, I think we're full
You
right
can-
now.
Stream? What do you mean full?
Wait,
Oh,
I have a
yeah.
question. I have a
As far as like the room.
I have a question.
Have you never seen a sunset?
How does no? I have a question. How do
Okay,
some
go
places have sun? How do some places have sun for like 24 hours a day? Like it's sunny 24 hours a day.
That's an interesting question because I was told that on the flat Earth the sun would not set. It's not possible for the sun. I think Ehab was going to say that. Have you ever seen the sunset? Because in his worldview, the sun would not set on the flat Earth. So now you would have to explain to him how you have a 24-hour sun, and he would say you wouldn't have that if the Earth was flat.
Then what are the planets?
Yeah, hold on. We're going
Go
one
on.
at a time.
Forget the planets, mate. The sun doesn't even work in a flat Earth. On a flat Earth.
Then what
How's
is
that?
what is Mars? What is Jupiter? What is Saturn?
Hit one guy at a time. Hold on. We'll get there. So if the sun doesn't work on the flat Earth, how did you get to that? How what's your logic? Give me your premise.
Literally everything you just said. You just repeated it.
Okay, which one is it? Does the sun set on
All
the
of
flat
them.
Earth, or the sun
So
doesn't
you've got
set?
24-hour daytimes. You've got the sun that doesn't set. When it sets, it's
So that's
going
both.
down, not sideways.
It's both then. You have the sun would set in the flat Earth, and the sun doesn't set in the flat Earth at the same time.
And you do see the spherical shape when it's setting and before it's setting.
Okay, it sounds like you need to go to a sun server or a sun channel.
Aren't you going to argue? Aren't you going to tell me why it's not? Or
No, I mean, you've already got this claim that it doesn't work on the flat Earth, and then you contradicted yourself. How am I supposed to work with that?
Tell me how it works. So tell me how it works.
Okay, when the sun is above, this is how it works, just like you see it. If the sun is above your head, that is a daytime. That's the time of the day that we call daytime. Do you understand that?
Do you understand this?
Okay, no.
When there is a country,
you're
with
asking
24
me.
hours.
You're asking me the question. I'm trying to give you an answer. If my first answer is not understood, I'm not going to add more content because we're working in a realm of a lack of understanding. You have to have understanding, then branch out from that. If you start with complete dumbfoundery, you don't even know what daytime is, how the fuck are we going to talk about daytime and nighttime if you can't even define what daytime is?
Hey, why is he fucking talking and muting me? Bro, why
Wait, you asked a question and then you didn't shut up.
Why are you muting me?
Okay, we're going to move on. Okay, this guy's too dumb.
No, please. Ehab just needs some time.
Yeah, well, he can listen for a while. Because if he asks a question, he's got to be able to listen to the answer. We've degraded down to a point where you ask a question, then you listen to an answer. That part alone is too difficult for his education level. His education level is so low that he doesn't even understand after a question mark, that's the end of when you talk. That's the end. A question mark ends your talking. Then the other person would answer the question. Do you does that make sense? Are you able to follow that?
That makes sense. Ehab, do you understand?
Okay, so do you want to go back to your dome question? Have you figured out what the word dome means?
Yes. The idea that my friend, where did he go? Where'd the other guy go? The guy who was mentioning a dome firmament, where there's like a dome over us and rain comes from it.
He was trolling you. That was an anti-flat earther. He was fucking with you. I'm not sure if you picked up on that. Yeah,
no, I've actually heard those ideas before.
Yeah, I've heard the ideas. That guy's been here before. I kind of let it go for a while. He likes to pretend he's a flat earther, and it sounded kind of funny because he was basically kind of fucking with you. And I wanted to see how long it would take for you to pick up on that somebody was teasing you.
No, I didn't pick it up, but I think the clock pot made me realize that.
Yeah,
there's no way.
Yeah, when he started talking about interdimensional travel and shit, that's when I shut it down.
I was a bit confused there. I didn't think that you guys believed that far, that stuff. I guess the next question would be is that, are you guys united in the belief of flat Earth? Like there's one theory you guys believe of how everything works? Or is there actually different beliefs, like flat Earth, firmament, hollow Earth, concave Earth? Is that?
Yeah, there's different groups of flat earthers that have different cosmologies and whatnot, but generally we all agree that the Earth is observed as flat and stationary, the Earth is measured as flat and stationary, and the Earth is practically used as flat and stationary. There is a group of people from the Flat Earth Society, which none of them are here. Okay, one of our rules say that this is not the Flat Earth Society, that they believe the Earth is upwards moving, which explains that 9.8. Okay, but no one here holds that position. If you look at our channel, our channel rules. One of them says this is not the Flat Earth Society. No one here is talking about an upwards moving Earth. Okay, there's a guy called Dell. You can find him on YouTube. I think it's just called Dell. He's a Flat Earth Society, and he'll tell you all about the upwards moving Earth. So here, we all agree, even if we have different cosmologies, different ideas about it, we all agree on three things. The Earth, the surface of the Earth, can be described. And it is described as flat and motionless. And we know this because it's been observed, measured, and practically used as so.
How is it being observed that it's not moving?
Yeah, the very easy one's an earthquake. Have you observed an earthquake? Have you been present during an earthquake?
I've been present in a few small ones.
Okay, does the earth move under your feet?
It shakes.
Yeah, so if it's not doing that, is it stationary?
Oh. Like if it shakes, is it stationary or not? The Earth?
No, I'm saying, so if you have an earthquake, is the earth moving or is the earth stationary?
The Earth itself is stationary. The tectonic plates.
Gosh.
Yes, this is what I call a bricking. This is a severe bricking.
But like we're talking about Earth moving through space at a constant speed.
No, we're talking about the surface of Earth. Did I just get done talking about the surface of the Earth? During an earthquake, is the surface of the Earth, is it moving or is the surface of the Earth stationary?
Well, it's stationary. When the earthquake happens, it starts to shake. But like,
okay, let me break this down for you. During an earthquake, there's P and S waves. You either have vertical or horizontal waves going through the surface of the Earth. Check or hold.
okay, and what's this prove exactly? Like the Earth isn't moving at all?
Yeah, if it's not an earthquake, I can make an observation that the surface of Earth is not moving. It's stationary. Observed. Observation.
Okay. So we're going off observations we see with our own eyes that we can make in person.
Well, that's one of it. Remember, the second step was measurement. We measure the Earth. It's both flat and stationary. And practical demonstration. Flat and stationary.
So how do we initially measure? How do what do you call how do scientists come up with a number that Earth is moving around the Earth? Earth is moving around the sun. I mean, how do we come up with that number initially? Like, what's the theory behind that? I think Ehab wants to ask a question too. Hello?
Yeah, I thought you're done. That wasn't a question. That was more of a statement. Are you trying to look?
No. I was curious about how is the initial calculations made for Earth moving around the sun? Like, how do scientists do it now?
Yeah, Earth doesn't move around the sun. The sun moves over the surface of the Earth.
I know, but like, what theory do scientists use now to calculate that? I'm curious now.
Yeah, they don't.
I can't really defend something I don't know. You know?
Yeah, they don't calculate that.
They just make up that number.
Yeah, it's not even a number. You know the Earth doesn't move around the sun because it every day is 24 hours. 6 months from now, daytime would turn to nighttime. That's not possible. So we know that every day 24 hours go by. 15 degrees per hour, the sun moves across the sky. You know that. You observe that. And tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day, if the Earth was moving around the sun, the backside of the Earth would have switched to the front side. Day and night would switch every 6 months. That does not happen. Are you able to visualize that?
I'm trying to visualize it.
Okay.
I'll be honest. It's
So,
kind
like,
of
say right
difficult.
now, your part of the Earth. Try to visualize heliocentric. You got the sun in the center. Your part of the Earth is facing the sun. You see that? Can you visualize? I can find an image for you, but I mean,
Yeah, I
are you
can
able to visualize that?
I can visualize my part of the Earth facing the sun now.
Now the Earth rotates 24 hours, and now it's facing the
Yes.
sun again.
Yes.
But it's also moved around the sun. Check or hold.
Yes, I can visualize that.
Okay, if you follow that process, that do-while loop, once you get to the other side of the sun, your side of the Earth would have switched to the night side rather than the day side.
But it's like a smooth transition, though, so it doesn't feel like any change.
It's not possible. That would not be possible to be a smooth transition. It would switch from day to night.
I'm gonna be honest, Crit. I'm pretty retarded. I'm not the best defender of this globe.
But yeah, you don't need to. Okay, no one's asking you to defend the globe. The only ask here is that you ask a question and then you try to understand the answer. That's it.
Okay, if you can find that image of that thing you're talking about. But I got another question then. Like, how do seasons work?
Well, what's your current working knowledge? How the seasons work?
I believe it has to do with the tilt of the Earth while we rotate around.
Yeah, where's the tilt? How did you know? Where did that come from?
To my understanding, the tilt of the Earth is aided by the moon. The moon helps keep us stable. Apparently, something impacted us a long time ago. It tilted the Earth, and as you go around the sun, the south faces towards the Earth more. That's why it has summer during the south and winter during the north. And as the Earth rotates more to the other side, it switches around. That's, to my understanding, the current theory of how seasons happen. I don't know how it works on the small moon. I'm not sure how that would work on a flat Earth. The seasons.
Yeah, so on a flat Earth, the sun moves, and an analemma is a pattern that's observed throughout the year. This analemma goes from the north to the south, and that's what creates your seasons.
Do you have a video of this explaining it?
Yeah, just look up the word analemma. It will.
How do you spell that?
Yeah, I'll post it right here. At least I got this one here. So this is a pattern that the sun and the moon make in the sky. When the sun is in the northern part of the Earth, that's summer for the north and winter for the south. When the sun moves to the south, that's summer for the south and winter for the north. It makes this eternity symbol, which is called the analemma.
Why does the sun move in a pattern like that?
Yeah, you'd have to ask the God, the creator. He made it that way. So when you finally get to the pearly gate, you'd be like, hey, why did you make the sun move that way? And he'll tell you, well, duh, we had to create a plant life cycle for it to oxygenate, the air. And you'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I would say I would identify as Christian. I think the term is a Protestant would probably be the way I would go.
Oh, okay, because I was wondering which God you would follow.
Yeah, I would say that the creator God, and then I would say that I use sort of Christianity, Protestant Christianity, to kind of learn about God and learn like that understanding of
That's
who the
respect,
creator is.
bro. I respect that. As a fellow Christian, I respect that. Like, we may not agree on this altogether, but like, I respect that.
Yeah, I
Like,
generally, I mean, you asked a question. I think you've been pretty good faith, but I generally don't like to go into the religious part of it because there are people who think the Earth is a globe who are also religious. So it's not a way, it's not a tool of
like, to
discernment.
me, like, I'll be honest. Like, the most important thing to me is that you're religious, rather than if you believe in flat Earth or globe. Like, it's where
Oh
the
yeah,
soul goes.
that's the best part because now we know we can always fall back at some positive communication because we both know that this is a created realm.
Hell yeah, brother. But I don't understand why this lie would be kept up. This lie itself. I see these theories you provide. You provide a lot of things that dismantle a lot of current science and understanding we have. Have we just formulated and created so many different types of sciences to keep up this lie? And why put so much effort into doing this? I don't understand, like, the motive behind humans. I don't even think humans are this intelligent to be disorganized. Like, to be so organized in this lie. I feel like we're all so stupid. If you get what I'm trying to say, like, I'm just asking the question, like, how are we so good at lying that we've convinced everyone it's a globe? I think humans are not that smart.
Of power and control, authority. Like Voltaire, I mean, even though I'm Christian, I think Voltaire said some really good things. He's the first atheist. Voltaire said, if you can get someone to believe an absurdity, they will commit an atrocity. And that's what they got here. They got you thinking you're a monkey on a water-covered lava ball. Therefore, go to the Middle East and bomb these second world countries for oil. An ever-dwindling pool of resources that are causing global warming. So they got you to think, not you, I'm just saying the royal you. They got people to think an absurdity, an absolute absurdity was true. And now they'll do whatever else. It's like War and Peace in 1984. You got them to think that nothing is true anymore. Their own lying eyes, their own God-given senses are faulty, are failed. Like, you will sit there and look, like what they told Winston in 1984. He said, what is 2 plus 2? He said 2 plus 2 is 4. And he just kept torturing them until eventually he told him it was 5. Winston said it was 4. And the government said, no, it's 5. And he's like, no, it's not, it's 4. And he would torture him until he finally said it was 5. And he got him to say so because do you not think that our mathematicians, our scientists, our thinkers, all these people that run society, they're not smart enough to come up with some sort of framework to make 2 plus 2 equal 5? And at that point, he was defeated.
They're definitely smart enough.
Yeah, he was so defeated. That's what they do to you. They get you to understand that fact from fable, that you cannot figure this stuff out for yourself. They'll do the thinking for you, and they'll come up with whatever answer they need to advance whatever agenda they're advancing.
So what you're doing is discrediting every single scientist.
No, that would be a squawk. That would be an absolute squawking. No one here is discrediting anybody. All I said was don't discredit yourself. That's what I said. What I actually said. Don't throw your own observations away because somebody else told you pineapple belongs on pizza. No, it doesn't.
There's a lot to think about. I'm quite ignorant when it comes to I'll admit ignorance when it comes to the globe side of defense. I just accept what I've been taught. I won't accept the flat Earth right away, but I do have friends who believe in it, for religious reasons. It's just a curious topic. I don't really speak to flat earthers much besides those guys. But I've always wondered this part is how far back has this globe lie gone on? I know the Greeks, they theorized the Earth was a globe. I'm not sure how they calculated that. I don't know. I'm just not convinced that believing the Earth is a globe is going to undermine our morality or our existence or encourage nihilism. I think theories like the Big Bang can still work with Christianity, but those sort of theories that we come from like nothing and we're insignificant. I think the idea of from a religious perspective that the universe is so big and grand is that we are supposed to be insignificant, but God has created us and has chosen us to be special. And that in this massive universe, in all this, God has made us significant. He has chosen us. And I think the universe itself is a way to remind us of this idea. That's my theory, at least, of how I like to romanticize it a bit. I personally don't see it as the universe existing and space existing and the Earth existing as a globe to make me like not I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. I don't feel like I feel that I've decayed in terms of significance or morality. I think it's mainly due to my religious upbringing. I can understand how atheism and those ideas spread around when there's a belief of an infinite universe, there's other life forms and things like that. I can understand. But I don't know, it's an interesting idea. To accept the idea of a flat Earth within an hour conversation or even a few days worth of talking can really shake someone's belief in reality itself. Like, how do you cope with that everything around you is just a lie? Even if the Earth you stand on is a lie, like, how do you live knowing everything is a lie at that point?
That's a very easy answer. I do three things. I document the downfall. I spend some time doing some things I enjoy with some people I can tolerate. Three things. That's what I do with it.
And also, not everything is a lie because, contrary to what the globe is trying to get you to believe that your senses, your God-given senses, are faulty and they make no sense. Actually, in reality, your senses, your God-given senses, make sense. Contrary to what the globe is telling you, that the ground is moving, your senses are telling you that the ground is motionless, right?
Yeah.
Also, you're observing the luminaries moving like in a clockwork fashion, like a clock, like an actual designed clock by the creator. But the globe is telling you, no, your senses are nonsense. So don't acknowledge reality. Don't acknowledge the creation or the design of this place that you're in. Don't acknowledge any of that. Just believe that you live in this nonsensical fantasy globe that makes no sense. The physics of water make no sense. They telling you water is attached to the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum. You cannot demonstrate that in reality. You know that water doesn't go on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum. You know this in reality. But they're telling you, don't worry about what you know. Believe us.
Yeah, I understand that perspective. I think it's just a limitation of our senses in a way. That's an argument I'd see from a globalist. It's a limitation of our senses. But that's an interesting...
Listen, it's a combination of your senses and the actual place that you're experiencing with your senses. Because remember, your senses are for you to cross the street and not get hit by a car, right? And that works pretty well, right? When you're gonna cross the street, do you use your senses when you're crossing the street?
Yes.
Does it work? Does it work or it doesn't work?
Hopefully it's working. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's working, right? It's working, right? But then,
Yeah.
when they show you this cartoon on a book, they tell you, "Hey, you see this cartoon right here that we drew for you? Now your senses make no sense, right?" And you say, "Yeah, that my senses are nonsense." There you go. They convinced you that the reality of the world that you were put in and given your God-given senses to be able to experience and survive and thrive and acknowledge and the creation, the way things work in reality, they telling you no, your senses are nonsense. And people say, "Oh, okay, that makes sense."
Yeah, you're starting to answer your previous question as to why. If they get a bunch of people convincing themselves that they're senseless, they'll listen to whatever someone writes down on a piece of paper to get through the day. Here are the instructions. You are senseless, remember. It's like a hypnosis. Your senses are limited. You live on a ball. Your senses are limited.
I understand our senses working on the Earth, but our senses.
Yeah, I know.
don't
You're
have
the one.
to
You're the one hyping up the idea that our senses are limited. Therefore, we live on a ball.
Yeah, our senses don't have to extend
why.
to outside.
The powers that be like senseless people.
But shouldn't my
They're telling
senses
you-
exist for
They're telling you
survivability?
that, listen, your senses and nature and, water, gas pressure, all of those things are conspiring to deceive you. You're being deceived because what you're experiencing, everything that you're experiencing and what you're observing about the physics of water, gas pressure, all of that is nonsense. It works
Okay.
differently. In the globe, it all works different. So the globes make sense and your senses are nonsense.
So I understand all of this perspective for like a religious point of view, where there is an enemy attacking all of us. I can understand that perspective from religion. I'm curious now about an atheist perspective of the flat Earth. I'd imagine there are atheists in here, and I want to understand why would people be opposed to suppressing these senses. Are there atheist flat earthers? That's my question now.
The globe will be a religion, though.
It doesn't feel like a religion, though. But I'm curious, are there atheist flat earthers?
What does that mean? It doesn't feel like a religion.
It's more like
you just appealed. What do you just appealed to abandoning your senses to prop something up?
Look, I can't admit to sensing.
That sounds religious.
Look, I don't know.
Listen,
bro.
you were talking
that,
about. Hold on, you were talking about your senses and your survivability and all that stuff. Well, you're surviving. You've relied on your senses to this point to survive. But if you go with the senseless option, then they have all kinds of things like, rocks from deep outer space that could eliminate Earth in the blink of an eye. That doesn't sound like survivability. So if we go to our senses and say, the Earth's surface isn't curving to create a ball, I guess we don't have to worry about that rock wiping us out. We're going to survive on.
I don't know. I don't really.
Does that sound religious? That a rock could be coming from out of nowhere and wipe everyone out?
It sounds like a doomsday, like revelation thing from religion.
Yeah, it's very religious, huh?
I understand that, but like,
well, you said you just said it didn't. You just said that the globe didn't feel religious.
No, it doesn't really feel.
Now you pinpointed it as a specific type of religion.
It doesn't feel religious because I don't have to like pray to anything specifically, or like I don't have to.
Well, you have to change your ways, or the Earth may die. You're poisoning the Earth.
The way I see it is that when I die, I'm going to Christos, bro. So I don't care when I die. So I'm not really afraid of
stop breathing. Listen, this is not medical advice, right? But every time you breathe, you're poisoning the Earth
because of CO2 coming out.
Every time a cow farts, we're doomed.
Yeah, when you fart,
He said
when you
he
breathe,
said
when
it's
you
not
speak,
religious, but
when you speak, you're damaging the globe. You're a globe villain. Now you gotta
The
turn
way I
into a
see it,
globe saver superhero.
God gave us dominion over the earth. So if I damage it by breathing, it's okay. That's God's plan.
yeah. So you said it wasn't religious, but you know that the heliocentrism revolves around the sun god Helios. That's the esoteric idea. The sun god Helios. That's an actual pagan religion.
Like in that religion, like some Ooga Boogas, like 4,000.
Sun worshipping, yeah. Sun worshipping cultism. That's what this all derives from, dude. It's a occult mysticism.
Or like, did it derive from there and we evolved from there to the modern day globe, or did people separately?
Yes. No. Everything's steeped in occultism. The days of the week are occult. Like it's all pagan religion. The names of the planets are Jupiter, Mars, Venus. They're all pagan gods. Everything's steeped in occultism, dude. It's all. Yes, if you're agreeing with me, then you understand that yes, it's like a religion because it came from one.
But like, wouldn't other ideas be like a religion then? Like global warming and like what else?
You're negating the point that I made, and that you don't understand how this is like a religion. It is. You're following it unbeknownst to you. You're trying to make it sound like it's a bit more applicable to now time. It's not. It's just rebranded. That's all. It's still occultism, bro.
It's the same senselessness.
I don't know. Like, doesn't feel like a religion. I feel like it's defending any other science point, though, or any other scientific discovery. Like, I feel like the globe being I know that the globe being a globe, the Earth being a globe, I mean, is just another scientific idea, and it's nothing more than that to me, at least. It's like
It's occultism, bro. It's dipped in occultism. Everything that the globe has to offer is all occultism. It has its roots in the Kabbalah.
Do you have a source?
It's also the contrary to scientific. It's pseudoscientific because there's no science attached to it. You believe it's science, but it's not science. It's actually pseudoscience.
I'll be honest, I'm quite ignorant in the sciences because I've never actually spent time thinking critically about the Earth being a globe.
Listen. Go to Google and search the word pseudoscience.
It just means like science that hasn't really been proven. Doesn't it just mean that like science that hasn't been proven and is presented as something that's factual?
Yeah, like the globe. You're the one who identified it as just a fanciful idea, but it's been elevated. It's been elevated to the masses and been presented as reality. They put it on the textbooks at the school. So they don't say, "Hey, here's our fanciful idea." They said, "This is what it is. Now do what we say."
I'll have to think about it a bit. Just the ideas presented. The occultism stuff is interesting. Do you have a source to that? The occultism stuff?
I don't know. Listen to some Led Zeppelin. I don't know.
Ehab, do you want to ask your question now?
Yeah.
I'll look at the source.
Yeah, just look up. Sorry about that. Look up the pagan gods, like the names of the planets, the pagan gods that they're after. You'll find out.
Yeah, I know about the pagan gods, the Roman and the Greek pagan gods. Like
the sun god Helios. You know about the sun god Helios?
I've heard of Helios, but I didn't know that meant like the sun god. Helios.
Heliocentric solar system. Come on.
Helios.
Hello, guys. Hello, Crit.
So, what do you guys think of like Islam then? Like, we're Christians here, all of us. What about Muslims then?
Stick to the earth, bro. We're not talking about religions. to stick to the Earth.
It's very intertwined, though. The whole reasoning of the globe being a globe is because it's anti-religion. Anti-religion, anti-reality. So religion intertwines perfectly into this.
Well, they seem fixated on a black cube.
Is that true, Ehab?
What?
You're fixated on the black cube?
No, dude. The people who surround the black cube and walk around it, that's what I'm talking about. We're talking about
What
the
black
Earth's surface not having any curvature.
What black cube?
You can snap yourself out of this whole, it's a religion, it's not a religion, it's a religion, it's not a religion. Well, if it doesn't present itself in reality, and you have to appeal to your senselessness, there you go.
So what are you talking
It's
about,
a
black cube?
nonsensical religion.
What? So it doesn't make sense to you? So it's nonsensical?
Well, is the Earth's surface curving?
The globe goes contrary to your God-given senses, everything about it. So it's a nonsensical religion.
Yeah, Ehab. The last guy, Cole, said that the senses are limited. Therefore, I'm leaning on the globe idea.
There you go.
That's
the
all.
nonsense religion.
What?
I mean, you have freedom to participate in any religion you like. The nonsense globe religion, that's on you. Go right ahead. Nobody's denying you that.
Brother, I joined in mid-conversation. I don't know what you guys are talking
Obviously,
about.
we were talking about senseless decisions.
Yeah, you brought up religion and you said a black cube.
No, I didn't bring up religion. The last guy did.
So what do you mean by black cube?
Oh, Lord.
Now we move on from that.
Yeah, that was me trying to wrap up his off-topic meanderings.
Yeah, because he was asking, and then he got that answer. But that's the point we get. You're not talking about religion too much, except for the nonsensical globe religion.
So what's at the edge of a flat Earth?
Okay, go on, Ehab. It's a better question.
Go ahead.
What's at the edge? An ice wall? No?
Who knows? There's ice walls
So you
all over
don't
the
know?
place. Yeah, correct. I'm not omniscient.
So not a single flat earther has got onto a boat?
No, I've been on a boat.
And like gone all the way?
Gone all the way to where? To where I was going, yep. In return.
To fall off the edge, mate. Like
what? Yeah, what edge?
the edge of the Earth?
Okay. It sounds like you're still caught up on the idea of Earth being suspended in some sort of space for there to be an edge to fall off into.
So where is it?
Where's what? What is this, Abbott and Costello?
Do I have to like?
Yeah, I'm not
explain every little
omniscient.
thing?
I don't have a God's eye point of view of this whole thing.
So you said the Earth is not suspending.
Okay.
Right? In the space.
Yeah.
So where is it?
Who knows?
Oh my.
But the whole idea that it's in outer space, it starts with the idea that we're on a ball.
Well, outer space could be anything. It's just space that's empty.
Yeah, but the story we're going with is that Earth is in this space. And that's based on the idea that the Earth is a ball.
So where is it? If it's not in a space.
I don't know, dude. I'm not omniscient. You know, I could ask you, listen, if I asked you where the edge of the universe is and you can't bring me up a map and point to it, then am I allowed to say, well,
this isn't the universe, Discord.
Yeah, good point.
It's a flat Earth Discord.
Good point. I'm just telling you, you think you live in an ever-expanding universe. That's where your globe is. So if I were to start asking questions about the edge of the ever-expanding universe and what is it expanding into, then what?
I'm just talking about the Earth.
I know.
So if
do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence the Earth is a ball?
I mean, just the way it works, the sun. I mean, the way that Norway
the sun moving
sunlight
across the sky tells you you're on a ball.
I mean, some people here are saying that the sun's not even a circle. Do you believe that?
I think you mean sphere. I think you mean ball.
Yeah, well, either way,
because the sun looks like a circle.
Yeah, sphere.
Circle. It looks like a circle.
Yeah, but it's a sphere, right? No.
Well, why, when I asked you if there's any evidence the Earth is a ball, you want me to agree that the sun is a ball? How does that work?
I'm trying to explain to you, like, is it not a ball?
That sounds a little backwards.
How's that backwards? Can't you answer the?
No, nothing about the sun. It presents itself to me as being a ball.
Okay, so let's say you say yes, it is a ball. So how does a ball project a focused beam of light and not a light on everything around?
No, it's not that. When he asked you about the Earth, you went away from the Earth and looked to the sun. The sun, you look up. The Earth, you standing on it, you look down. The sun is not the Earth. The Earth is not the sun. And when he asked you about the Earth, you spoke about the sun.
Yeah, and
Just
besides,
like when I asked about the Earth, you spoke about the universe.
Hold on. Besides, a stadium, when they put up lights for a stadium, they put up more than one light.
So there's more than one sun?
No, what I'm saying is, why don't they just have one light to light up the entire field? You're saying that should be the case with light.
Huh?
You said, why isn't the sun lighting up everything?
So how is a circle pushing a focused beam of light? Because it's a circle, is it not? It's a sphere.
There will be an unknown. You're gonna have to when you make it to heaven and God asks you questions and then asks you if you have any questions. You're gonna ask God, how does the luminaries work? How does the sun work? What are the mechanisms that He put in place to make it look the way it looks when you're standing on the ground? And then He might give you an answer, or He might not give you an answer.
Yeah, besides, I don't understand. Even if the sun were a ball, how does that get you to Earth ball?
So so the sun goes around in a circle, right?
Yeah. You look at it and you see doing
around
a
in
circuit.
a circle, right?
Well, I mean, you're saying a circle, but nobody here is claiming a circle. Is moving across
how
the
does it
sky.
go around? I'm asking.
It goes across the sky.
You observe it
going in a line.
Yeah, you think that's because the Earth's spinning.
How does that work if it goes down in a line?
That's a question for God.
That's a question for you because you believe the Earth is flat.
That's not the Earth. There's unknowns. You know, there's a lot of unknowns. Like, how does the sun works? That's an unknown.
It's not unknown if you...
Is it? Okay, so tell me, how does the sun work?
You guys are seeing, though, how the origins of how it is you start pointing up in the sky and telling stories, and you start thinking you're on a ball. You're seeing the origins of your confusion.
Yeah, don't tell me a story. Give me a schematic. Listen, give me a schematic that how the sun works, the mechanisms, how the cause and effect, everything put in place, and how you demonstrate that. Don't give me a story. Show me the schematic of the mechanisms of how the sun works. Go ahead.
So to you, the Earth being a sphere is more of a story than the Earth being flat.
The Earth being a sphere, that's not the sun, dude. You were talking about the sun, not the Earth. If you want to talk about the Earth, you want to talk about the Earth.
It's a complete fabrication, correct?
This is the Earth Discord, mate.
Yes, the Earth being a ball is a story. It's one big whopper of a story.
Yeah, complete
Okay,
nonsense.
so tell me how.
Remember, you have water in reality, right? Real water, and
What's your
in
evidence?
reality, you don't have water attached to balls in vacuums. You don't have
If
that
you
in
don't have
reality.
any relevancy to the question, please don't answer.
What question?
Well, water in reality isn't curving at its surface to create a ball.
Exactly.
Well, that's what gravity's
That was
for.
the answer.
So
What?
wait, so the reason why you think the Earth is flat is because the water that cannot be held up? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they say it's a 70% covered ball, yet water in reality at its surface is flat. So which one's the story?
Water does curve at its surface, though.
Do you have measurements of this? Or are you talking about the tears?
Good morning.
Are you talking about the tears running down your face?
Good
Wait,
morning,
what?
guys. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Doing great.
Hell yeah, brother. That's what I like to hear.
Thanks for bringing hell up.
Bless.
Who said water does curve? Who was
I
that?
did. Me.
Me. That narrows it down.
What narrows what?
Lord. Who said
Okay,
it?
wait, who said I'm
Hold
sorry,
on.
my bad.
Yeah. Let's get to the bottom of the last guy's claim. He has curving water.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, when you fill a cup with water, does it not fill the cup up?
Have you ever seen a drop of
So
water
why-
like on a flat surface?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
why can't
it
a water
curves.
curve?
Yeah, what
Due to surface
happens when
tension.
the
What are you so confused
what
about,
happens
Ro?
when the surface tension breaks?
That's not the point. The point is you said it doesn't curve, and it does.
Well,
So I just gave you an example of water
so if
curving
you're
on its
okay,
own.
that's great. If you're pointing to surface tension for the curvature of all this water on Earth.
No, I'm
then
not. I'm not pointing to surface
well, that's
tension.
what we're looking for.
Stop being obtuse
That's
and
what
stop
we're
acting
looking for.
stupid. Stop acting
No,
stupid.
you're the one
You made
being
a claim.
obtuse.
You made a claim. You said water doesn't curve, and I just proved you wrong. And now you want to say, "Oh, so you're saying surface tension is why the Earth is?"
Yeah, I'm
No,
not
that's
talking
not what.
about
That
your
is not
tears,
what your
bro.
claim was. I just proved you wrong. I gave you an example of water curving on its own, and now you
Buddy,
want to
Niagara
rewrite what I'm
Falls,
you're
saying.
missing the
Niagara Falls
point,
is
bro.
evidence of
He
water
was talking
curving as
about
well.
on the outside of a sphere.
No, the claim he
Remember, you
made,
hello.
that I
You
just
mentioned
refuted. Stop,
water
shut
on
the
a
fuck
flat
up.
surface.
You guys
You
always
mentioned
do
water
this
on a
shit.
flat surface.
You guys always try to overtalk people. He made a claim, and he said that water doesn't curve. Give me an example of water curving on its own. I
Yeah,
said,
and I
yes,
said
it
we're
does,
not
and I
talking
gave you
about
an
your
example.
tears,
Water does curve, though.
not
Exactly.
your tears.
Water does curve. So that's the.
How does
I
it
don't
not
understand
curve,
what the
mate?
fuck this guy's talking about.
Have you seen a river
Okay,
that's
so
water
at
curving?
Niagara Falls, is Niagara Falls also an example of water curving?
Well, when the
No,
water's falling down, it's
I
obviously
didn't
not
bring that
curving.
up as my example. My example was a
Why? It's
water
my
droplet.
example.
My example was a water
It's
droplet.
the guy who's saying water doesn't curve. I'm acknowledging the existence of Niagara Falls.
Okay, yeah. Things behave differently at different scales, right?
There you go. Keep going. You're about to flat smack yourself. So take a billion of your tears.
Your
and what do we
claim,
have?
listen, buddy, your claim was water doesn't curve. Give me an example. I gave you an example, a water drop, and now you're trying to change the subject. You got proven wrong. It's okay,
But
move
we're
on.
not
Just
talking
speak
about.
more
Listen, we're
clearly in
not
the
talking
future.
about dewdrops.
Just
You
speak.
must be. Yeah.
You're speaking about water. Don't make claims
Yeah.
that can be easily disproven with
in the context,
easy examples. You should be more
context
specific.
of the globe being covered at its surface with 70% water.
Yeah,
not
gravity.
dewdrops, not your
There's a
tears.
thing called gravity. Have you ever heard of it?
Here we go.
Ever heard of gravity?
So if you
gravity
jump, do
is
you
creating the
keep going
roundness
up?
of your tears.
What brings you
Water
down
is creating
when
the
you jump?
what? Sorry?
Is gravity creating the roundness of your tears? Or is it surface tension, like you said?
Roundness of my tears? What tears are you talking about? You're crazy. What a lame joke. Why don't you stay on topic, buddy? Unless you're going to misspeak again and make yourself sound stupid.
The little drops of dew coming from your eyes.
You're the one crying, buddy.
Bro, what are you talking about? They're
wish.
just asking questions.
make my day a lot easier if I could cry.
You good, bro?
All right, perhaps we got Ehab. Booger Smoker is just he likes to distract and distort, so we want to keep him silenced because he's not here for exposition. He's just here for spinning everybody's wheels to oblivion. So it seems like Ehab is a little bit better at, I don't know. I'm just listening. He's just an ounce sophist. Booger Smoker is.
You should mute him too because he likes to talk a lot when I'm not asking him.
He understands what we mean, but he always distorts to always try to make it a bit more pedantic. But it loses context, excuse me, whenever we're speaking, and he's like, "Well, you mean like water doesn't curve at all?" Like that's not what we're talking about. Obviously, he knows we're talking about the Earth and the surface of it, so he's trying to draw it out into this reduction to absurdity. We're not going to do that. So we'll let Ehab kind of take the floor for a little bit.
I forgot where I was, to be honest. There was a whole ass fight going on.
No, you don't have to worry about that. So concentrate on the fact that you want to ask a question, perhaps maybe some knowledge that you can gain from the group. Don't worry about that other conversation.
All right, so you've got a country. The country is named Norway. This country, depending on the time of the year, gets longer daylight and longer nighttime. How does that work with the flat Earth?
Well, it's just the sunlight, right? The sun causes day and night. When the sun's close to you in proximity, it's daytime. When it moves away from you, it's nighttime.
Okay, but according to you guys, the sun, it goes around in a circle, right?
No, I think there's an idea that it goes around in a circle, but here's what we can say. Throughout the year, the sun follows a path, which you can relate to an analemma, which in the sky, if you take a picture of the sun throughout the day, like solar noon. So at solar noon, you take an image of the sun, and throughout the whole year, it'll start making this figure of 8 in the sky. So it's like a particular path that it takes. That's what we can tell from the analemma. So as it moves from Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn.
Yeah, right. So it moves into a figure of 8. I've seen that. So how does it keep one place lit constantly?
What do you mean keep one place lit constantly? I don't know what that means.
Norway has like a couple days of straight sunlight.
Yeah, sure.
Even though the sun is moving away from it. How is that happening?
Well, it's not that it's moving away from it. It's actually moving in a path. So whatever path it's taking, it's still light on Norway. So what we can say is that the observation of being in Norway is that the sun's path would be such that there would be light there for a couple of days. There's nothing wrong with that.
I understand what you're trying to say, but you're not explaining why it does that. You're just saying.
Oh, the mechanics behind why it does it. Yeah, no one knows the mechanics. No one knows what drives the sun to move in that path that it does. All we can do is make observations. No one, not even people who believe
I'm not talking
the Earth is a globe,
the path of the sun.
mechanics.
I'm talking about the reason why this country still has sunlight. Even like you're just saying, just saying that the sun has to be there. Basically, that's what you're saying.
No, it doesn't have to be there. It's the path. It's the path that it takes. So whatever path it's taking, it shows up in Norway for the length of time that it does. All you're doing is cataloging the length of time that the sun takes to be above the sky in Norway. So that's all you're doing. You're not
moving away.
Yeah, it's not. Well, it's moving in a path. You're saying away. What does away mean to you?
It's an 8. You said it's just drawing an 8.
Yes. So it's following the path. Yes.
Is it an 8 or a circle?
Oh, it's a figure. The analemma is a figure of 8. I'm speaking specifically to the analemma. What you're talking about is an observation being made specifically in Norway, right? So what you witness in Norway, I don't know if you live there or not, but you witness the sun's path across the sky. So whatever path that takes, whether it may be circular above your head in some way or an oval, I wouldn't know how to describe it because I've never been in Norway, but whatever path it takes, that's the path that it's going to take. But it doesn't negate the fact that the surface of the Earth is a horizontal plane. We're just talking about the sun's path. Now you're trying to see if you can extrapolate a geometric shape from that, and in no way can you do that. So it doesn't whatever the sun's doing, it doesn't describe the floor situation, even though you want it to be, because the only way that you can think about it is how you've been told. And the way the explanation you've been given is that the Earth has to be a sphere in order for this to work. So you, in sort of a way, you're wanting us to explain, well, I know the explanation they've given me is that it's a planet, it's a globe, it's a sphere. That's how it's operating like that. But you don't know that it's a sphere. So it could be a horizontal plane, and the sun could be operating very differently in a path that you can see. So it doesn't necessitate a sphere, is what I mean.
Yeah, of course I don't know it's a globe. Neither do I know if it's a flat Earth. But the question I'm asking doesn't get answered either way, because
the point is the sun's not gonna it's not gonna give you the answer to if the Earth is a globe or not. So it would be a moot point at this particular time for you. Yes, you agree. So that's what I'm saying. It's a moot point. So bringing it up doesn't solve the issue if the Earth is a globe or not. You agree? It
does.
No, it doesn't.
It does to what you just said.
So in what way does it show you that the Earth is a geometric shape, like an oblate spheroid?
We'll just say a certain amount of time. We'll say 3 months. 3 months, it's sunlight in Norway, and 3 months, no sunlight. So straight darkness. So we know that the Earth is tilted. It's a sphere, and it's tilted sideways a little bit.
Oh, that's an assumption, sir. That's an assumption being made by people.
That.
Yes. No. How do you know that we know that, sir? How do you know that?
Because we've got satellites. We've got.
Okay. What are the satellites showing you, sir?
A sphere.
Okay. And how can you verify that the Earth is a sphere, like the images and the videos they're showing you?
Right. Let's say you go really high. Let's say you don't even leave Earth. You just go really high. You can already start seeing a spherical shape.
How high? How high, sir?
Like way above the clouds.
How high is that, sir?
Do you want me to give you numbers?
Yes.
13,000 kilometers, mate.
13,000 kilometers. Has anybody ever seen the curvature of the Earth at 13,000 kilometers, sir?
I don't know where we're going, to be honest.
Well, what we're doing is we're getting the specifics that you think that you could see Earth's curvature from a high altitude. And what I'm describing to you is we're digging into your knowledge-based claim, or you're asserting that you have a knowledge claim, and I'm showing you how you don't even know if that's true or not. You're saying 13,000 kilometers. And I'm asking for, how did you verify that?
Right.
You're like, I don't know that. You're just spitballing right now, aren't you?
What I said was that if you look at the satellites, you can see the curve.
Yes, you see images, you see videos. I've already covered this. But how did you verify that that is true?
Brother, I don't know what to say to you.
Well, the truth. Tell me the truth, sir. That's all you got to do.
How about you tell me the truth? You prove to me that the
No. This isn't a burden of proof reversal, sir. We're not switching the burden onto me. It's a nice nervous chuckle that you've just given me. No. Physical would mean that you've determined that it is. So how did you determine physically that the Earth is a globe, sir?
Because it's round, because you can see it through the video.
Yeah, because it's round isn't an answer. How did you determine it was? Don't give me the same kind of circular reasoning. Tell me how
you're not making a good argument for not being religious at this point.
How did you determine, sir?
I don't think anyone.
You've kind of stumbled into that. What?
Ehab, focus. How did you determine that the Earth's surface physically was a curving surface?
Look, I see what you're doing. You're trying to add pressure. This is a horrible way of talking.
No, dude. I'm trying to alleviate the pressure.
No.
What we're getting to right now.
At least Gemsy knows to mute when he's not talking. Someone still needs to learn.
This is the problem. You're not being focused. You're looking for a way out, and he's giving you a way out. So you're trying to swing off the branch and talk to him instead of talking to me.
How about you tell me how the Earth is flat? How about you tell me how the Earth is flat?
No. We're not switching the burden. We're not switching the burden, Ehab.
Why don't you tell me? Focus.
This is the problem.
How about you
Yes,
focus? Tell me how the.
I'm focusing on exposition.
Okay, so where's the edge? Where's the edge of the Earth? Where's the edge of the
Okay.
Earth?
This is what happens to a mind when it doesn't see a way out. It starts to go crazy.
Where's the edge? Where's the edge?
So have you lost touch with reality?
Where's the edge? Have you seen the edge?
Focus. Okay, so you're just going to interrupt now. Is this where we're going, Ehab? Is this what we're doing?
Question though, you're not answering my question.
You seem to forget that I was asking you how you know the Earth's surface is curving, and you've just diverted away. Your mind has completely forgot.
Right, just like you don't know many of the questions I've asked. I don't know what you're asking me, so
you don't know what I'm asking you. So
let's move to a new topic. Because
no, we're not going to move, sir. No, we're not leaving. We're not.
Okay. Right, you should mute yourself because you don't seem to know how to listen either. You should mute yourself, mate. You don't know how to listen either.
Ehab, either you're going to concede that you don't know that the surface is curving, or we cannot move to another topic. Yes, I want your concession. Say, I do not know if the surface is curving or not.
I just said that. And we can move on. I just said that. Do you want me to
say it? No, say it, sir.
Write it down for you as well. I just said that.
No, just say it. Say it plainly. Just say
this guy's going to come just for my words, bro. This guy's going to come.
Just say it plainly, sir.
Are you about to jizz? You sound like you're fucking
This is the problem. Even confessing you don't know is a struggle. Even confessing you don't know is a struggle.
I just did though.
No, you
might
didn't.
Be a bit slow in the head because you do believe the Earth is flat too.
Please do it again. Let's hear it.
This guy's about to jizz.
Okay, so you're not going to do it because it's hard for you to. This is a pride.
All right, so why don't you admit that there's no edge?
Let's hear your concession. No,
sir. Why don't you admit that there's no edge? Oh, why not? Why not?
All we need is your concession.
Why not? Have you seen the edge?
You're not going to do it, are you?
You haven't seen the edge, have you? Have you? No?
Okay, so see, this is what happens.
Where's your proof?
All we're going to do is we're going to put you on timeout for just a minute.
Where's your proof? Where's your proof?
Where's your proof? Good thing you butted in on Cole's discussion, Ehab. Way to flame out, bro.
All right, just take a moment to reflect that we still haven't extrapolated a concession from you. And as soon as you're ready to, I'm going to unmute you, and then you can go ahead and just say, hey, I don't know if the surface of the Earth is curving. Because it's your pride getting in the way of you saying that. You did not say that. However, if you do say that, it will be refreshing, and we can move to the next topic. We can go to another topic, of course. But you don't want to admit that to the panel and your live stream on YouTube, and it's going to be held as a recording. So you're now held accountable for what you say, and you don't want to be. This is the problem with everybody admitting that they don't know the surface is curving. They do not want to admit it.
Well, he won't admit that because then he'll have to give up his Norway argument, and he'll go back to that.
Yeah, so admitting that it would be refreshing because we'll hear that he's being honest and truthful, that he doesn't know if the surface is curving, and then we can move on to another topic if he wants to bring it up. But just a quick cool down will help him instead of him listening to him do what he was doing. Yeah, just take a knee for a little bit. Yeah, we'll get back to you. If there's anybody else in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe, you can come forward and present your case.
Well, we were in the middle of a conversation with Cole when Ehab butted in.
Oh, Ehab came through. Okay, so Cole, go ahead, Cole.
It's okay now. I'm probably about to head off. Go to sleep. It's almost midnight in Australia. I'll probably come on tomorrow and ask some more questions.
Sounds good, bro.
Sounds like you're paying attention to your senses.
Yeah, maybe. All I know is that I don't think it really matters to me, at least. Ultimately. But I understand that it's an important topic you guys are passionate about. I'm really ignorant.
Yeah, we definitely love.
Sorry, you're breaking up. When it comes to I'm quite ignorant when it comes to the sciences regarding the justifications of a globe. I feel like I have to see both sides.
All right, so you've already been experiencing the side of the globe for as many years as you have, so you don't need to see both sides. You've already been listening to people people tell you that the Earth is a globe, all things globe. So this perspective that you're here in this room is a very different take from the one that you came from. So you've already come from one. You're listening to our perspective. So now it's different, right? So you don't have to hear both sides. You've already been listening to the other side.
I get what you mean, but like, I've never heard the justifications for why the Earth is a globe.
Since you're ignorant of science and all this stuff, maybe you'll realize that what you thought was quote unquote science was actually just pseudoscience.
I'll have to see. I'm curious to know about your journeys to towards the flat Earth.
Well, perhaps it's for another time. Yeah. We'd want you to get good rest and perhaps not, leave in the middle of somebody explaining something to you. I think that wouldn't be good. Somebody be in the middle of like giving you an explanation, and you're like, "Oh, dude, I gotta go," and just drop out of the call. So
yeah, it will be a disservice to them.
Yeah, we'll talk when you come back. We're here all the time.
I appreciate the conversation. It's always good to discuss things.
Right on, man.
Even if we disagree on things, discussing is always good. All right, night, folks. Catch you tomorrow.
Catch you next time, man.
Ehab, you behave now. Love you, boy.
All right, I'll fade to black if somebody wants to take Ehab on. But he was we reached a point where he was not conceding that the Earth is not curving on the surface. You guys can take it any way you want. He still hasn't given me that concession, and he probably won't give me the satisfaction of giving me the concession. So you guys can go wherever you want with that.
I'll give you the concession, mate. The Earth is round, and you can see it. Hello?
Where'd
he go?
You see it on TV, Ehab, and on the book covers.
Okay, how about you climb a really high mountain? What do you see?
Ehab, hey Ehab, when you say round, Ehab,
I seen a
when you say
video of Bigfoot.
round, do you mean like a round table or like a frisbee?
Sphere.
Oh, okay. Because round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You have
Wow,
CDs,
Genji, you're a scientist. Thank you for that. You can go back to mute,
you
Genji.
have round tables.
You
So
can go
when you
back to
say
mute,
Earth is
Genji.
round, you mean like
We're
a
here to
round table?
discuss, not to
Yeah,
joke
stop
around,
being
mate.
a smart ass, Ehab.
Who's being the smartass, you retard?
You are, dude.
You're
You're
just
mumbling
fucking
about
biased.
climbing the mountains and saying Earth
You don't
is a
hear what
ball.
this guy's saying, and you're calling me a smartass. Are you retarded?
Well, you said round, so I'm just wondering
Oh,
what you
okay.
mean.
Yeah, who's being a smartass? Who's that? Who said that? Old Hoss, who's being a
That's
smartass?
you, bro. You're being a
Yeah,
smart
good
ass.
one. Good one, Old Hoss.
Okay, so
Good one, Old
let's
Hoss.
get back
Who's
to you
being a
climbing the
smartass, Old
mountain.
Hoss?
I think this is a good opportunity for you to realize that possibly you're confusing your peripheral vision for Earth's rotundity.
All right, what's my peripheral
Is that
vision?
possible?
Explain
Well,
it
what
then.
you see out of the corner of your eyes is that. Why did you bring up climbing a mountain?
How does that how does that have to do anything with?
Well, dude,
how does
you
that have
said
to do
you
anything
saw
with
the
the
Earth
curvature
as a
of the Earth that
ball.
you see?
You said the Earth was a ball, and then you mumbled about climbing a mountain, which
You
I doubt
climb a
you
mountain,
have.
a high mountain. What do you mean you doubt I have? What are you talking about? We're here to talk about mountains, not about if I'm fit or not.
All kinds of unfit people climb Mount Everest. So let's carry on. You said
That's
you
just
see
very
Earth
not
as
true,
a
mate.
ball. Yeah, it is. You say you see Earth as a ball.
Have you been in a plane before?
Yeah, and I've been on top of a mountain. So I mean,
And what do you
if
see?
you're claiming round Earth from a plane, then you're claiming a tiny Earth.
What? How?
Well, the city directly beneath you that you're seeing curvature on the horizon on supposedly left to right, then if you completed the circle, that city would be taking up most of the face of the Earth. And we know that's not happening.
Well, I said a curve, not a full-on downhill.
Yeah, whatever. Complete the circle that you're claiming.
Well, it's a tiny curve. You can see at least like 10,000 kilometers ahead.
Well, that sounds like a flat smack.
Nah, probably like 1,000 kilometer.
Yeah, get your story straight. It doesn't matter. It's still flat.
Good argument, man.
Well, if you're the one claiming to see 1,000 kilometers off into the distance, where is the Earth curving away from you?
Well, you said you've been to a plane.
Yeah, I have.
All right. Have you seen the ocean?
What is that? Is that the windows creating the curvature, or are you confusing your peripheral vision? Which one is it?
Do you know what?
Because we've crossed out it being the Earth's entity because that would be a tiny Earth.
Why are you talking about peripheral vision? None of that matters.
I think what you've done is confuse your peripheral vision as Earth curvature when you bring up going on top of a mountain.
I don't think you know what peripheral vision is. We're looking at the main focus, your iris, not your peripherals.
Okay,
so we're looking out of the window.
So bring us back to the top. Take us to the top of a mountain. Is this where you see the Earth as ball? You said you saw Earth as being a ball.
Yeah, have you been into a plane?
Oh my Lord. Yes.
Yes, so you've seen it.
No.
Have you been on a cliff with no land but just water? Just the ocean? Why are you laughing? I'm trying to tell you something.
I sure have.
So you've seen that, and you don't see the water going down?
Correct.
You do. So you just admitted it.
No, I said I haven't seen the water going down.
Thank you for. I've just proven you wrong. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's fine. Wow. I agreed with his negative sentence, and he flipped it. Wow, Ehab, good show. Who's next? U.S. State Department's here. Good Lord. The Light of Sheba. You're new. Captain Midnight.
He's gonna let it all hang out?
Yeah. I think that's after midnight, but yeah, I get what you're going for there. Obnoxious. There's 187-247-7113.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Sort of. Meow.
Oh, what'd you say?
Good, welcome to the chat.
Yeah, hi. Thank you.
Welcome.
When you're feeling flat and stationary.
I'm gonna find him. Where is he?
Yeah, that's when you know you're in tune with your senses, Rob Noxious.
Grab an old house Pilsner.
That's what we were talking about earlier in the last hour, was the senselessness of the ball.
I'm curious if we got Robin here. Is he ready to describe what time of day Discord is?
No, Jesus, it's not that hard of a question. The simple question is the best part of your day Discord? If you can't decipher it,
What part of the day is Discord? I got morning, nighttime, lunchtime, breakfast.
boys. I got a
It's
question.
irrelevant.
Yo,
It's
I'm
irrelevant.
back, guys. What's up?
Totally irrelevant. Grit. It's a simple.
Wait.
Doesn't require any type of.
Someone's asking
easy.
for how
hold on. Rob's trying to talk here. So we've got different times of the day.
I don't want to argue about this with you, man.
You've
This is a
labeled
DM argument. This is not. We're here, dude. This is a DM.
because it wasn't landing well in DM.
Why
so
do
I'm
you
trying to
think that the Earth is flat? What evidence do you have to
Yeah,
support your
hold
claim?
on, dude. We're trying to figure out what time of the day Discord is. There's a time of a day that Rob has identified as Discord time. What time of day is that?
Again, I don't know if you can understand the English language. I asked, is the best part of your day Discord? So the context is already in the question. You're just being ridiculous.
What part of the day is Discord?
I don't know. You tell me. That's why I'm asking you.
It's your question. Lowercase.
I know. I already asked the question. It's a simple question. There's nothing to elaborate on. You're just making. You're trying to do something out of nothing.
Rob,
Hold on. Can you answer that question, Old Hoss? That's a simple question.
Well, I'll ask you a question. Is the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup? Is that true?
No, it's not. There you go. See, and I didn't ask what's the best part of the day. Where's Folgers go? Is it new?
No.
Again, these are just simple questions.
Rob, I hate to break it to you. Anything involving you, i.e., Discord in this case, is not the best part of my day. No.
Okay. Well, that's all I'm asking you, man. Is Discord the best part of you guys' day? That's all I'm asking. It's a simple question. You guys want to make it hard because you don't want to answer.
And there being an obnoxious drunk in there, even if that's your favorite watering hole, if you're there, I'm going to be like, oh, shit.
I just want to talk about why the Earth is not flat.
We're going to get there in a second, but you can't. See, I know you guys won't say no because it'll look bad on you. But if you say yes, then it'll look bad to me. So I already know your guys' answers, dude. I just say these questions to just make a joke with me. It makes me laugh as I smoke my joint. Because you'll never say it. You'll never say no, Discord's not the most important part. Because these guys here will be like, well, it should be. You better take this shit seriously. And if you say it's the most important part, Globers will be like, you're a loser. So it's a no-win situation. That's why you want to answer the question. You're not smarter than me, guys.
So you ask a question that you know I won't answer or take seriously, and I have fun with you until you rage quit, and then you wonder why.
I didn't rage quit anyway. That was just I knew you weren't going to answer. So how can I rage quit when if I already knew what the outcome was going to be? How can I rage? You're just making things up again.
Yeah, you rage.
You're incapable of having. I didn't rage quit nothing.
Then if I'm incapable, why'd you ask me? Any way you do, is it right now you're in a lose-lose situation because either A, you lost.
Here we go with A's and B's.
You lost.
I know exactly. Or C, you lost. I know how you work. Again,
so
that's what I'm saying.
You did that. You entered into a no-win situation.
Yes, it was to prove. It was just to expose you. I don't know.
Yeah, and you didn't expose anyone. I had fun with you.
Well, of course not.
I did exactly what I wanted to do.
Yourself here, though. I was going to keep it in DMs. You brought it here. So I guess
that's the best part.
You just
So now
you expose yourself.
That inside the Rob Noxious worldview, Discord is a part of the day.
No, this had nothing to do with worldviews. I mean, no, that's what you're saying. You don't get to tell me what I'm thinking. Yeah, I just want to expose you that you'll never answer any questions. You just won't. You just can't answer questions. Now you're interrupting me. But it doesn't matter what I ask. I could ask any question. You'll never answer because you'll be held to task on the answer you give.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you this.
You don't answer questions.
Rob, take a puff, you moron. If, say, someone's participation in a certain thing was the best part of their day, how is that a victory for you?
I didn't say it was or not. That's what I'm saying. You guys are adding so much.
What are you talking about then, bro?
Is the best part of your day Discord? That's all there is to the question. You don't have to, there's nothing else to it. You guys are adding to it because this is what you have to do. You have to play games. You can't be real men or women. You just have to play games.
Willie's here. Speaking of playing games, Willie's here.
Yeah, I want to discuss why you fellas think that the fucking
because the Earth's surface isn't curving, Willie.
Yes, it is.
Simple as that. Where?
Just because you can't see it doesn't make it true.
What? We have another religious zealot.
I'm not a religious zealot, but you're like,
sound like one.
Well, just have a fucking
doesn't mean it's true. It is curving. Where?
Why are you mimicking him, bro? Answer his question.
Yeah, answer it.
I did.
All right, can you answer mine now? Can you answer mine?
Can you see oxygen? course not. But it's still fucking there.
I can. With goggles.
Wow, you fucking must have very good vision. That's what I thought. You flat earthers.
You can measure it.
With what?
Pressure, whatever you want, whatever size tank you want.
Yeah, free my boy Ehab.
Ehab's coping. He left mid last conversation. Now he just resets. And the question he's demanding to be answered was already answered.
That the Earth isn't flat.
No, that wasn't his question.
I don't know his question, but
well, then don't worry about him.
But why is he being banned? Like, what about free speech?
Yeah, we can follow. Is flat Earth speech free speech?
Flat Earth? Yeah, you're free to speak.
All right, well, there you go. There's your answer. That's how the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat because of free speech.
But it's wrong.
It's your turn, Willie. We're concerned about your free speech.
Nah, we don't have free speech in Australia. I mean, you guys haven't made a very convincing argument as to why it's not flat.
Free speech.
Well, yeah, I explained the Earth's surface isn't curving to create this ball that you see on TV.
Okay.
There's a disconnect between what they show you on TV and on the cover of the textbooks and what is experienced in reality. That's it.
Okay, do you think the moon landings were fake then?
Oh, Lord. Sounds off topic. Do I think they're fake? I know they're fake. Anyone with rudimentary photographic knowledge can tell you at least that what they've presented to you is farcical.
Okay, so what about the current astronauts on the ISS? Are they fake?
Yes, there is no tin can in orbit around the Earth.
How do you think satellites work?
Oh, Lord. Are you talking about Arthur C. Clarke's conception of satellites? The sci-fi writer?
No, I'm talking about the actual fucking satellites that in
our, well, Earth. Yeah. You can have... Okay, then listen. If you're going to have a hunk of metal falling around a ball, you'd need the Earth to be a ball first. So let's stick to that.
But the Earth is a sphere.
Your chant is noted.
But you see footage from the astronauts on the ISS, and in the background is the Earth, and it's obviously spherical. I mean, why are you arguing?
Can a lens create curvature?
I mean, sure, if they're using a fisheye, but they're not using fisheyes. Wouldn't the fucking astronauts
lenses, other wide-angle lenses other than fisheyes can also create curvature?
Man, you like sound like you think fucking COVID vaccinations will give you autism.
What?
Like that's like how stupid I think you are.
Off topic, bro. Listen, do your bootlicking somewhere else.
Yeah. Give me some of that fucking Anthony Fauci dick. I bet you vote for Donald Trump.
Oh, Willie. You're
Hi.
preaching right now. You're preaching.
Thanks.
I love you.
Thanks,
man.
He's coping.
I'm not coping. I agree with the pink dick.
Oh, that's me. It's me.
You guys are all degenerates.
How do you think the Earth's flat, bro? How? Where does the like how? How does that make sense? You think the water just floats into space?
Obviously.
Do you believe in your Cubian spawn?
Nah, seriously, where does the water go? Like, you think like the water just flows off to the edge of it and just goes into the void of nothing? Is that what happens? Yeah, think about it. Don't think too hard, please. It's a tough concept to wrap around your head.
No, every beach has a ocean, every sea a shore.
Yeah, where's the water go then?
That's the way that works, right? Water fills up in the ocean basin.
Yeah, but does the water does it stop at the edge? Like, what happens? Where does the water go?
What edge?
How do tides work?
Well, Well, hold on, if it's a flat surface, right? Then
Tides
there
are
has to
long
be an
period
edge.
waves.
Oh, also, why'd you guys mute Ehab? You muted him. I'm genuinely curious. Where does the water go then? If the Earth is flat.
You ever heard of evaporation cycle? I don't know. Just spitballing here.
That's alright. But how does it evaporate in time before it would flow off the edge of the Earth into
edge of what?
the emptiness of nothing?
Who said edge? Did anybody say edge here? Who said
Well,
edge?
if it's flat, then there'd be an edge, right?
There's
Really?
like some boundaries.
Well, are you making that claim?
I don't believe in it. I'm just going by your little hypothetical here.
No, I did. Who gave the hypothetical that it has an edge? Who did that?
Well, okay, if we're talking about the Earth being flat, then there would be an edge.
Really? Then go ahead and produce that edge for us, sir.
No, you can't. It's an issue. You can't. You can't. So that's it. It's
Well,
a sphere.
if you're asserting it, go ahead and produce it.
I'm not asserting it.
Okay, then neither are we. So what are we going to do now?
So then the Earth is sphere.
Yeah,
then?
by
So you agree
asking
with me?
about it, you are asserting it.
Hello, when he says edge, he means the walls of the container. That's because he knows he's breathing gas pressure, so he's acknowledging there is a container in place.
So what's the container then? What's this container?
Where's the edge of the container?
You're the one asking about the walls of the container, right? The edge of the container.
Yeah. I haven't seen any pictures of walls that surround the whole Earth.
So there you go. Welcome. You made it. Now that you acknowledge there is a container because you're breathing air and you're able to speak, therefore no globe.
Oh, so it's whatever I say becomes reality now. Is
No,
that what we
because you're breathing air. You know, gas pressure requires a container for the gas.
7-incher. Sorry, someone said they have a 7-inch penis, and I felt them. I should say
Sounds
that.
like they're asking for
So if I have a good 13-incher, if I have a good 13-incher, then it's real, right?
Wow.
Is that what we're saying? Anyway, why can't you just admit to the fact it's a sphere? It's so much different.
Is this a guy that really?
Who has a 13-incher?
No, that's not true. But apparently, whatever we say, we acknowledge, and acknowledging means it's reality.
This is the guy who believes the Kobe Bryant helicopter story. We saw it on TV. Moon golf,
Didn't
right?
Kobe Bryant die to a helicopter?
No, he didn't die. He actually jumped out just before he crashed.
Yeah, let's keep it focused on flat Earth, guys. These guys will detract. They'll detract as easy as all get up. So let's just stay on flat Earth.
Well, anyway, as I'm speaking now, I'm playing Doom: The Dark Ages, and it's a really good game.
Okay, you can concentrate on your game then.
Yeah,
Well, I'm doing a submission for Doom. I'm up to chapter 20.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next caller. Willie, were you good?
Willie's still on the line.
Yeah.
Even though he sounds like the other guy.
Yeah, the main thing, if you're playing a video game, do that, and then when you're engaged in the conversation, come back and be engaged in the conversation. So what, Ehab, he wants to ask another question?
Yeah, Kobe, get your head in the game.
As long as it's not the same question, dude. The same question, same answer over and over again is very dumb, repetitive, and boring. Do you have
I
a
don't know
new
if I asked this question yet.
Okay,
I have a
what is it?
question.
All right, go ahead.
Have you seen the edge?
What edge?
The edge of the Earth, because it's flat.
Well, if it's flat, how do you know there's an edge?
Brother, I don't even know what to say to you, man.
Well, okay, I know who claims an edge. The edge would be the ball. On the ball-tard, the leading physical edge of the sphere Earth is what they call the horizon. That blocks objects bottom up. Have you seen that?
No, have you?
No, I have not either.
So how do you know that it's real?
It'd be an optical effect, not physical effect. There's no leading edge of a sphere Earth.
So can I ask you what 100% evidence you have?
Hold on a second here. Hold on.
Okay.
Pump the brakes. There's also a claim about the edge of space. or the edge of the solar system? Have you seen those edges?
Well, just like what's his name, old Hoss, the big small dick Hoss said, we're in the Earth channel, not in the space channel. So we're talking about Earth.
We're talking about edges right now. We're around the edges.
Earth. Sorry.
Yeah,
just
edges.
like you told
We're
me,
talking
this
about,
isn't a
you
sun
said on the
called.
flat Earth there would be edges. Well, there's actually edges on the globe Earth. Have you seen any of these edges?
Sorry, it's my turn to talk now. So, like you said, when
your turn's over. Because you have to be able to listen to the answer. You knew this going into the conversation with me. When you ask a question, you listen to the answer. Otherwise, all I demonstrated here was complete and total hypocrisy. You will not talk about edges even when you ask about them. You're up. What do you got? What about Timmy? Oh, Timmy's okay. Let's unmute Timmy. You there, Timmy?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Okay, who wants to talk? Timmy or Willie? Or neither?
I was kind of curious about Ehab's. The question was directed to Ehab before about how do you know that the water curves? I wanted to know more about that. Like, how we see the curve for like images online. Like, you can see the curve of the ocean. I think it'd be really hard for us to observe it in person, given our current equipment. I don't think I can actually see the curve of the ocean myself. But there are images, I'd imagine, that show the curve. Like, how do you disprove current images of showing the curve? Like, I'll find one right now. There's a bunch of them on Google. Ocean curving. Like this image over here of power lines, I remember seeing this one before.
Yeah, you're asking a question, but how did you validate them? It's not about disproving them. It's about validating them. How did you validate those images to be true?
That's a good point you raise. I haven't gone about validating them. But I'm also put in a position where I have no reason to not trust these images. I guess that's a bit of giving up my critical thinking.
No, I mean, if that's what you're... Oh, go ahead, Alpha.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, if you've got an epistemology where you trust something, yeah, do that. Trust it, because sooner or later, my prediction is that you'll find a contradiction. They'll show you something that you're like, fuck. I want to trust that, but you know that's not the way it should look. And one of those good ones is the photo from the Red Bull jump, where they got like Planet New Mexico.
Oh, yeah? I can't paste images in the chat. Is that normal?
Yeah, that depends on your role.
Oh, okay. Have you guys heard about that power line image? If you search up power lines, just search up power lines and ocean curving, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, doesn't this show that the Earth does curve? There's a bunch of images of that. I don't know if they're all fake. I've never actually seen power lines lined up like that ever in my life. Lake Pontchartrain. Pontatrian.
I feel like we're flogging a dead horse here. What do you think about abortion?
Off topic. Right in our rules, nothing medical. Nothing medical related.
Duly noted.
Julie, as you have experience working with satellites, Willie is a friend of mine. He works with payloads. He creates medicine in space. And I've always been curious about this because have you guys heard of pharmaceuticals expanding into space because medicine manufactured in places with no gravity, like microgravity, have different properties compared to medicine manufactured on Earth? I have a friend who runs a company who's developing that technology to develop payloads that are sent to space. So medicine's going to be developed up there.
Sounds like snake oil salesman. Modern day snake oil salesman, bro.
Look, but does he think the Earth is flat too? Does he think it's all fake when he made that company? Like, he sends satellites up to space. I was speaking to him at an engineering conference where he was interested in hiring engineers with experience with sending payloads to space.
Yeah, he's a businessman. He wants to make the best profit he can with using the technology that he's at hand, but he's not doing it in regards to knowing that the Earth is a globe or not. He just wants to make good profit for his bottom line.
Okay, let's just think the Earth is flat, right? Like, imagine a flat Earth like a plate. You look at a plate, it obviously has a fucking boundary. If the Earth was flat, where is the boundary? Like, where is the edge of the Earth if it is a flat Earth? Or is it just, like, infinite?
How would you be able to confirm something was infinite?
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
You asked if it was infinite, and I asked how the hell would you even go about doing that?
Well, no, that's a fallacy. Because, like, as I said, if the Earth was flat,
the Earth isn't the plate; it's the whole kitchen.
Okay, but kitchen has a fucking boundary, no?
It's the neighborhood.
But it's got to stop somewhere, no?
Yeah, how would I confirm that it was infinite, though?
But you... Oh. I need to take a break.
The question for boundaries came up, and so the question for boundaries came up, and Crit actually gave the explanation. How do you know the Earth has boundaries? Like, or where you see off to the horizon, there's a leading edge of the sphere. That's an edge right there. How do you know that's an edge? You've never looked into that. So all these edges, talk about edging and talk edges and all that. Like, how do you know there's edges? You don't know that. You're just assuming in your mind that it's a ball. You don't know about the edge of space or the edge of the galaxy or any of those things, do you?
I mean, first things first, wouldn't it be important to confirm that it wasn't a ball? Isn't knowing that it's not a ball and that it's flat, isn't that enough?
Has any scientist categorically proven and the results been replicated by others that the Earth is flat? And has it been published in a peer-reviewed article?
Well, then you have the peer review crisis.
No, don't.
Is that your standard? Is that your standard there? Peer-reviewed information? Would that be your gold standard for knowing something or not knowing something? Think about it, sir.
What's the contrary? Like, what?
That you're not using your God-given. You're not using your God-given senses to detect to determine whether or not the information is valid or invalid. You're just believing some peer-reviewed source.
Doesn't exist. So
Yeah, that's great. But this still doesn't negate what I just said, does it?
It does. Like, what about the other gods?
You're not going to get us off on a tangent.
I'm not giving it. You're the one who brought it up. The fucking like God-given like stuff. There is no
just relax, all right. So you hate God. That's noted, right? So what we're talking about are your senses. Yes. But your senses, right? Okay, you're just completely diverted, haven't you?
No.
Yeah. So with your senses, how can you determine, using your senses, that the Earth is of any shape consequent if you're just looking at a peer-reviewed information? How can you determine that from a peer-reviewed information if you're not validating with your senses?
You know how peer review works?
Yeah, not very well.
You just answer the question, dude. Because you're just appealing to peer-reviewed information. You're not doing anything with your senses. You're just believing whatever somebody came up with as information. How did you test and validate that information to be true? Or are you just trusting it?
I reckon Ehab should take over. My Lebanese friend is much more in the zone because I cannot. You guys heard in my head.
No, you're actually being honest. Ehab is not. This conversation's too much for Ehab. At least it's breaking your brain.
It's not for the reasons you think. I think Ehab should be redeemed and given a third try.
I think it'd probably be his fifth try. But
I mean, he should have a red hot crack at it again. Go ahead, Ehab.
Wait, I'm unmuted. Why did I get unmuted?
Ehab's train's leaving.
Bro, that wasn't me. So as I was saying, before I got muted by, I think, Crit. Have any of you seen The Edge?
That's a decent question, man. They used to think that, like, back in the day, right? Like, they thought, like, there's an edge of the earth, right? And they called it the horizon. And people thought that they would, like, fall off the edge. Right? So that's where, like, this idea of the edge comes from. Is that it's, like, intuitive, I guess. People thought, hey, there must be an edge. So they measured to that. They claim to have measured to that edge, being the horizon. Would that be, like, a good enough edge for you, or?
Oh, so you don't believe in the edge?
The horizon? I believe in the horizon, yeah, for sure.
I like you, Tanks. You know what? You're very respectful, unlike, what's that dickhead's name? Old Hoss.
Ehab.
I like you, Tanks.
I know you're from Western Sydney, mate, but you can't go at
Hey, Old Hoss, go back to mute, please.
I learned everything I know from Old Hoss.
Yeah, I don't like Old Hoss.
Let's start over, Ehab. You're the one who brought up the edge in the first place.
Hey, I was just talking to you and what's his name? Jamesy just started attacking me for no reason.
Aye.
Anyways, Tanks, I'm talking to Tanks. Can you not interrupt, please? So, Tanks, what's the horizon? Can you explain it to me, please?
It's you go to the beach, you see the horizon, right? Like you see like this sharp line. You're like, oh, look what's out there. Here comes the sun.
So you believe it just like you believe the light you see. You mean just so space?
Horizon, like at the beach.
So like when the sun is setting, you see the horizon, like that.
Yeah. Yep. Sun is setting. Yep.
So how does that make the edge?
Yeah, you're saying what what are the parts that make the thing that we call the edge? Like what are the constituent parts of the horizon? Sky, ground, perspective.
Sky, ground. So the sky and the ground meets.
Yep. And they, in the back. Yeah, of course. Yep. Yeah, it appears to meet. The sky and the ground appear to meet, and we call that the horizon. And that's what back in the day. That's what like first came to mind for people. Like, look, what is that? What is that place? Let's go to that place. Like, how far is that place? And they tried to measure to it.
So you're
Like
telling
what?
me it does meet at some point?
Yeah, and like what happened was they were like, all right, let's go to it. They went to it, and they're like, but now there's a horizon. You know, imagine you're at the beach, and then you get on the boat, and you keep going to that place where the sky and the ground appear to meet, and then you finally, you like get there, and then you look around you 360 degrees in a circle, and now there's a horizon all around you there. Like you can't get to it.
Yeah, so that's my question. So with a spherical Earth, you can keep walking around in a circle, but with a flat Earth, what comes to the end? What's at the end of it?
Yeah, at the horizon, it's just another horizon.
But a horizon isn't like a horizon is just the sun and the floor meeting.
Like actually, or just appearing to meet?
Like that's just what it looks like from where you're standing. Like I can see a horizon in the middle of the world, but it won't be near the end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They thought that was the edge of the globe Earth. They thought the horizon was the edge of globe, right? And
so, would you think that the horizon that you're seeing is not the curvature of the Earth going down, so you can't see the rest of the land?
Yeah, provably not. Yeah, because you can zoom in, past that distance that they say is dictated by the sphere.
So you're agreeing with what I said, or no?
Which part?
Where what I just said. So the horizon, what you're seeing.
Going over curve. This was a long way around of just saying, "Hey,
no one's speaking to you."
No, I know. I'm helping. You seem confused. I'm not as old as you'd like me to be, but yeah, boats aren't going over curves. Because if you go out and watch a boat disappear at dusk, wait about 45 minutes, and then you'll see the light of that boat reappear. And then guess what? You'll see boats beyond that boat and their lights. Nothing's going over a curve.
Sorry, I'm not going to argue with you because you're very disrespectful. Tanks is very respectful, so I was happy to talk to Tanks. Can you speak in a
but you were happy to talk to him and not hear what he said. You were purposely ignoring his simple words.
No, I repeated everything.
You reworded what he said backwards, and okay, just get back to where you got confused.
Tanks, do you feel like I wasn't listening to you?
I'm not sure what's do I agree with what?
Do you feel like I wasn't listening to you when you spoke? See, he feels conflicted because he's friends with you, but he doesn't want to be.
Because when you repackaged it and asked him, is that what you're agreeing with? It wasn't what he said in the first place.
Well, I was asking. Am I not allowed to ask questions? That's why I asked.
Yeah, you were listening but not comprehending.
Sure, but that's what reassurance is for, is it not?
Then why'd you tell me to shut up?
Why are you changing the subject? Is it not reassurance?
Well, why are you denying that what you're claiming is boats go over curve? That's what it is, boiled down.
I never said anything about boats, though.
That's what you're implying.
Guys, this is a tangent. Can we please go back to talking about the flat Earth?
Yeah, can you go away, Old Hoss? Me and Tanks are talking.
Yeah, sure.
Honestly, anyone else can join in. Just Old Hoss and Gemsy can stay muted.
So what was the question you had?
So what we were saying was, can I get another flat earther to talk as well to help out No Tanks?
Gemsy is very nice, so I'll talk to him.
Dude, stop micromanaging the forum and just have a conversation. If you keep micromanaging, I'm gonna mute you myself. So just have a conversation. Oh yeah. I will mute you and anybody else who jumps in, and you guys can sit on mute and then just do text. We'll talk to the people who just want to have a conversation. How about that? Let's play that game.
I'm just asking.
Dude, shut your mouth about micromanaging and just get to the conversation. Stop bloviating. This is not an option.
Old Hoss, you can talk. I'm sorry, Old Hoss. Old Hoss.
No, I was.
Shut up, dude. Now we're going to somebody else. Anyone else besides Ehab can speak. How about that? You've lost privilege to speak in this channel for a moment. So anybody else can have the conversation. Don't micromanage the forum, guys. Just have a conversation. That's all.
It sounds like you're micromanaging Ehab right now.
Shut up, or else you'll be next. Just have a conversation about flat Earth, globe Earth, and that's it.
But Ehab was. I feel like you're restricting.
All right, now shut Willie up.
He's gone. So how about anybody else? And gone by muted. So they're just sitting here on mute. Just have a conversation. All right? Do that. No, sorry doesn't cut it. You're going to sit on mute for a little bit. It's time out for you like a child. Act like adults, get treated like adults. Act like children, get treated like children. Pretty simple. Anybody else can have the conversation. If not, guys, go ahead and continue.
All right, I've got a question. So, when the sun sets, where does it go?
I'm busy at work, gentlemen, so if anybody wants to answer that question, please.
Well, when it's dark in New York, the sun's still up in California. Just goes somewhere else. It's always above someone. It's always above someone, isn't it? Coming and going.
Yeah, okay, but where is it going?
Somewhere else.
Where's somewhere else?
Look, I'll reword his question, right? So, how does the sun rotate on a flat Earth to another location?
You agree that the sun sets, right?
Are you guys forgetting that you guys need the Earth to be spinning to create night and day? So why don't you substantiate that in the first place?
Okay, we're talking about flat Earth here, yeah? I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, and I've answered it 6 times. The sun goes somewhere else.
So the sun just moves around on the flat Earth, like on top of it.
No, yeah, above it.
How does that make sense?
The sun's always above someone, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. That tells me everything. Thanks, mate.
Well, then, can you explain how the movement of the sun works to get to that somewhere else on a flat Earth?
It seems to be some sort of pro bono arrangement. Again, that's like a reversal of burden of proof. When you're the one that's telling us that night and day happens because Earth spins. Earth is a ball and Earth is spinning, therefore this 93 million mile distant star seems like it's going across our sky. So why don't you guys get to that? Check that story out.
Okay, so if the
you guys want all the mysteries of everything unveiled to you, you guys want omniscience, yet you won't check out the story that has you duped.
I've got one more question. If you're saying that the sun moves around, yeah, so why do some countries have like a 24 hour day cycle? The sun is out 24 hours a day for some seasons. Can you explain that?
Yeah, no idea. I mean, that has nothing. Again, you're skipping over the whole Earth being ball in the first place.
I'm talking about the Earth being flat. You tell me. You're the one that.
Yeah, well, pointing to the sky and telling stories is what keeps people lost in this whole thing.
You're not answering my question.
Again, I said I don't know. I'm not omniscient.
Cool.
What do you think about it?
Nice.
It's really silent in here. What happened to Manu? Manu, the guy who was talking about the firmament. Because the firmament is something I've heard about before, in biblical stories. So I'm kind of curious about that.
Operation Fishbowl, bruh.
Noway said he's silent. Hello?
Yeah, you were getting somewhere with Ehab, No Tanks. I'm sorry for butting in, but he started playing stupid, or he started reversing your words and trying to get you to agree. I don't know. Hopefully he'll return.
Guys,
Yeah,
thank
no
you for
worries.
unmuting me.
I was busy, so you didn't butt in at all.
Wait, guys, can I ask a genuine question?
Hold on, Ehab's back. He's gonna. Go ahead. It's sad you have to preface it with I'm gonna ask a genuine question now, but go on, Kobe.
Well, because I don't want you guys to get offended and skip around the question. So I want a straight
offend me
answer.
if you tried. Yeah, you couldn't offend me if there were. You couldn't offend me if you tried.
Okay.
Unmuted now.
Ehab.
Sorry.
You're cooking Ehab. So how can you explain what happens in Norway then? If that's not treading on the toes of this theory.
No, explain to me why Norway seems to be only to make. They have the greatest chess player of all time, and then a bunch of.
They do have a very good chess player. Yes.
And then a bunch of noobs. I know there's a couple other guys. Explain that.
Well, okay. So in Norway, the sun is obviously visible for the whole day. So they call it I think it's like a midnight sun. It's like where there's no night, pretty much, right? So that would actually so if Norway was like the whole world, where it's just sun 24/7, then I feel the flat Earth would make sense, because then it's either the sun's facing. Because remember, the sun, we orbit around the sun, not the other way around. So it makes sense if, like for Norway, if the sun's always if the Earth is always facing the sun, then cool, Norway's always lit up. But how do you explain like other countries that would be nighttime, and like in Australia here, for example, it'd be nighttime, but over there it'd be sunny. Wouldn't it either be all sunny across the whole Earth or all nighttime for the rest of the Earth? Wouldn't it be one or the other? Does that make sense? I don't have an answer, guys. What's happening?
I wish I could help you out right now. I really don't have the time to help you out at the moment. I mean, you have this idea. I mean, generally, you have this idea that the Earth spins and 50% of it is lit up at any time. So, I mean, that's a claim, you know. So, if I can show it to be the case that more or less.
Where do you live now? What country do you live in?
Not Norway.
Not Norway. What country are you in right now?
I'm in America.
America. Is it sunny over there?
It's sunny.
Well, it's nighttime here in Australia.
Yeah, you want to know how day and night works. So you have this idea that the Earth is this tiny little dot. The sun is super far away and huge, so it'll light up 50% of the Earth at all given times due to the Earth's rotation and tilt. But that rotation and tilt of the Earth is just a measurement of an angle to the sun. So the tilt would just be the elevation angle to the sun, and then the the tilt would be the seasons and the elevation angle to the sun, and I don't remember what the other part I said was. But yeah, you have this idea that it's really far away and big and lights up half of the Earth. So if I can show that less than or more than half of the Earth is lit up by the sun at any given time, that would falsify the claim, no?
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, there's nothing showing that it's false.
If I could show it, though, then you'd be on board.
So we're saying ifs, but what we have available now, and I'd say maybe with a bit of common sense, then you'd know that it can't be false. Unless proven otherwise.
Yeah, there's other ways to show it.
Has it been proven?
Yeah, I could do just that one.
Well, okay, right, but there's nothing proving it's false. There's actually more evidence showing that flat Earth is false, and everything's been in favor of there being a round Earth.
Yeah, I mean, listen, flat Earth can't be false, because to get your globe, you're going to have to take straight line elevation angles from the horizon to the sun to get that assertion of a globe. So you're going to need flat Earth for that.
So what do you mean by that?
Well, like I said, like the tilt, the location of the sun that you're saying, well, it's here. That's going to be derived from an elevation angle from the horizon to the sun to say that it is, 10 degrees or 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 40 degrees in the sky. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I can just show you if I could show you that, more or less than 50% of the Earth was lit, then that would do it, though, right? In your mind.
Well, they do show it. It's not an if, like it is a thing. But why are we so for your theory of the flat Earth, why are you so keen on believing in this theory when it's all ifs and maybes, when we have certain evidence that the Earth is round? Like why go out of your way to think the Earth is flat?
It's just for you. Like, I mean, for your what you would require. So you were saying, you were saying that Well, if it's dark here, it's light here. It makes sense because we're on a ball and 50% would be lit up. So for you to understand
Wait,
that,
wait, hold up. So sorry to cut you off, bro. Sorry to cut you off, bro. But I don't think even with flat or round Earth theory, I don't think 50% of the Earth is light and dark at a singular time.
Yeah, it's not. It's like
it wouldn't be exactly 50%, so I don't think that argument is very valid.
Oh, actually, you were saying before you were mentioning before that if you could measure the distance from the horizon to the sun on different parts of the Earth, it should be different lengths technically, right? So if we bring up Norway again, Norway is right in the epicenter where it's facing the sun. No matter where the Earth is rotating, that's why it's always daytime there. But you have other countries where it's nighttime. So if we're looking at Norway as a premise, where technically Norway is the shortest distance from the sun to the tip of the Earth, then that would prove that all the other countries that are dark would mean that they're further away, or they're on like a spherical, some sort of sphere, right? For it to be casting a shadow to get nighttime, right? Does that make sense?
Changing up. You have this idea that the Earth is a sphere, and because of that, like Eratosthenes type of style, you got the sun at one location, and you got these shadows cast at another location because of the parallel sun rays. Right? They're parallel. They're straight because the Earth is curved. So that being the case, if they're parallel sun rays, they can only light up half of the Earth.
So are you reaffirming what I'm saying?
Yeah, it sounds like we're trying to like move the goalposts. I don't know why, but that would be it. That would be the falsifier.
Yeah. So I'm just curious. And then why? Was that Ehab?
No. Who's that?
Who's talking? Go speak, talker, man.
I have a question, right? So in Australia, I'm from Australia, guys. In Australia, you can see the moon. It's upside down. If you take a photo of it, it's upside down.
Hold on, real quick. Who was the guy who wanted to see more than 50% of what is claimed to be the known Earth lit up? I'll tell you.
Me.
How come it's allowed for you to cut me off, but I can't cut you off? Sounds a bit biased around here, lads.
All right, well, now you can. Now that I got his name, so I could tag him in the chat with the video.
I feel.
Watch out.
Off you go. Off you go.
Is there a chat?
My train of thought. I'm a bit slow, guys.
Oh, there is a chat. Oh, look at that.
Can you hurry up and tell us about the upside down moon?
What?
What are you talking about with the upside down moon?
Are you a flat earther? I am not.
My cock's flat.
So you're
Is
not a flat
anyone
earther?
in here queers for Palestine?
Wait, why are we talking about queers for Palestine now?
The car has arrived.
Guys, can we please go back to the top? Can we please go back to the moon topic? Can you please tell me more about the moon?
So the moon, what I was saying was the moon in
This
Australia.
isn't the lunatic chat. This is Earth.
Ooh.
Not lunacy.
Right. Hey, when your friend, what's his name, Crit?
Taco, listen, stay on topic. What does the moon have to do with the Earth?
When Crit was talking about space, I said this isn't the Space Corps. He muted me, right? Did he not?
Taco, go ahead and link the Earth to the moon.
So what I was saying was, the Earth is upside down in Australia, is it not? Because we're at the bottom.
No, the Earth is not upside down.
I said the moon.
The orientation of the moon, yes.
Yes. So that proves it's round. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Wow, you got us.
Talker, man, you were.
Oh.
That was genius.
I'm not...
You got him.
No, for real though. The lunar eclipse. You know what a lunar eclipse, right? Or do you want me to explain it for you?
Please explain it to me.
Oh, you don't know what that is? I don't think I should be taking advice from you, man.
I haven't given any advice.
I mean, you believe in the flat Earth. That's your advice, is it not?
When did I say that?
Well, you just said us. When you said you got us, that implies that you're part of them.
Aren't you meant to
that
be
was me.
Australian?
That was me. I said that. That was me. Sorry.
That was not
What
you,
he
bro.
said about the moon. What he said about the moon being upside down. If you're in your room, right, and you draw a 6 on the ceiling, you're in one side of the room. It's a 6, right? Now you go to the other side of the room and you look back to the 6. Now it looks like what? Like a 9, right? Does that mean that you're upside down now?
Well, that's what being in a round Earth is, right? So because we're at the bottom, we're
So
upside
your
down. You see
room is
upside
a
down.
round room because the 6 looks like a 9?
What? You're not making
You said that
sense,
the moon
Jonesy.
looks upside down, looks different.
Yes.
Wait, you know the moon has the same shape no matter where you look at it?
Wait,
Pretty
wait,
sure.
but we're not. But the moon is moving. We're not moving in the room. The moon is moving.
Exactly.
Exactly. The
So
moon
the
is
moon always has
moving.
the moon's face is always showing it's always showing the same face.
If you'd like to believe Google,
You
can
wanted your
Google it, or
friend
you
to
can
speak, but
compare
you're
two
kind of like
photos.
over speaking now.
You can compare two photos, one from Australia, one from America, or wherever you went from the top. It is different. We see it differently because we see the bottom half. They see the top half. It's not upside down, but you see different
Stop
things.
the cat.
I mean, you can test it yourself. I mean, if you really care, or if you can just believe in the Earth for no reason, you're flat Earth for no
No,
reason.
Takaman, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
You're talking to me?
Yeah, don't ask me why. You're just wrong.
Brother,
Don't
we're
ask
on
me
the
why
same
though.
team.
Okay, so I just
Oh,
want
shit, my bad. Sorry, my bad.
hold on. So I just did a quick Google search. Okay.
I'm not. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm sorry.
Kobe, I see why you were muted. Shut up, Kobe.
Please don't interrupt me again. Is that okay?
I'm joking. Sorry.
Kobe, shut your mouth, bro. Okay, so I did a quick Google search because Google was free and we have access to that facility, right? And I found that the first thing was a Reddit post, which is the guy who took a photo of the moon from North America and from Australia during the nighttime. Correct? They look quite similar to me.
Brother, I don't know if you're fried or not, but you're comparing on Reddit.
A photo's a photo, bro.
Brother, you can take a photo of your asshole and say it's the moon on Reddit.
Let me ask you a question. Where else am I going to find people that took photos of the moon?
Maybe you do it
Do you
yourself.
have a photo?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, send me a photo of Australia and American moon.
You're asking about my moon. That's pretty private, bro.
Listen, if you're going to troll, at least make it a good troll.
You're the one that sounds like you're trolling. You said you Googled it, but you found nothing.
I never said I found nothing. I said I found a picture of birds and they look the same. Listen, are you going to keep
Brother,
trolling?
Google and Reddit are not the same thing.
What? A photo is a photo. Are you telling me it's a fake photo?
Anyways, that's for another time. But I've got a different thing. You've got a
So
lunar
you're going to
eclipse.
concede that you're retarded? Hold on, you have to concede.
That's not
Say,
nice.
my name's Tuckerman, I'm stupid, before we proceed.
Whoa, why? Well, what's with flat earthers and jacking off to people being wrong?
Okay, so you admit you are wrong. Okay, what's your next question?
I didn't admit I was wrong. You just think I am.
Well, you said when they're wrong. What's your next question?
I said admit. You sound Arab. Is that why you're retarded?
Listen, Tucker, you have to be consistent with the way you speak and the things you say.
Anyways, so you know what a lunar eclipse, right? Is right?
No, what's that?
Fuck, bro. Can I talk to someone else, please?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, how can I help you? What do you need?
New guy. What's up?
Hey, you're
You know what a
talking to
lunar eclipse is?
Taco. Shape up or ship out, Taco.
Listen, you're just
sorry,
lucky I'm the only one willing to engage with a dishonest retard like you.
Whoa. That's a lot of insults for no reason, mate.
Which part was the
He's not
insult? The
telling you
dishonest or the
insulting anyone
retard?
yet. What?
What you say, Cole?
Let him make his claim about lunar eclipses. He's on the
no one's
path
letting me
of
speak.
lunacy. Let him keep going.
What's lunacy, guys?
It's your fixation with the moon.
Old Hoss, good man. I'd like to talk to you, Old Hoss.
Yeah, but you're not going to want to talk about lunar eclipses once Selenilian eclipses start into the fold. Those two are lunar eclipses.
What?
Well, the reason why you bring up lunar eclipses is going to fall apart when one of your lunar eclipses gets brought up. What? Huh? That's why I'm saying it's lunacy. If you're so sure that we're on a ball, why don't you stick to the ball and not pointing to the sky and telling stories? That's how everyone got so lost in the first place.
So you're basically just telling me you don't know what a lunar eclipse is.
I don't think I said that, did I?
Because
I'm the one who brought up a specific type of lunar eclipse, and you go, huh?
there's no
All I'm
types. There's either a
saying to
lunar
you
or a
is
solar.
you're lost in this outer space fairy tale because you keep pointing to the sky and telling yourself stories, bro.
So what can you see right now? Can you see the Earth? Have you seen the flat Earth? You haven't, have you?
Yes. I see everything around
I
me.
live on the Earth.
All right. So what do you see? What's flat about it? You see the horizon? Is that what it is?
Well, I'm actually looking at some mountains right now, but
Okay. So let's say I'm in the middle of the Earth, of the flat Earth, I should say. I'm in the direct middle of it. So we'll just say Africa. Would you say? What do you mean?
How about we do this in a simple manner? Hold on, let's just take a couple steps back and do this in a simple manner, right?
Hey, why don't you let me make my
What
point?
we're gonna do? We're gonna play a simple game of what's what. Okay? Have you seen a curve?
Can I finish what I was saying now?
No, we're gonna skip your part of we're in Africa. Have you seen a curve?
Actually, I feel like we're gonna skip yours now. So, anyways, so let's say
have
we're
you
just
seen
in
a
Africa
curve?
on a beach. We're on a beach.
No,
And the sun
have you
is
seen a
setting.
curve?
The sun is setting, and you see a horizon. Correct?
No, I don't engage in hypotheticals, mate.
Correct or not?
No, I don't engage in hypotheticals.
So I don't engage with.
I haven't seen a curve. I haven't seen a curve.
So, anyways,
yeah,
what was I saying?
the horizon's there when it's noon as well.
Yeah, sure. Okay, there's always a horizon, but you can see it more in the sunset.
The horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude.
Yeah, I know. I did not make a point yet. I'm just saying, you see it, right?
Nah, I don't engage in hypotheticals.
How is that a hypothetical?
Yes, you see
haven't
where the
listened yet.
sky appears to meet the ground. Yes.
Yes. So you see how you cannot see anything past that, and if a boat continues to go through that whole thing,
Well, no,
it will
that's
disappear.
just not true, Taco Man.
How's that not true?
Well, go hang out at the beach at dusk. You'll see a boat disappear into the horizon, and then 45 minutes later, you'll see its light right there looking at you. And guess what? There's also boats beyond that boat with different lights lighting up. They're all there on the plane.
I'm talking about the ones really far away, not the ones close to you.
Yeah, dude. Well, how bad are you trying to flat smack yourself here?
What does flat smack means, mate?
Well, because if you're seeing boats very far away, that's not great evidence for ball Earth.
Okay, but
because a
let's forget about the
6 foot observer, a 6 foot observer at the shoreline would a boat must disappear at about 3 miles. You can see boats way beyond that.
I agree
okay,
with you,
welcome to Flat Earth.
Can I continue what I was saying now? That's not the point. So you see nothing.
Well, can you acknowledge that you're flat smacking yourself by talking about boats way off in the distance?
Can you stop talking over me, please? I'm trying to speak. I never spoke over you.
Well, don't try. Do.
Thank you. So you agree that water is leveled out no matter what. There can't be an uneven surface of water.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So you believe it's leveled out?
No shit.
So why can't you see the mountains on the other side?
Now you want to see forever, huh?
Why can't you though? What if you got a telescope? Why can't you?
Well, because the air over when you're looking horizontally over the plane, it's not transparent. It becomes opaque. There's going to be a storm somewhere. There's dust in the.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
what if you're looking?
If you stand in the thick fog, you can barely see your hand in front of your face.
Why was it? Why would
there's going to be fog somewhere.
Or what if you go to somewhere without?
Taco Man, there's a limitation to every optical device, including your eye. There are limitations.
Okay, so
these things. You need to look up the Rayleigh criteria.
Have you used a telescope? It goes further than your eyes, like a lot.
It doesn't matter what you use. There's a limitation. You're looking.
Of course, there's a limitation. There's a limitation for everything. But have you used a telescope? There's no
see further on a clear day and less on a foggy day.
One at a time, please, ladies.
Well, dude, you're acknowledging the limitations, so why are you asking why you can't see Mount Everest?
What am I acknowledging, sorry?
The limitations, even with lenses.
Limitations of lenses, yes.
Of
Because
sight, yeah. You're saying
said,
why
of
can't I
course,
see
there's
the mountains
limitations.
that are 10,000 miles away?
I said, of
Can I
course,
say
there's
something?
limitations. It doesn't mean it's not that far. It's pretty far. If you look through a telescope, you know how far the moon is, don't you? It's a lot further than looking at a mountain from the other side of the sea.
Yeah, besides of how far away you think the moon is, looking up is different than looking over the surface.
But did you guys know, by the way,
completely not.
did you guys know that if you stand on top of the Burj Khalifa, you can actually see further than if you were at the ground level? And do you know why?
Wow, really?
No. It's because no, because it proves that the Earth is curved and not flat. Because theoretically, you'd be able to see the same amount of level from the ground or from the top of the building, because it's all one level.
No.
Yes.
No. Why do race car races? Why did they put spotters up at the top of the stadium if you can see the same from the ground?
Can you not?
Well, you can't compare a racetrack. You can't compare a racetrack which is like at least like 5 kilometers long to a whole.
They still have to climb up the stadium.
Huh?
Even at that small scale, they still have to climb up to the top of the stadium.
Well, from a small scale, it's obviously the Earth is going to look flat if you're looking in that little area. How are you gonna, like, the Earth is millions of miles long? How are you gonna compare a small, tiny little snippet of the Earth?
Miles long, huh?
I'm too tired. Shut your mouth. I've been listening to that. What you just laughed at is how I'm reacting to you this whole time. I've made one little mistake. All right, calm down. All right, leave it in your pants.
How many millions of miles is the Earth, little mistake, man?
Bro, no one wants to talk to you, retard.
Oh, that's not nice.
Oh, now it's not nice.
Can you tell me how many million miles the Earth is again?
Can you tell me your fucking BMI? You sound obese.
Yeah, it's 28. I'm pretty fat.
How much do you bench?
I bench 170 kilograms.
That's lies.
Is that like
you mean pounds, right?
I live in Sydney. Anyone can come to my gym. I go to World Gym Marconi.
But I'll spit on you.
That's not nice.
Anyways,
I live in Western Sydney. I go to World Gym Marconi.
Anyone here know anyone that's a flat earther know what a lunar eclipse is?
No. Thank you for unmuting me. Please answer this question. Why can you see different constellations in the northern and southern hemispheres at the same time?
Well, Willie, I'm gonna marry you. Straight out. I'm actually gonna marry you.
Yeah, I answered that in the chat. Dude, I answered that in the chat.
But that was such a good question.
Right. Keep it together, fellas.
No,
I can't. That's such a good question.
This isn't a speed dating forum.
Kobe, that is uncalled for. Keep it together. Now.
You liked it,
please.
You like that.
Shut the fuck up. I want to hear it.
Willie. I answered you in the chat. I said, well, if you were in a big warehouse, same reason why as you walk around, you'd see different lights in the ceiling. You'd see a Mylar balloon from last week's birthday party. You might see a bird nesting in some other area of the warehouse. You see different stuff in the sky. Why are you guys obsessed with looking into the sky to figure out what you live on? What's going on here?
If we're on
I think it's the only way you can look up the sky. Like we can't really observe much besides looking at the sky and to prove it's a globe. I think we got to obsess over the fact that we have to obsess over the sky. You know what I mean? Like we got to obsess over constellations.
Yeah, to remain lost in the globe delusion. Yes, you have to point up and tell each other stories.
I'm just curious. Like that was a good point. Willie mentioned the constellations appear differently depending on where you are on this Earth. In the southern hemisphere, for example, the Orion constellation, it appears upside down compared to the northern hemisphere, where the Orion constellation appears upway, where you get the classic warrior, like Orion warrior sort of figure. But upside down, it doesn't look like a warrior. It looks weird.
Yeah, hold on. The constellations will move like a record over your head over a period of hours.
Like move in what direction?
Backyard. Have you guys not watched
they move?
It does move, but it doesn't
you'll see the Orion's belt. You'll see your Orion guy and his belt. You'll see it go across the sky over a period of hours. No?
But where does it go?
No, you're right. But why does it appear upside down for us compared to upway in the north?
Gentlemen, all these questions about the constellations aren't going to help you know if the Earth is of any geometric consequence. You have to actually direct your attention back to the Earth. Talking about the stars and what they're doing is not going to give you any indication of what the Earth is. So you have to make that very clear, very plain. So can you guys get the conversation back to the ground where you're identifying whether or not the surface is curving or not? Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Can someone repeat?
No.
This isn't the Iran's Belt Enthusiasm channel.
If you're not paying attention and you're going to interrupt with that constellation conversation again, we're just going to go right back to holding people accountable to the ground. So talk about the ground, not the sky.
But we can only observe the sky.
Yeah, so then that means you have no evidence that the Earth is curving then. Yeah?
AV, I have a
Does that
question.
make sense?
Why does
Okay, we may not be able to prove the Earth is curving, but we can prove at least the flat model doesn't work well.
Thank you for that concession. You're the brave soul who gave me a concession when the other gentleman didn't. Thank you.
I'll give that concession when it comes to observing the sky. We can't exactly tell the Earth is
Okay.
AV, I have a question.
curved exactly.
Let's forget about the sky for a second.
But if you look at the constellations,
try telling the other guys that.
Cole, please.
I don't exactly fully side with flat Earth, but I need an explanation for why constellations appear differently on the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere on a globe idea. Now, how can we transition this to a flat Earth?
I thought you were going to stay grounded, bro.
We are going to stay grounded, but we have to explain this phenomenon.
No, I explained it to you. I said I explained it to Willie. If you're in a giant warehouse and you walk around the warehouse, you're going to see different lights in the ceiling.
But it's the same light, bro. Just different positioning, and the lights move.
You'll lose track of constellations as you go other places.
Why am I moving and not the warehouse moving around me?
Why are you asking that question? You're assuming that you're moving, thinking that you live on an Earth that's moving. So you haven't provided evidence that the Earth is moving, just that you're assuming that it is. So you have to remember, everything's drawn up from an assumption. You haven't provided evidence that you validated is. That's the important part of this whole conversation.
Sorry, can you please mute
I can't validate shit, man. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Thank you.
Like, I don't have tools, bro. I don't have a life with thousands of hours to spare into researching this shit.
Oh,
guys, I have a question.
Well, you can if you wanted to. That's all we're saying. You can if you wanted to.
Guys, I have a question, please.
Time is on your side.
Yeah, let's hear your question, sir.
But it's about the lunar eclipse. Am I allowed to speak of that?
Here we go.
Is that forbidden?
Yeah, but once again, what is that going to help you decide whether or not the Earth is?
I'll tell you why. Because
go ahead.
What we believe the lunar eclipse is the sun being on the left or the front, the Earth in the middle, and the moon behind you, right?
Okay, explain the Selenilian eclipse.
I understand what you mean, but the assumption is that the Earth is already a globe, yes, and that the moon and the sun are globes, yes.
But the thing is,
is there an assumption that these? Sir, I know about syzygy, but I want you to identify. Are you saying that the Earth is already a globe in this assumption?
No, I'm just saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
So the Earth is not a globe in the vacuum of space in this assumption.
No, but okay, but
yeah, you're in denial of what you're assuming. You're trying to tell us that an eclipse can only be a shadow of Earth.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out if you're starting off. Hold on a second. We're starting off with the premise that the Earth is already a globe, occulting the sunlight to give a lunar eclipse. Is this what we're saying, sir?
Okay, take it slow and let me finish first, and then you can say what you need to say.
I need you to give confirmation if this is what you're saying, yes or no.
No idea what you're saying because
the confirmation, sir. The confirmation would be that you already assume the Earth is a globe, occulting the sunlight, causing the lunar eclipse. Is this true?
No, what I said was we believe. This is what we believe. So I'm not saying it's a flat
Yes.
Earth
So
either.
you believe, right? You believe that the sun's a globe occulting the sunlight, causing a lunar eclipse. Yes or no?
Thank you for sharing your belief system.
So have
Yes
you
or
witnessed
no?
a lunar eclipse? Have you witnessed
Yes
one?
or no, sir? Yes or no? Answer the question, or else you're going to sit on mute
what's
and
your
let
question,
somebody else
sorry?
champion the point.
What's your question?
Is the Earth already a globe to be assumed that it's occulting the sunlight, causing the lunar eclipse?
No,
Yes or
no.
So it's not already a globe. So then what
No,
is it if it's not that? Because the globe paradigm
if you let me finish,
explains
you'll
that
know.
Sir, then you need to start from the beginning. What is the Earth?
Oh, you want me to start from the beginning now? I remember when I was talking, you told me to not speak over people. But you guys are both speaking over me. You guys are both speaking over me. Let me finish my point.
Of what you're
You guys are
assuming.
hypocrites. You guys are hypocrites. You're the denial. You're in denial. You old fucking hoss red.
All right, Taco.
Yeah, he got a little spicy.
Tuesday.
That taco got a little spicy. So what we're gonna do is let him on mute for 1 minute. We'll do 1 or 2 minutes, and then after he cools down, we'll ask him if the paradigm of the Earth being a globe and the idea of a lunar eclipse is what he thinks it is. We have to ask him that. If he's not giving us that, then we can't go with his analogy of an eclipse. We can't do that. He's got to tell us if it's a globe in that analogy.
Devil's advocate.
Yeah, you trying to
I don't know Taco Man
Go
before.
ahead and go ahead.
Being
speaker.
devil's advocate, no, I have nothing to add to the conversation, but being devil's advocate for a second, because I don't know Taco Man from the next.
We're not playing advocates for devils here. Please champion your own point. If you're not going to side with his point, then go ahead and start your own point, Willie. I'm going to unmute you. Please start your own point. Don't side with his. His point was his point, not yours.
My point was that you were both speaking over him.
Don't micromanage my forum, sir. Do not micromanage my forum. All you can do is ask your questions, get some answers, have a rebuttal, back and forth. That's all.
Guys, I'm not here to argue. I just want an answer. How would gravity work on a flat Earth if everything?
What is gravity? What is gravity, sir? What is gravity, sir?
Yeah, what workings do you speak of?
Muddy, what is gravity?
Well, the most simple way to put it is a force that pulls objects towards each other. And in the case of Earth, how would it work on a flat Earth or a spinning Earth?
Okay, hold on a second. Wait a second. Just a second. How did you validate that's what it is?
Oh, look, man. To put it in the most simple way is what I'm taught at school, my friend.
Okay, so dude, hold on 1 second though. You said the Earth, you said objects pulling towards one another. So if the Earth were flat, insert gravity into that.
Well, that's the thing.
Why does that all of a sudden disqualify it from pulling something?
First of all, you're assuming that I was.
Muddy, I heard you. I heard you say that before Haas came in. You said you learned it at school. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so what is the working knowledge you have of a gravitational explanation from school, please?
That's the thing, right? I'm here to. I said I was asking a question. I want an explanation.
Yes, but you have a basis, right? You have a premise. The premise is you have an idea of what gravity is.
I have the slightest idea of what gravity is. What I was asking is, how would you guys? Like, I want your opinion. How would you guys?
Yeah, but you can't get our take. You can't get our take unless you have some working knowledge of what it is. If you do not have a working knowledge of what it is, sir, stop interrupting me, please. All we're asking for is if you have a clear, sir. All we want to know is if you have a clear understanding of what gravity is, and then we can proceed.
No, I already said the most simple way that I could put gravity is invisible forces pulling things to the center of either a spinning Earth or a flat Earth.
Okay, so how did you validate that, sir?
Oh, look, man. You guys already disapproved of Google and literature, like
sir, please don't divert. I'm asking a clear question. Just give me a clear answer. Tell me the truth.
I answered you.
Honest truth. How did you know? How did you
that's
validate
the thing. I just answered it. Just simple things that I just Google or find in peer-reviewed literature.
Yes, peer-reviewed literature, but how did they validate it?
Oh, that's the thing. That's what I'm also asking. It's part of the question.
Okay, so you don't know how gravity. So you don't know how it's been validated, yet you're giving me an explanation that it's pulling to the center of things. Do you see the problem here, sir? You don't know how gravity was actually proven by science, Yeah, you're telling me science is giving you an explanation. That's a problem, sir. You can't.
Well, I stated the definition of gravity. I didn't claim that I knew how gravity works.
That means that in the case of the Earth being a globe, you don't know if gravity is affecting anything in physics. You wouldn't be able to tell me because you don't know how it's been validated.
You're assuming that I said the Earth was a globe. I said in either case, I want to hear from both sides how gravity would work in a spinning Earth, a globe, and a flat Earth in comparison.
Well, okay. So specific gravity would be the case of what we see, the phenomena of objects falling. Now we can measure and test that through the medium of air, but that would be specific to buoyancy and density. So it would be completely about what you see in interaction with an object and medium specifically. So an object inside of a medium will react differently to a different medium or specifically to a certain medium depending on what medium it's in. So like, for example, you have a beach ball. You can drop a beach ball in the medium of air. However, if you submerge that beach ball in water, it becomes very buoyant. It rises to the top of the surface of water. So if gravity doesn't hold it, what it is an interaction between object and medium. So thereby displaying that it is not this idea of a gravitational force pulling things to the center, but rather something to deal with an interaction between medium and object.
Can I ask something?
Hold on, let Muddy see if he gets got a response and you can ask your question.
Oh no, like look, once again, I wasn't here to debate you. I just wanted an answer of what you would think, and I got the answer.
What do you think about that, sir?
Well, I think I don't really have the biggest of opinions on it. I think that your point could stand, and I think someone else's point could also stand if they were able to prove it. I don't really have anything to say about it. Honestly.
Gravity is in the formula for buoyancy.
Yeah, so what?
So how
Anybody else
can
have a
you
question?
buoyancy and not believe in gravity?
Rob, take a knee. Anybody else have a question? No? No more questions? I think there was another speaker that wanted to come in.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, sorry. I had a question before. Sorry, I was messaging. So I just wanted to say, adding on to what Moody was saying. So my general conception of gravity is it works because the Earth is spinning really fast, creates a pull to the epicenter of the Earth, which is why no matter which area or where you're standing on the Earth, you're always getting pushed down. That's how gravity works. So if theoretically the flat, how have I validated it? Well, I'm pretty sure there was a man named Isaac Newton who dropped an apple. Well, they have formulas for it.
Well, you can need a curvature measurement if you think it's gravity's pulling inward.
Sorry, you need a curvature measurement.
Yeah, if you think that the Earth is spinning like a ball, and the gravity somehow dependent on that, why don't you just measure the Earth and show us the curvature?
Wait, they have measured the Earth.
Oh, really? Okay. Where?
Well, we can go Google Earth if you want.
Kilometers radius.
Excuse me?
We can go to Google Earth.
How's that a measurement?
Well, because it's there and it's been satellite imagery, so it doesn't show it's
satellite
flat.
Imagery? So how is Google Earth made?
Wait, why are you laughing at me? Because I haven't shown any
based on measurements.
Because I don't think this guy knows what a measurement is.
So you mean measure from one point, from one point of the Earth to the other?
Yeah, like
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like drop over distance, like a survey.
Yeah, well, big man talking.
So what are you asking? Are you asking if they've measured the actual circumference of the Earth?
No, just the curvature. Like, not the whole thing, just a sufficient sample size to know that it's doing what you think it is.
Okay, there was a study actually that I studied in high school, so who knows, might be biased here, and this might be biased to a theory here, but they actually put a light through 2 points of a little tower with a hole in the middle. They'll separate it quite a bit.
Erato's thinness?
No clue. It's a study, and listen, I know it's legit because I had to do it for a whole semester. So yeah, don't even ask me about the name, but I remember visually. So in that study, they pointed a light through a hole, and if the Earth was flat, then you wouldn't have to move either height of both of the towers with a hole in it, because the light theoretically would just shine through the whole thing on a straight axis. But that wasn't the case. They had to move it because obviously of the curvature, it'd be lower, so they had to actually raise one side of the towers so that you could see the light from the other side. And look, I'm pretty sure
you realize every point of diffraction creates effectively a new light source. That's Huygens' principle.
Well, what's it refracting through?
Well, it's diffracting through a hole. So the hole becomes a new wavefront, and from there, new wavelets are produced, which go outward from the hole.
I'm pretty sure if you did that with a laser as well, like I'm sure it'd be the same thing.
That'd be a completely different claim. And if you have a demonstration of that, that'd be interesting.
1 sec.
Look, can I say something?
No.
No.
Yeah, one speaker at a time. You gotta allow the guy to finish up his point, and then you can jump in afterwards.
But assuming that there's evidence out there, which I'm sure there is, that would still so how would gravity work on a flat Earth? Ideally, it'd have to spin. And look, you can't deny that spinning is essential to gravity because that's how gravity is formed. That's how gravity is created. Earth has to spin, create a downward force to the Earth.
Get to a new point without looking for a laser being performed in this experiment.
What is it? No. This is the laser experiment is something else. I'm talking about gravity.
He's reading ChatGPT in real time and trying to make it as if it's his real voice. Well, you're way off topic from what you were just talking about.
How's this very loud. You really mute him. Mute him.
Kobe the fuck out of here.
What a loser.
Why? I'm actually asking a question. What the hell?
Your phone rang and it started playing some 80s.
That wasn't me. That was Willie.
That was Willie. He's muted now.
Why are you saying a flat Earth would require spinning Earth gravity?
No, I'm saying no. I'm not saying it would require. How would it work? How would gravity work on a flat Earth? So the laser experiment is something else. That's me saying that there's a curvature on the Earth. I'm talking. Don't worry about that. I'm talking about if there's gravity. So in this world that we're currently on,
define gravity.
This is really fast. Huh?
Define gravity.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So when I jump, I get pulled back down to the ground. That's gravity.
Why is spinning required for that? Why is spinning required for heavy things falling?
Because spinning is what creates that downward force. How? If we just stop moving, if we weren't spinning at all, then we have nothing pulling us down.
What?
The spin, when the Earth spin, this is common science. When something's spinning, it creates gravity. You've seen it on
when something's spinning, it creates centrifugal force. If the Earth was spinning and was flat, you'd be flying to the side, not coming down.
If the Earth stops suddenly, you're right. What's centrifugal force?
Oh my goodness.
No, tell me, because the centrifugal force, if I'm not wrong, occurs from when something's spinning really fast, right?
Yeah.
You just said, yeah, there. So the Earth's spinning really fast, and like you said, it's creating centrifugal force, which is pulling us into the Earth.
I said if it was. Oh, you're confused. Stop. Please stop. You're killing me, man. If the Earth was spinning and it was flat, it would be spinning horizontally, okay? We'd be going to the side. Yep. We'd be getting flung off the side, okay? That's not what's happening. Yes. Okay? There wouldn't be heavy things falling like you see with gravity. All right? There's no spinning required for that on a flat Earth. You're confused. You're trying to amalgamate the flat Earth and the globe Earth models together, and it's a Frankenstein thing that's not working. He's not alive.
Well, okay, if there's no requirement of spinning, then what's stopping me from floating into space on a flat Earth?
Because you're heavy, bro. You're heavy, and heavy things fall. And the heavier things and less dense mediums fall. Less dense things and lighter things and heavier mediums rise. Simple as that. There's no spinning.
They say space is like a swimming pool, and when I'm in a swimming pool, I'm either floating or I'm not falling to the ground if there's air in my lungs.
What are you talking about, man?
Well, no, you're saying that if you just stay, your weight keeps you to the ground. That doesn't exist. Zero gravity means it's weightless.
Yeah,
weight doesn't matter.
You're understanding the medium relationship now.
What's the medium relationship?
You'll be a great scuba diver.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, how about you answer what I'm saying instead of just coming up with little jokes? No. What we have so the closest we have to feeling how it is to be in space would be to be in a pool, because weight isn't a major contributor. So what I'm saying is, what are you talking about? Wait. We were just saying before that spinning creates centrifugal force. Wait, let me finish. No, I'm trying to put myself in a scenario where what you just said will make sense. I'm saying if you have a flat Earth and it's not spinning, right? You said like we said before, we pull to the side of a building, right? It'd be horizontal. All right, if it's not spinning at all, there's no centrifugal force, and that would mean we just float. And you can't say it's weight.
No, it doesn't. It means that listen. It doesn't mean you float. It means heavier things in lighter mediums fall, and lighter things in heavier mediums rise. So in a pool, you float because you're lighter than the water. All right, you're less dense than the water.
Well,
but a rock would fall.
But he still believes there's the outer space over his head. So he won't do that. He still believes that he doesn't have containment. He still believes that he's floating outer space if he's just standing here on a flat Earth. So he's still
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. So how do you explain that then?
Because this outer space would be very light, and you fall. Heavier things fall. That's like it's a physical law of nature. Just like how you have hot going to cold. Why do you have hot going to cold?
I know why. Can I answer?
You may answer, Taco.
Why does the law of entropy exist?
It's because we have biased mods in here. That's why.
There's no such thing as physical law of nature.
Yes, there is. Are you retarded? Who said that?
Yeah, post it then. Post it then. Post in chat. Post me a physical law of nature in chat. Exactly.
Bro, the law of entropy is a physical law of nature. The law of relative density are physical laws of nature.
How about you post your link in chat, please?
The law of conservation of momentum is a physical law of nature. Are you dumb?
Laws of nature in chat.
This guy's a flat earth liability. Don't listen to him, bro.
Rob Notches, why are you interrupting their conversation?
Yeah, I was getting onto something.
Anyways, in space would be the exact opposite of a pool of water, because the water is more dense than us, whereas space is less dense. And if we were up high in so-called space, really low low air pressure, you would just fall. That's it.
Yeah. So just to clarify myself, I'm not saying that space is like a water pool. I'm just saying that's the closest we have to experiencing what it's like to be in space. In space, it's zero.
It's literally the opposite. I'm telling you, it's the opposite.
No, I mean for us to experience space here, the closest thing would probably be being in a pool. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, it's not. The closest thing would be probably being in a vomit comet. Jumping off a building, being in free fall as much as you can.
Well, no, free fall would mean
it's falling. You would be falling. If you were in space, you'd be falling. That's what I'm telling you.
Because of gravity,
it's a very low pressure environment.
Because of gravity, right?
Yes, gravity is downward acceleration because the object is heavier than the medium.
Yeah. So now you're
just like buoyancy or levity is the opposite.
Okay, but then now if we're talking about a flat Earth where there's no centrifugal no gravity pulling you down. Well, there's no gravity pulling you down on flat Earth because it's
there is gravity pulling you down on a flat Earth. We've been talking about flat Earth the whole time, bro. There's only one Earth.
What's the gravity then? Where's the gravity coming from if it's not spinning?
From the fact that the heavier object is in the lighter medium. Simple as that.
So now what I'm trying to tell you is that if there's no centrifugal, I hate this word. If there's no gravity pulling,
centrifugal force. That was me just saying that it doesn't matter if it's spinning.
There's no weight in space. There's no weight. Because there's no oxygen.
Someone just needs to explain what flat Earth is so he won't be so confused. Someone just needs to explain.
I think you just need to forget everything you know, bro.
Minus the gravity, so he won't be so confused.
Well, I'm not confused. No sense.
Kobe,
you just need to forget everything you know. That's it.
Kobe, you
so stupid.
Yeah, Kobe, you forget that you started this by saying, "Why aren't I floating away?"
Yeah.
Or do you understand why you're not floating away now?
Because we're on an Earth that's round, spherical, spinning gravity. It's not because
a bird doesn't even float away. They have to fly away.
Because of gravity. Gravity exists on a round Earth because it's spinning fast.
Cool story, bro.
That's not a cool story.
guy's been programmed so hard, it's hard to deprogram him, man.
Oh my god, show your mouth. Actually, show your mouth.
It just needs a different approach.
The only
that's all.
program ones are you guys.
So, but what you were saying before is that flat Earth doesn't spin, there's no gravity, but for some reason, its weight still matters. What I'm trying to say is, you agreed with me as well, is that because we're spinning and there's gravity, that means that we're being pulled to the ground. Even if there's a weight difference, we're still being pulled to something.
You're wrong on both accounts. If wrong on both accounts. I never said, one second, I never said there's no gravity, and I never said the Earth is spinning. Okay?
You just said there's no
gravity. There is gravity. Gravity is, hold up, there is gravity. Gravity is heavier things falling in lighter mediums. Okay.
Okay. Why does that happen?
Levity is the inverse. It's a physical law of nature. Just like why. That's why I asked you. Why does hot go to cold? That's the way Allah created it. That's why God created it. Okay.
He
has physical laws of nature that He created. Laws of thermodynamics. Laws of conservation of momentum. One of them is the law of relative density, or the law of gravity, if you will. Yes, but it's not relevant, bro.
Oh, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Muslim too. Bro, listen. Even look. Hold on. Now this is a. Here, hold on. Give me a sec. Hold on.
Do you understand now that the Earth is not spinning?
Look, my brother. I promise you, I do not understand because it just doesn't make sense.
It's also you're misapplying everything. Like Earth spinning would not make things stick to it. Centrifugal force causes things to fly off the surface. Centripetal forces cause things to go in towards the surface. Things that are less dense than the medium show centripetal forces. Things that are more dense than the medium show centrifugal forces.
I think I see. I know what you mean. I see what you mean. But at the same time, if we have nothing containing us, then laws of like the physical laws of pretty much the Earth won't matter, because what you're saying, in a zero gravity environment, weight does not contribute to anything. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh my God, you just destroyed the globe. You just destroyed the globe, sir. You just did.
How?
But since we have containment, right, and we don't have to worry about those magical forces that we can't quantify or measure, right, you just destroyed the globe, sir.
No, I'm saying because we have the globe, we have that containment. That gravity is our containment. I'm saying in a flat Earth, you don't have that. Weight doesn't matter if there's no gravity pulling you down. If there's zero gravity, weight does not matter. And this is a flat Earth.
There is gravity pulling you down because you're heavier than the medium.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean, but it's wrong. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, let's think about this. Let's say you're going up in the sky, okay? You're going up in the sky. At what point, let's say you're just climbing in a plane, climbing altitude. At what point, if you jumped out, would you just float there?
If you're flying out of a plane?
If you jump out of a plane, at what point will you not fall?
Well, no, you'll just keep falling.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You're asking him to compare the percentage. You're asking him to compare his idea of what he thinks about a globe against something that doesn't, like, logically is consistent, which is flat Earth. So he's not able to do that. He's ill-equipped because he doesn't know how it's not real.
Yes.
He thinks it is. You have to point out the fact that he's working from a premise that's faulty. It's illogical. He doesn't know that. He thinks it perfectly fits. So he's arguing with you like a debate style. He doesn't know how to provide evidence that it's real. Like right now, if he was able to, he could demonstrate the fact that the Earth's surface is curving, or that any of the physics work on the surface of the Earth being a curved surface, a globe. So we got to start from there. And once we get a concession, maybe we can talk to him about the perspective of flat Earth. We can't do it when he's already got a wall up. The wall is he believes it to be true. We haven't gotten him to realize it's not. That seems to be a stumbling block right now.
Well, no, I'm actually coming at it from I'm trying to put my shoes in your, trying to put my feet in your shoes.
No, you don't have to.
Doesn't make sense.
You don't know, Kobe. No, you don't have to do that. The only thing you have to do very clearly is either state that the Earth is indeed a globe that you know it to be, or say that you don't know. One of those two is going to come out from you telling us the truth. Is it true that the Earth is a globe, Kobe?
Yes.
Okay, now it's your turn to demonstrate how that's the case. What are you going to use to provide that truth claim?
Look, it's actually stupid how much time I spent on here. We're just going through that for the past hour.
Are you now running away from providing the truth claim?
No, because when I've asked you questions before, you've completely ignored me.
Dude, stay focused. Can you provide the truth claim that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Yeah, I can.
Do it.
We just did. What did I say about Norway? And then what did I say about Norway and you being in America and it's nighttime here? If it was a flat Earth.
How is the shape of the Earth in any consequent being a geometric shape of an oblate spheroid derived from being in Norway?
Because Norway's at the pretty much at the center of the Earth, always facing the sun. That's why you have a 24-hour day cycle. So now, what I asked you before was that if wait. No. Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. Let me finish.
Here's the thing: if you don't answer specifically, you're gonna sit on mute. So I'd rather you just.
What did you ask me? What did you ask me?
How do you know it's of any geometric consequence standing in Norway?
And I was just answering you. So don't cut me off, please. Let me finish talking. Alright, thank you. So we said Norway is always at the center of the Earth, always facing the sun, which is why it has a 24-hour day cycle. Compare it to other parts of the world.
The center of what? A ball or a flat Earth? What are you talking about?
Of a ball, Wait, let me finish. I'm talking from the perspective. Did you not ask me why the globe theory is true?
Yes, but you're coming from a premise, bro. You're coming from a premise that it's already a ball. You're standing in Norway where it's already a ball. No.
You asked me, prove to me, so you're asking me to prove why the sphere, the globe spherical theory is true. I'm telling you why, and you're like, no, you're coming from the premise of a globe. You're asking me to come from the premise of a globe.
Yeah, okay, here's the
thing. No, he's not. He's asking you to prove your premise.
Yeah, maybe
What's my premise? It's a globe.
Maybe
it's a sphere.
Yeah, I know you're saying that over and over again. I get it, right? But we're working with what your explanation is. You're standing in Norway, right? We understand you're in Norway. We got that much. So you're in Norway. Hold on, sir. Wait just a second. I'm going to clarify. You're standing in Norway. You're making an observation of the sun, right? In no way do you know the Earth is a globe at this point, or do you know the Earth is a globe at this point?
Yeah, I do. So can I finish?
Okay. Stop. So you know it's a globe at this point. How do you know before you even knew how to verify it's a globe that it was already a globe? How do you know it was already a globe?
Well, I'm giving you. How am I meant to tell you I already knew it's a globe if you won't let me give you evidence of why I think it's a globe?
No, because it can't be a globe prior to this test. The test is proving that it's a globe. It can already be a globe in the process of you trying to prove it's one. You get it?
Yeah, I do get it, but it's stupid because then I could ask you the same thing, why you believe it's a flat Earth, but don't tell me why you think it's a flat Earth.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that yet. So right now the cowbell is for you to provide evidence of how prior to you standing in Norway, you know it's a globe. How did you know that?
So you're saying why I think it's a globe? Even before me doing some research?
Yes.
Alright, well maybe we start off with... No, because you're not letting me explain why it's a globe. You're just cutting me off you're just telling me why I think it's a globe without even doing any research on it. It'd be because I looked on Google Maps, looked on Google Earth, if we're really, really getting down to the beginning of my time, when I was 6 years old discovering the Earth for the first time, right?
Yes.
And so you know what? Also, I watched a lot of documentaries as a kid. I watched a lot of documentaries.
So 6 years old looking at Google Earth, is that it?
Well, hold on. You're asking me where it began. Let me explain to you why
the origin. Yes.
All right, then. Yeah, that's the origin. Like that would be me as a child, not having common sense. That would be me as a kid having common sense, looking into why the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so you looked at images on, I would assume, a computer screen, yes? And you saw on the computer screen that Google Earth is showing.
Not on a computer screen. No, not on a computer screen.
So where did you see it, sir? Where did it first?
He saw it on his phone. He said he had a phone at 6.
No, I didn't have a phone either. No, I just figured it out.
Yeah, I don't know why this matters. He's clearly being an asshole.
Right. So yeah,
let's
just walk in with the origin story. So it started from some image that you saw the Earth was a globe. Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so you saw something. Now the question is, how did you know that it was that thing that they were showing you, or did you just accept it?
Well, okay, now I'm about to get into why, but you're not going to let me talk.
No. I'm talking about at 6 years old. We're still at 6 years old. What
Why
made
does
you
that
think it
matter?
was a globe? Because it's important. It's the origin story of everyone in this room right now. We all happen to have something similar to like the way your experience was. So I want to highlight the fact that this experience was not very just unique to you. This is how everybody else came about knowing this, right? The information. So you had an experience, right, where you saw the image of an Earth being a globe, and then after that, it was cemented in your mind by rigorous, indoctrination of it being a globe and at school and all that stuff. But it was
Hold
never
on,
shown.
man. Hold on.
Yeah, but
Why
this is true,
You're
right?
dancing around the question. I'm going to tell
No,
you
no,
why
no.
exactly the Earth is
Okay.
a globe, and you're just
From
letting me
6
go
years
back to
old.
the time I think I remember in kindergarten when I think that the Earth was a globe. Why that's important now? I thought back then candy was healthy as a kid, but obviously we know for a fact today that it's not true. That's just my delusions as a kid. Why are you wondering about my opinion as a kid when I wasn't even conscious? I'm telling you now.
Because this is
why
where
the
it starts.
globe,
It
why I
starts.
believe the Earth is a
It
globe,
has a
and you know
humble
what?
beginning. Yeah.
And you keep on cutting
I'm
me
gonna
off.
tell you. Because it has humble beginnings, right? It starts off when you were very innocent. You didn't know whether or not the Earth was a globe. It was presented to you as it was, in fact, a foregone conclusion that it was a globe. So everybody here got exposed to this information, right? All of us did. So walking you through this is going to help you understand the reason why you are defending it right now. Because it's ingrained in your mind thinking that it's a true statement that the Earth is a globe. We're all crazy saying the Earth is flat. So this is the reason why, sir. It's become religious to you, and you're defending it this way. You don't realize that all this time you've just learned about it as when you were young. Information was absorbed in your mind that it was already a globe. So you didn't have to really look into it.
First of all, why are you assuming that I have this bias coming in here? Why are you assuming that I didn't look? Why are you assuming that I looked into both sides before?
Right. Because you're not presenting the information to solidify that it's a globe. You're just.
And you're not either. I'm about to present the information. I'm about to present the information, and you're stopping me.
No, I'm going to give you the floor, but now's the time for you to show from 6 years old to now where you actually understand the method has been shown to understand the Earth is a globe. Now we're going to listen to you tell us, not just looking at images when you were 6, but actually understanding it was a real globe. How did you figure that out,
You wasted so much time. Oh my God! You talk about it when I'm 6 years old, and now you're like it doesn't matter. Are you stupid?
No, it did matter. It did matter because this is the origin story of everyone, sir. It did matter.
Right,
we had to hear how you begun. It all began when you were 6, right?
Another day. It's all right. I'm too tired.
So you're not going to tell us now. The crescendo is you're going to tell us how it's a globe now. You're going to prove it. We're ready for that, sir. Go.
Yeah, are you going to cut me off? Yeah, good. Stay quiet, please.
Fucking go, crybaby.
Yeah, I'm gonna punch you guys. What did I say about Norway before? About having a 24-hour day cycle, whereas everywhere else in the world doesn't. You guys just
It's all about Norway. So here's what I'm going to show the audience, right? It's all about Norway again. Here's the problem, though. You already said that you yourself only thought about it as a globe prior to you doing this test in Norway. So that we went all the way back to 6 years old to figure out why you. Yes, you did.
No, you're putting all these accusations.
I already think it's a globe. You said I already think it's a globe when I'm in Norway, so I'm going to test to see.
I also said I looked at both sides.
So let's get some honesty here. When you were standing in Norway doing your test, did you already think the Earth was a globe, or are you trying to figure that out?
That was me. Okay, you know what? That's actually a fair question. I already came in thinking the Earth is a globe, but at the same time, I was open. No, hold on. But I was open into being persuaded that the Earth is flat.
No, we're not here to persuade anybody, sir. We're here to present facts. But here's the thing, though. What we're understanding from your side,
you've just been yapping.
What we're understanding from your side is that you've been at 6 years old. You were presented the Earth as a globe. You didn't really know, as you said, right? You couldn't discern, and then later on, because you thought it was a globe, you went to Norway and did some tests. Then you just kind of like bolstered your idea that you think you're on a globe.
Wait,
you didn't really verify that.
Wait, I never went to Norway. These are studies you can find online anywhere that say the exact same thing.
Okay, so you did go to Norway. You listened to somebody tell you about something they did in Norway, right? Either one.
Hold on. Yeah, I read articles and studies about it.
Okay.
So this is
now that
this is a,
now that you did
this is a
that,
collaborative evidence. And just so you know, stop saying,
That's
stop
great.
going back to 6 years old. That does not matter.
yeah, it does
I'm not
matter
even conscious at
because
6 years old. I'm not even conscious.
everybody
My
came from an
opinions can
origin
change.
story of having been.
My opinions
Yes,
can change.
yes. So people, dude, relax. So people have been learning about the Earth as a globe ever since they were children. So everybody
Listen, no
has this
offense,
origin
no
story
offense,
of
no
like
offense.
hearing
Listen,
about.
listen, listen. No offense. I'm hopping off. It's
So
very late,
that's fine.
and you're going around in circles. I'm sorry, but yeah,
No,
look,
Before you go, can I say something? If you're
yeah, you
Muslim,
may.
bro, yeah, Habibi, if you're Muslim, wallahi, there's
Yeah.
clear evidence in the Quran and Sunnah that the earth is flat. Very clear. Don't say stuff. Wallahi, there is. And all the ayat in the Quran, hold up, all the ayat in the Quran where Allah says, you know, about like that the earth is flat. It doesn't make sense that would be like that he would make those, that Allah would make those statements if it's just the natural consequence of him making a globe. If he just makes a globe and then now it's all just like looks like a wide expanse, there'd be no like miracle to it. There'd be no majesty to it. But he mentioned these things. He swears by them because they're actually they're like things, signs of his power. You know, they're not just like the secondary manifestations of him making a big ball. You understand?
Yeah, I know what you mean. At the same time, though, he does not say the earth is flat. It's down to interpretation.
How about this? Give me one Sahabi, or the Rasulullah, or one Sahabi that said the earth was a globe. Give me just one.
Well, no, I could say the same for earth being flat. It's down to interpretation. So you can believe what you
believe. They all were
believe.
flat earthers. The Ijma, they were flat earthers, and I can give you evidence.
On what evidence?
Yeah, perhaps for another day. Perhaps for another day.
Just DM me,
It'll
bro.
be a long
DM me, bro, and I'll send you the evidence, inshallah.
It's alright. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Good night, guys.
See you, Kobe. Ingrained in his psyche ever since he was 6 years old, and like reading this test in Norway or whatever only just bolstered his understanding that he thinks he lives on a globe. It was nothing more than that.
No, Alpha, I like how your first question was, how did you validate it? And then we went to his childhood.
Who was saying the Quran again? Who was saying the Quran again?
Me.
Oh my God, this guy. No one said that. No one said the Quran. We're talking about how you never validated it.
Yeah, DM me and I'll send you the hadith.
Alright, sorry, yeah, I could send you after. Alright, send it through. I'm curious.
Dude, there were like 7 or 8 guys in the same community, and all of them orange, all of them with the server joined date of today. Same, probably Islamic community.
Probably.
We can refer them
to like 5 of them because they were going crazy like retards.
Alright, relax. And I'm gonna bed for now, guys.
Anyways, yeah, we're just basically diving into it, his internal critique of like what he thinks, and then he got afraid, and that's probably where he figured it was time to leave. Because looking into this, nobody wants to peek behind that curtain, right? Why they even think that the Earth was a globe in the first place? Where did it come from? That idea. And yeah, he took a look at about where it was. 6 years old, looking on Google Earth or whatever it was.
I don't know. I take offense to that guy assuming that people that came in here acting retarded were Muslimin.
Well, it didn't help that Rob Noxious was in there, like, throwing jabs on the side, like when people are explaining, so. There was about 6 or 7 of those guys, wasn't there? Like, and it was just complete.
Yeah, it was like text channel chaos, and they're begging to be unmuted, calling us abusive mods. Like, what?
Why do you say that they're Muslim?
Well, they declared it.
Yeah, they did. They all came in together.
They declared it. And it seems like that, I don't know, that group, I know this is stereotype fallacy, but that kind of group usually comes in saying that this is mod abuse. They'll usually say that. Yesterday we had this guy who was the same, right? And he was claiming that same thing. When we were taking control of the conversation, he was claiming the same thing, mod abuse. So
sometimes the stereotypes are themselves.
was going to say Islamically, if you deny anything that God says, then you're not considered a Muslim. So it is what it is. God
Is that a hard fact?
Huh?
Is that a hard fact? Like, does every Islamic person?
Yeah, there's a ayah in Surah Al-Baqarah that says, like, calling those that believe in part of the book but disbelieve in part of it, they're not Muslimin. They're kuffar. They're disbelievers. If you disbelieve in any part of what Allah sent down, then you're not a believer.
Anyway, we had good exposition with the Air Force guy earlier, Sporadic. I enjoyed that, and also followed by Crit. Kudos to you guys, man. You had really good exposition this morning.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, he was polite, but he was also being very obstinate. I don't know if you caught him earlier this morning with AI Overlord.
No, I missed that, man. Probably when my earpods were charging.
It's around like between maybe 1 and 3 in the morning Eastern. Yeah, the dude came in, started arguing hardcore for Coriolis. It took like 2 hours for Overlord to get him to realize that he had no evidence for it in the first place, and it was all just assumptions. He kept doing the thing where, well, how could everybody be wrong? Because look at all these people that say they calculate it. Look at all those people that say they use it. And it took him like 10 different ways to say, look, just because somebody thinks it's happening doesn't mean it is. That's why you go check.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was really that simple, but that took freaking hours.
The good ones sometimes actually have to think through things, and like I said, the Air Force guy, it sounded like to me he was applying his knowledge about being in the military to like what he worked with in regards to like how he was responding to you. And I think that to him was making sense of like how he realizes that it's, because you saw a little breakthrough. I did anyway. I heard a breakthrough. Like,
yeah, I did too.
I didn't get my earpods died, so I didn't get to finish hearing the end of that. What was made of that? Did he leave here kind of like questioning, or?
Well, he left here saying that he would not be questioning a thing, but he's going to be looking into it. So he went to our home server. He's looking at the side channels. He said he probably won't accept it, but he's looking at it. So I actually told him that this might be a better topic for him when he gets out and his contract's up, because he's going to be under some serious mental conflicts.
Right. Yeah, no doubt, man. Yeah, this is it's a pretty huge topic, man. It takes a lot of people that have been doing the research for a while and having not just the truth, but a way to articulate the truth. It's very difficult. I appreciate you guys who are putting in effort to do that in this channel. I am a bit biased towards our team, though. Like whoever our team is, like we're part of, like who's been in this channel like day in and day out and been focused on like exposition. Like those are the guys who I really want. I don't like the randoms that come in here and want to start talking for us. Like I don't know. I usually nip that in the bud.
Sometimes you have to get a bit technical in order for them to listen, because they come at this thinking that we're a bunch of dumbass retards. So, unfortunately, guys, you got to put in some effort. You got to learn some of the technical specifics behind things. That's just the way it is. Whether this means refining the way that you use argumentation and identify logical fallacies, or you dig into some of the physics side of things, it's up to you. But you just can't sit back and relax and hope for easy wins all the time.
Yep, like canned responses, yeah.
Yeah, the canned responses are not going to work. The audience isn't going to be swayed. And certainly not the guy you're speaking to.
Yo, Rob, you had interjected earlier saying that physical laws don't exist. Can you elaborate on that?
If he were here, you're speaking to his ghost percentage.
Oh, okay.
But we'll get him. I actually want to get him on that when he returns. Because he chirped in there, man, when you were talking to the other guy. So he does it a lot.
Yeah, no worries. But I just was wondering if there's any meat to it, or if it's just like just bones.
No, it sounded like he was just sharing his pain. He's opening a valve there.
You struck a nerve, let's say.
That sounds like good re-listening from the. I'll have to go back and re-listen to it. But it's funny that a flyboy has convinced themselves that the ground is spinning as they land. I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah, he's been trained to think that way, though.
Well, yeah, they like to polish their shoes as Air Force guys.
Did he say he was still under contract? Sporadic?
Yeah, he's active duty. Sounded like MP or security forces or something.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, yeah, it would make more sense if he, once he steps away. Because right now it's very, yes sir, no sir kind of thing. So it's not. He doesn't have room to be like a critical thinker at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. If depending how he handles this topic, he could be seen as like being subversive or something.
Yeah.
If he starts talking about this with people, yeah.
So yeah, it did make sense that he was like, I'll look into it, but I'll just leave it at that. Leave it at that.
It sounds kind of dumb to say, but I mean, if you start talking flat Earth and you work for the Air Force, somebody's going to think that's seditious.
Billy, what the hell are you talking about, son? Like,
yeah.
No, but really, sir.
Like, you for a sec, Val. Get your poll he's updated.
He'd get the works, wouldn't he?
He'd get like 3s and 4s on the P part, or whichever one that is. Yeah, I mean, it's another case of the guy has been through like land navigation orienteering courses and stuff. He thinks he knows what maps are. He's got the whole program downloaded, Globe 2.0.
What's funny about indoctrination, I think.
Yeah, and I think for most people, they should probably stay there. They should stay on Globe 2.0. This topic's going to wreck their lives because they're not ready for it. They don't know how to handle it. Their worldviews will start to collapse and start. I don't know. I mean, we see that amongst our own ranks, right? They turn people who take this topic become flat earthers, start finding conspiracy theories everywhere. Not to say that there aren't, but
I like controversial topics. I think that there's certain ones that we're restricted to saying on here. That's the reason why I like. Hopefully, I can have a little bit of room to run around and talk about those outside of here, not in here, but there's a couple that have been kind of like on my mind that I think about. I might message you or talk to you later, Sporadic. I always like maybe want to have a conversation with you about just your worldview and.
Yeah, man, anytime I'm free. If you're free, we can. Yeah, just reach out. My availability is sporadic.
Mine too, at the moment. Yeah, I got a lot of shit going on.
Yeah, I definitely can't commit to like doing a show at a regular hour. I literally don't know the next time I'll be on.
Yeah, it happens when it happens. Yeah.
Basically, yep.
Watch out, we got Cosmos in the chat. He's gonna let everybody know. He's cosmically.
Can I get an introduction theme tune whenever I enter the chat? Like
Yeah.
WWE.
Yeah, we got you, dude. We got you. How about that?
Yeah, your PFP does it all.
Just know I can't juggle and I can't ride a unicycle either.
You don't have to, man.
Squishy ball nose.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't have to, man. Your colorful hair and your big shoes will give you away.
Well, you're the freak in the tent. You're the sideshow.
How do you even know how big my shoes are?
Anyway,
that wasn't a denial.
Yeah, I like curly red hair, like a red nose, and big red shoes. So
yeah, you could just be a standard Irishman.
If the clown shoe fits.
Yeah, if you think you're living within your PFP, yeah, the shoes are enormous. They stick out of the tent.
By the way, you could have an extremely well-educated guy who just is a clown for a living, who could like absolutely dunk on me and anyone in a debate.
Like Steve.
Are we getting clown apologetics here going? What's going
Sounds
on?
like it. Would that be Brian Cox you're talking about? National hero?
Right.
I don't find Brian Cox a very engaging speaker because my mum bought me a ticket to go watch him when I was a teenager, and I found his like show to be incredibly boring. I think he's quite a boring science communicator, to be honest. Neil deGrasse Tyson, like, despite not being a perfect science communicator, in some regards kind of being a bit poor, is at least entertaining. He's at least charismatic.
Well, he was an actor. Well, he still is. So.
Well, it's probably good to be charismatic to be a communicator of anything.
Yeah, snake oil salesmen are colorful characters.
Yeah, I don't see him as a snake oil salesman. I see the guy you recommended to me, Pierre Robertois, as a snake oil salesman. Although I'm not sure what he's selling, but
what makes him a snake oil salesman?
I watched his video a couple of his videos on the sun, and he just made critical errors to the point that it's like, have you even read into theories about the sun? Do you even understand what the current model of the sun is?
I'm sure he does. Do you know what his background is?
His background's in MRI. He's a radiologist by background.
Directly related. Related.
So just not the same discipline at all. He has no study in astronomy.
What? So suddenly the laws of physics change because you go into an outer space vacuum? Yeah, I get that claim too.
So if you say the sun is this degrees Kelvin, then being two different types of measurement, and then you also say that the sun is gas, and you cite an ideal gas law when it's in a plasma state, it's not even a gas. Yeah, I'm wary about your credibility from the get-go.
When did you cite a gas law, and under what context?
He was trying to use it to say that nothing would keep the gas constrained, and that he was talking about radiation pressure, and he had no understanding of what radiation pressure actually is. By the way, he would make more claims than, say, you guys who would be skeptics, who would say, I don't know what the sun is. He goes way, way fucking further than that and ends up just embarrassing himself by making, like, very, very bold claims about the sun with zero evidence. He says it's like a liquid hydrogen metal all through the sun.
Right. He just doesn't say that without any backing, right? It's not like he just came up with that and pulled it out of his ass.
In terms of evidence, he does pull it out of his arse. You can
so he just like woke up one day and said, "I think this is the case."
Nature of the sun. I don't know why he made that YouTube channel and made such laughable.
All I hear are insults from you, and I'm not hearing much justification.
Claims. I do not know his motivation. I'm only going off what claims he is making. Would you, right, when somebody starts out the video, which is meant to be a serious scientific communication, and they talk about the sun being this many Kelvin.
You're breaking up, Cosmos. I can't hear you. It sounds like you're missing maybe a few years of context.
Does it videos and a gas law when it's in a plasma state?
Start over, Cosmos. It was choppy at best.
It sounds like you're missing a few years of context in some of his published papers. Just saying.
None of which have been peer reviewed.
So what? Like the most startling discoveries have not been subject to peer review yet. They come out of the field.
Right, but if you say things that are genuinely false, what am I to take of that? What the sun is just a big ball of gas, and that fusion can't be created at the center for random reasons.
You seem to be under the impression he just pulls this stuff out of his ass, like I said, and you're missing all the context and history going up to it. But, you do you, dude.
If you want to contradict me, can you explain how he doesn't?
I really can't hear what you're saying at all. Is it me, Mike?
Can you explain how? Okay, my internet may not be great.
No, it's not just you. I'm only getting about 40% of what Cosmos is saying.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I guess Matthew, you go ahead because my mic might be crap then.
Well, I just got here. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Go ahead.
It sounded like Cosmos, Dr. Robitaille was challenging the prevailing cosmological wisdom about what the sun is.
He challenged it with laughably shitty falsehoods about what he thinks.
Using these qualifiers like laughably, but without any justification from what I'm hearing and what the audience is waiting for.
So he goes over none of the maths of radiation pressure, none of the actual equations to do with that, none of the actual equations to do with gravity. Like he's under this false assumption about how stars form. Or he has no
assumption. Like you keep throwing this out there, like a false assumption. What false assumption? What makes his assumption false?
Calling the sun a big ball of liquid metal.
Yeah, like you think that's an assumption or a conclusion of his?
Well, it's An assumption is a conclusion. You assume a conclusion.
So it doesn't sound like you have any idea how it is he came up with these in the first place. You're just tossing them out saying, that can't be true, that can't be true, that can't be true. It's all laughable, so there. Yeah.
If you're going to say maybe what this guy says is right, then go ahead. What is he saying that is right?
I'm just waiting for you to provide justification for why you think it's all laughable, and I just keep on hearing these baseless assertions from you. So I'm not saying one thing one way or another.
Hey, Cosmos, you're not saying anything. You're saying nothing. It's pretty clear.
Right. The evidence points towards the sun being a giant ball of plasma with varying states of matter as you go towards the core at pressure and temperature. Robotoir is saying that's a bunch of hogwash, and he keeps calling it a gas instead of talking about a plasma state, right? He talks about how photons can't possibly be expected to escape like they do. He doesn't tackle relativity at all for how photons
maybe he doesn't have to. Maybe he doesn't have to tackle relativity at all.
Well, so you say, I'm going to criticize the prevailing theory, and I'm not going to address one of the core principles of the conventional theory.
Yeah, why should he accept that? Like, under what basis should he even accept that relativity has anything to do with anything that the sun is doing?
Because if you dismiss it, you're dismissing a core aspect of the opponent's argument.
Dismiss baseless assertions. Okay.
Yeah, how do you refute an argument if you don't work with the argument, if you just work with a straw of the argument?
Listen, if you make an argument just asserting claims all day long without any evidence, then why should I engage it at all? Like, why should Dr. Robitaille even engage any of this at all?
You don't even examine the evidence.
What evidence? That's the point. Like, this isn't just a hand-wave dismissal of evidence. It's a hand-wave dismissal of baseless claims without any verifiable evidence.
Well, baseless claims of general and special relativity.
Yeah, and outer space and all of that. Yep. You can't scientifically test any of that stuff.
So, does space exist or does it not?
Yeah, there's space in between things. Yeah.
Does space exist or does it not? Because it seems like you and Dr. Robotoir kind of have a bit of a schism there.
I don't know exactly what he thinks, but I can tell you that I don't have any evidence to accept that outer space is a gigantic expanding vacuum where balls like to spin in perpetual motion.
Oh, right.
I have absolutely no evidence, and you have no way to scientifically demonstrate or prove it.
So here's a guy I think is wrong about everything, but he has a different theory to you.
I'm asking you for any scientific evidence at all that outer space relativity exists, providing this Big Bang cosmology that you believe in. Is there one single scientifically testable hypothesis that you or anybody can produce or has ever produced for any of this? Because until then, because it hasn't ever been presented, I have absolutely no obligation whatsoever to accept the claim. Why would I?
They demonstrate relativity in particle experiments all the time.
Cool story, dude.
That's not an argument.
I didn't make one. I'm asking you to provide evidence. You're just, again, stacking baseless claim and assertion on baseless claim and assertion, and it would be very unethical for me to accept any of that, wouldn't it?
Have you heard of the Hadron Collider?
Yeah, have you?
Yeah, I've been there.
Great.
Oh, so you have a rubber stamp of all their activities and claims because you've located similar to the geographical area from which it is located, so you could just stamp a rubber stamp and say, there, everything they do is correct because I was there once.
Hey, he brought a coffee mug home from the gift shop.
So, what do you guys think the Hadron Collider does? And by the way, I don't know. Means
nobody cares, dude. Hey, nobody cares. It's your claim. It's your claim. I don't have to think what it does. It's your job to tell us what it does and validate it with evidence.
It's your job.
It has nothing to do with
it's your job to think, not mine.
Handing this off, I have to go. I'm done with my break.
What did you say? It's our job to stop by. So we got to go to the gift shop and buy the mug?
No, your guys' argument boils down to it's your job to think, not mine.
Wrong. It's your job to provide the evidence for your claims.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like it
so you just said that asking you to provide evidence of your claims is tantamount to us saying we don't have to think for ourselves. Are you kidding, dude? What kind of shenanigans, gaslighting you trying to pull, bro?
Literally, I will present and I have presented loads of things to you guys, and you say I'm not going to draw any conclusions about what this is. So that's a tantamount admittal to say I refuse to think about what this infers.
No, it's not. Dude.
Yes,
you providing spurious evidence and it being dismissed for certain reasons isn't the same as saying I refuse to think for myself, dude. Not equivalent.
Yep.
So provide a specific example. Hold on, bro. Let's see if you can do this. Okay. Provide a specific provide a specific example to evidence the claim you just made that somebody did what you just said they did. Go ahead, example, please.
So we can go over, say, the Cavendish experiment. We can go over Foucault pendulum. Your guys' answer to it is I refuse to think about what this implies, so I'm just going to say I don't know, and it's up to you.
Wrong, dude. All right, Cosmos. All right, you're not getting it, bro. So hold on. I'm gonna mute you for a second so I can do the question clearly. You're speaking in generalities. You're saying that by accusation you're accusing flat earthers generally, and maybe specifically, that you presented Cavendish and they say, I refuse to think about it. Now, I want an example of that. Otherwise, you need to change the way you're characterizing what occurred. So, I'm going to unmute you so you can provide your example of the evidence of your claim. Keep in mind, it's your claim. Go ahead.
So, I just linked a video in the chat.
And is this an example of a flat earther saying I refuse to think?
No, it's the Cavendish experiment.
Right. So notice how you're not capable of actually backing up any of your claims. It's weird.
No, I'm saying we'll get there. So if people in the room want to watch the video, and then I will show you how this is exactly what you do when you watch the evidence right in front of you. We will get there.
Yeah, evidence of what, dude?
Evidence of gravity.
Okay, what does that mean?
Of the theory of gravitation, the mass attracts mass.
Oh, wow. Whoa. When is that the theory of gravitation?
What, that mass attracts mass?
Cite me the theory of gravitation is mass attracts mass. Cite me that.
What? Cite you the theory of gravitation?
No. Cite me that the theory of gravitation is mass attracts mass. Dude, listen, I'm going to go about my day because I got important things to do. But whenever you have the citation, let me know. Ping me, ping anyone in the community. Go ahead.
So AI Overlord, I'm in a room at the moment, and I've booked in at a hotel for 5:30. So I'll need to have my dinner anyway. I can't skip it, but I'll come back after. And if you guys want to watch the video, if you don't, we can just go through. I don't know, just like a basic internet source saying mass attracts mass. The core of the Principia Mathematica.
Oh my goodness, dude. Whoa, you think the Principia Mathematica makes the assertion that the theory of gravity is mass attracts mass? You think that that's what it does? Wow.
Yes.
All right, whatever, dude. Whatever.
Yeah. But we can. I need to go in a second anyway. But I'll come back on later.
Yeah, I guess you never read the letters. The letter penned by Newton that says this is retarded. I don't know. I guess you missed that part.
Well, just DM them to me or put them in the side chat. But
there's a thing about great minds, bro, and what it says is that great minds are able to entertain ideas, even model ideas, even do math on ideas without accepting them as being true. Okay, it's a very interesting phenomenon called I can argue from within a framework and do math from within a framework without accepting that it's actually the case. I'm just doing the math as if it was the case, which is a big difference than an assertion that it is necessarily the case. And also, you know, graphing something, measuring something, modeling something's motion is much, much different than making an actual validated causal claim. Okay, two light years apart. But with that, I got to go do some life, and hopefully I'll see that citation appear later. Peace out.
Flat earthers don't know anything.
I'll be honest. I didn't know that.
I see what you did there.
I mean, now I know. They can see the line. Let's just do that.
I mean, now I know something. So I mean, have I debunked you? Just that simply? I don't know. What are you going to do now? You know, I mean, it's been a while for me, but you know, to just step back, right, and say, okay, let's start on like even footing, right? Like, who's the insane person? Flat Earther says when they're not moving, like as we all perceive it, we're not moving, and when we utilize level as horizontal, it's provably horizontal. the other side says that that's an illusion and that they are moving. I mean, that seems like what a crazy person would say.
I think it's crazy to assume that all agencies are lying, right? Globally, it's a global effort to lie.
I mean, if that's the case, does that debunk that I'm not? I mean, if everybody says I'm moving and I experience that I'm not moving, does that it follows that they're all lying? Who's the crazy?
I mean, I don't see how that say that all agencies.
What a crazy! I can't really hear you that well. You got to plug in your headphones or something. You're getting worse. I mean, it's a good question. Would a crazy group of liars try to convince you when you know you're not moving that you're moving? And, yeah, I mean, seems nuts.
Tell me why globally they would all decide to like commit to like some global conspiracy when all countries don't even get along in the first place. Why would they unite in such a global effort to do that?
Well, I mean, I don't know how many people you're talking now, but you know, if you take the people, right, of a country versus the amount of people leading a country, I mean, it's like I don't even know if you can put that into a percentage. You know, so I mean, you know, the question: why are 1,000 people, you know, trying to convince you that you can't trust your senses and that you, provably, who are not moving, are actually moving, just like gaslighting the shit out of you? 1,000 people, they know what to do to you. Oh, we got president, vice president, and then like 50 more of those. So 200 people gaslight you into thinking you're moving. I don't know. And then they'll tell you. Then they'll tell you. Listen, I'm in the government chair. I'm in the big boy seat. So you have to prove that we're not moving. They've convinced you now even further that the burden is on you to prove that you're not moving. Yeah, I mean that's like what a psycho boyfriend would do to a girlfriend that's out of the league and they want to make them nuts.
So if it's not a globe, then what does it look like? You guys literally think it's flat?
It looks like the oceans are level, which is you know, or they try to remain level, but they're in motion. So they're trying to, you know, the reason they're in motion is because they're trying to seek a state of rest, which is level. Level is horizontal. The land, like you know, the United States, China, it goes up and down relative to a horizontal reference, which is sea level. And then just spread that out, like everywhere you go, just kind of like hold your arms out to the left and right of you, and kind of just be like, all right, that's one you know, vertical height, and then trees are taller and mountains are taller, valleys are shorter than that, and then just up and down, all over the place. It's kind of what it looks like. Looks like just what it looks like.
Yeah, I'll continue this when I get off the bus. I'm getting told my mic sucks. It's when I'm on the bus it acts up.
All right. I mean, it is better now. It was really bad before, but it's better. But no problem.
Yeah, it works when the bus driver stops at the light, and then once it starts moving, you can't hear him anymore. So I just wait.
Got it.
All right, what I miss?
Nothing. It's been pretty quiet ever since you spoke to Cosmos.
Yeah, dude, that Air Force guy last night got wrecked into incoherent oblivion where he started denying reality.
I thought No Tanks also handled that kid who's on the bus pretty well. Hopefully he'll come back and talk to us.
Yeah, remember that, Alpha? Like we were noticing, like, as soon as they get to the brass tacks, they have to abandon reality. That's exactly what Air Force Boy did.
Sporadic pointed out that you guys had good conversation, and then when he got right down to it, dude, he just melted and, had to look at his watch and be like, yeah, it's about that time.
Well, he was forced to admit to himself, which is the important thing, that he has no first-hand knowledge of any of his claims. He's just taking other people's word for it. And he's presenting it as if he knows it, even though he has no way of knowing it. It's just basically listening to other people's stories and taking it on faith. But not only could he not know, even the people who are telling him, they don't actually have a method to describe to him how they know, or to validate to him how they know. Right? Because describing how you could know is different than actually putting in the true data of knowing. So, like, it's like if you allegedly add Coriolis correction to your firing solution and you hit the target, but there's actually no way in that instance for you to know whether the Coriolis correction did anything. You could walk away thinking and telling other people, hey, I had to put Coriolis correction in. But you don't actually know that. For example, the one example he gave was like a long-distance shot where it's a confirmed kill. Supposedly the guy who wrote the book says he took into account Coriolis, but the guy shot the target. So what did he have? A sequence of missed targets in that location to validate that as soon as he took account for the Coriolis, that's when he hit the target? No, he doesn't have any of that data. All he has is a story that he put Coriolis math onto his solution. Not that it actually needed to be done, or that it effectuated any dramatic change that caused the shot to be able to be taken. However, we have supersedery ranges of a confirmed hit, not a kill, that where the guy said he didn't account for Coriolis at all. So we got two guys that did extreme long-distance shots that hit their target. One guy said he accounted for Coriolis. The other guy said he didn't at all. Yet both of them hit their target. So that means that the arbitrational factor to hit long-distance target isn't necessarily Coriolis at all.
I don't know if it was the same Air Force guy that you spoke to last night as one this morning, but there was one this morning as well. Oh, Sporadic said it's the same guy. So yeah, this morning it was about the same thing. He's using a system to navigate the surface. I think he was referring to it. And I mean, the same instance. He was using that to kind of verify within itself that the system used to navigate, like GPS, was solidifying that the Earth is a globe. So
I'd be willing to wager that he didn't do any of the things. Kind of like he started talking smack about, I shoot every day, so I know about Coriolis, right? Then when pressed, it turns out his summation of shooting is less than 700 meters, and his general range is much less than that. And we know that people don't generally shoot on the long distance ranges when they're doing qualifiers. So the whole point was he even admitted that at the ranges he shoots, he would not have to take into Coriolis anyway. So his evidence of Coriolis is, I shoot all the time and Coriolis is irrelevant. That's his evidence. Like, how does that even work to come to a conclusion? I shoot all the time. Coriolis is irrelevant to my shooting. Therefore, because someone else told me Coriolis is real, now I know it's real. How does that even add up?
Yeah, practicality trumps over, an explanation for sure. Then from there, we had a nonstop influx of, people from the, Middle East persuasion come through here. And it was about 5 of them, 5 or 6, who knows. But they were all kind of hard-nosed about it.
Would they play the victim card?
Yeah, mod abused a whole bit.
How'd I know?
Because that's their MO.
3-4 Jesus is here.
That is their MO.
Or is it 3/4 Jesus? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I was telling Sporadic, I was like, dude, I hate to stereotype fallacy, but I feel like that's what they do. I said the same thing you did earlier to Sporadic. The same. So basically just a gimmick, dude. And the one guy was trying to micromanage the platform and not have a conversation, so I have to nip that in the bud.
Well, dude, this is the same thing that happened back in the day with the Communist Manifesto and stuff. It's like there were guys that came out and said these cultures are teaching their people to go into other cultures and to act this way. It's like it's systemized, it's programmed, it's a method of being, and it's intended to subvert other people's agendas and cultures to supersede them with their own. It's like it's well known. It's not even a secret. Like basically, people who deny that are just ignorant. It's really all there is to it. Part of that agenda, some of those groups is essentially the same as like certain types of viruses and bacteria, especially bacteria. Like there's bacterial infections, right? Which will the way the bacteria works is they'll focus on not offending the body, right, that they're in, and they'll focus on following the rules of the body while simultaneously procreating as much as possible. And then once they reach a certain mass, then somehow they like chemically communicate with each other, and then they go on the attack. So they don't go on the attack until they have enough numbers and strength, because otherwise they just get crushed immediately. So they operate in the system long enough to gain enough power and numbers to where then they can attack the system directly.
Yeah, that was observed because within their little group, they were kind of like giving permission to each other to speak and then halting others from speaking, in this room, like they were telling all hosts to just sit down and shut up while some other guy speaks. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Yeah. And it's just like you said,
Yeah, and some belching.
Cool. Can't deny the belts, right?
Yeah, when all else fails, belch.
Yeah, I got to talk to you about that in another chat, Alpha. Some of those things that are going down. It's too sensitive of a topic for mixed company.
Yeah, I think I'm smelling what you're stepping in.
Oh, what's that you're smelling?
Oh, a threaded, subversive, pseudoscientific, religious, geopolitical gambit to alter the world's predisposition about metaphysical claims against the truth. There you go. That goes back thousands of years. Involves some of the great men of history, some of the great so-called religions of history, some of the great political and geographical motions. So, like people relocating to different geographical regions, et cetera, et cetera. It's an interwoven, it's not a conspiracy, but it's like an interwoven plan. Basically, have world domination at the end.
Hey, we got to save these juicy topics for, for the show and whatnot.
Exactly. But there we could talk about them freely, and it's not off topic.
What are you talking about? Well, I just joined. I was wondering if there was a topic.
Now, we were talking about a topic that's a topic we're not going to talk about. We're going to talk about somewhere else.
Here's a good one. What is it that you know you don't know?
Oh, that's easy. Plenty of things I know I don't know. Like I don't know the metaphysical bridge from the creator to creation, how he manifests the physical from the non-physical. I don't know that.
That's a good one.
Now, some guys out there will say, I do know he has to be physical and be made of physical stuff in order to manifest physical, because you can't get physical from non-physical. That's what they're making a claim to know. And what they're really doing is reducing it to their own understanding. So they're reducing the theos to the human and saying, my human understanding limits God's abilities. It's really weird. But most mankind ideological systems do that. They worship the creature, being man's intelligence or the natural world, greater than the creator. In other words, the creator has to work. Yeah, the creator has to work in a way I can understand, or he can't be the creator. That doesn't even make sense, dude. It should be the other way around. If I could understand the creator, then he isn't much of a creator.
That's why the scripture reads, his ways are higher than our ways. And hence why Job's mouth was closed, and he put both hands over him.
No, that's a good one, dude, because sometimes people come in here and they'll try to use certain scriptural phrases to say, oh, the earth's a globe because of this scripture or that scripture. But a lot of times it's just misunderstandings of what's being said. Like, for example, there's one that they use called the Bible validated the earth floating in a void, being held in its place by quote unquote magical gravity. Because here's a verse I'm going to quote, and this proves what I just said. He hangs the earth upon nothing. So does the words "he hangs the earth upon nothing" appear in the Bible? Sure. But if you read the context, the person who claims that he hangs the earth upon nothing is Job. Right before God enters the conversation and tells Job, "Hey, Job, why don't you tell me how I created the earth? Why don't you tell me where it is? Why don't you tell me how big it is? Why don't you tell me all about it, bro?" So in other words, he hangs the earth upon nothing is Job's opinion of what's going on. God then enters the scene and tells Job, you have no freaking clue what you're talking about, bro. So is it the case that he hangs the earth upon nothing is an endorsement of heliocentric ball floating in the midair, right, with nothing surrounding it? No, not necessarily. Because elsewhere it says that he established the earth on 4 pillars, right? And it can't be moved. So now you have a weird contradiction, because the one guy wants to say he hangs the earth upon nothing means the earth is a ball floating in space, and the other guy is saying, well, here it says he put the earth on pillars. So now you have 2 people making contrary claims.
Yeah, I have heard that Job reference that somebody who believes in the globe will bring forward, but it is ironic now that that you're pointing it out, that discussion in Job is like mocking and saying you can't know these things, you won't know them, you'll never know them, and then people take it. See, we knew it from that. We knew it was floating.
Yeah, it's basically God schooling Job that Job's a dude and God's God and God knows and Job doesn't. Basically what it is. Now, interestingly enough, many scholars, and I think it's the majority opinion among scholars, is that Job is the first scriptures recorded. Even though it doesn't appear as the first book in the Bible, it's the first scripture in that paradigm that was ever put to paper, or whatever method that they used. Yeah, a while back we had that kid who was trying to say that it's definitely a globe because the Latin Vulgate or whatever, curated by this one guy who translated it, put the word orbis in the translation. And I kept pressing him, and he finally went back to the primary source, and then he had to come back and say, "No, dude, you're right. Orbis doesn't appear there. I was just told that by somebody, and I believed it. Didn't actually scrutinize it and go to the primary source. But you're right. Orbis doesn't appear in that place." And I'd asked him, "Well, then how can you argue that translating it globe in the Dewey Range version is proof of anything? Because you have no grounding for why it says globe in this verse. None."
It was a very profound interaction. That one was. Because he was so sure. I think he even supported it with, what saint did he use? Is it one of the saints that he...
Saint Jerome. Saint Jerome,
yeah.
So yeah, but it's like, even if Jerome did put Orbis there, what does that mean? It doesn't mean he had proper grounding to put it there. Because when you go to the actual text, which we did, it's not supported. Like, the context clearly is about something that is not a ball. Like, you can't just put ball in there Can't be done.
How's everybody doing today?
Pretty good. I'm just working. How about you guys?
I'm chilling. Yesterday I was at my local Renaissance festival and was in the smoking section, a little smoking area that they got, and I met a lady there, and somebody was like, oh, I was trying to pull my phone out. I had like barely any service. I was trying to just check Discord, and somebody said something. I said, well, that and telling people that the Earth is flat. And this lady looks over to me, and she's nodding, like, yep. I was like, you know? She's like, well, yeah, it would make sense. I was like, yeah, think about it, man. Sea level. We use liquid to determine level, all that. And she's like, yeah. She was like, actually, my husband's on Discord and a few Discord chats and stuff. And I told her, I said, well, you seem to understand that the Earth is in fact flat. She's like, yeah. We were having a great conversation, and I said, well, there's a ladies' night in our Discord. And I gave her all the info, and I said, we'd love to have you on Wednesday. Every Wednesday, we do some ladies' night in the Discord and have discussions about, geometry and physics, and that's a whole lot of fun. She seemed very, very interested in it, so we might have a new lady for ladies' night soon, if she's able to find her way into the Discord. So flat smacked the entire smoking section. And then later on, I went to karaoke, and somebody said something about the flat Earth. well, I've got the microphone. And I'm like, that's right. The earth is in fact flat, in case you guys didn't know. And like a few people in the bar were like, woo! It's a lot of fun. Like, what else do you do when you've got a microphone, right? You tell people that the earth is flat. So, and actually, yeah, it's a lot of fun. And like, I'm finding more and more that like everywhere I go, like I can talk about flat earth and there's going to be a person in the group or more than one person in the group that's like, yes, right? So I'm really starting to think that, FE is actually gaining a whole lot of traction in a lot of places. And that's good. People need to know the truth. They need to be in touch with reality. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, the polls that I've seen indicate that at least 40% don't believe in the standard model of the mainstream, whatever they're pushing. So out of that 40%, there's going to be a certain amount that believe this or that. But there's, there's definitely flat earthers in there, and you're walking by them every day, and you don't realize it because nobody's, talking about it.
Yep.
Some people don't want to talk about it because they think they're going to be criticized. But sometimes you talking about it gives permission for other people to talk about it.
Facts. Yeah, I've noticed that. And I've also noticed that people are way more cool about the topic in person than they are through here.
That's actually valuable too. So we try to do as best we can to be as expositionary and even keeled as possible, but obviously a lot of Globers have a zealotry that just can't be dealt with any other way, but with smacking them around. But there's a contrast there where people, they'll talk about flat earth in their real life and they'll be like, wait a minute, this is totally pleasant. So why is it that on certain internet circles it's like vilified and stuff? And that actually demonstrates to them that there is some kind of societal programming against the topic, and sometimes that makes them even more encouraged to talk about it because they're like, hey, you ain't going to tell me what I can and can't believe. You ain't going to tell me what I can and can't research. You ain't going to tell me what I can and can't determine for myself.
Yeah, I find that it's kind of a form of like public activism in a way for flat earth. When I'm talking to people in public about it, and I find people that it resonates with. Like, I flat smacked an entire Christian thrift store one time. And I was like, yeah.
No, I'm laughing because you're a liar.
Do what?
I'm laughing because you're a liar.
Okay, that's fine. You can have your opinion. But I went in there and I said, I feel like, I said, I just want to tell you, I've been prompted to tell you that we live on a flat and stationary earth, and that, it's a Christian store. So I guess I appealed to, their religion. And I said, if you want to think about it this way, God has made us a place to live in. It's regenerative, it recycles, and I said, "Where's a Bible?" Because
You're telling me you went into a store and just gave like a public speech to everyone in that store.
Yeah, I was talking to 3 of the 4 people that were working in the store. There wasn't really any other customers in the store besides me and my auntie and my cousin. And so these guys were really cool about it. And, I opened up the Bible and I showed them these particular verses throughout the Bible. And they were just like, wow. Like, they had big smiles on their faces.
Dog, they worked there.
You shut up and stop interrupting me. It was awesome. No,
You're telling a very fake ass story, dude. It's cringe.
No, not at all, dude. I know it's hard for you to realize,
but I was in that store.
It's hard for you to realize. Hold on.
They were being nice to you because they were workers. So they're getting paid to not be a dick and be like, you're insane.
Yeah, all right. No, it was actually a pretty good time. And like I said, it actually proves my point that people are more cool about it in person, in public, than they are through here, the way you're acting. You've proven my point.
Yeah, keep in mind it's a Christian bookstore. A lot of times, people that work there are Christians. God forbid, put two and two together. And yeah, cool story. And Christians are willing to listen to other people talk about scriptural things and indulge it. So whether they were being nice listening or not is irrelevant. They were listening, which was their whole point, is they allowed her to talk about it. So I mean, like, what do you even have to say, Trav? They didn't allow her to talk about it because they were being nice? How does that even make sense?
It doesn't make sense. Yeah, and they were being very nice. They were being very polite, and they were rather engaged with it. They were very engaged with what I was saying to them as I was flipping through the scriptures and showing them. And they were like, oh my gosh, wow. They were just the mind blown.
Hold on. Let's not forget that Christians in general, they have a predispositional bias against certain mainstream claims that seem to not jive with scripture anyway. So when you're talking about those things, many of them are going to be interested. Like, statistically, if you're talking to a bunch of Christians, they're going to be interested in some of these niche topics, dude, for that reason alone. The fact that Trav can't put that together just shows how uncultured he is.
Right. And like I said, this, in Oklahoma, there's a lot of Christian thrift stores around here. A lot. And, this is part of the Bible Belt. For God's sakes, it's like the belt buckle of.
That's even worse. That's even better for your side of the story. Good grief.
Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma. It's the belt buckle of the Bible Belt. And so I just presented it to them, and I felt very prompted to just let these people know and point it out in a Bible. And they were just mind blown, dude. Mind blown. They were just enthralled by it. I was like, here's Isaiah 40:22. Here's Genesis 1-7. Here's Job 38:4. Like, I'm bringing them through Psalms 19:1. I'm bringing them through all of these different scriptures. And scripture by scripture, they're just like, wow. Like, we don't live on a globe. Like, it doesn't take much. And it doesn't take long for it to click in some people's brains, especially in a Christian thrift store when you show them a Bible. Now, look what it says. You live inside of a thing. You live in a tent.
All right, so I think it's valuable at this moment to unmute Homeboy and see him respond.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what he's going to say.
Let's see what he has to say. Go ahead, bro.
My issue was with the claim that you convinced an entire store of people, and then you move the goalpost to it being 3 people that work there. And I feel like I'd like to respond to the claim. I'd like to continue my response, my guy. I'd like to continue my response. I was not done. Far from done, actually. What I was getting with was the people that work there. Even though it's only 3 people, you can't know for certain that you quote unquote would you say flat smack them or whatever. It's delusional to think that you changed a bunch of people's minds, let alone 3 people in a store that are being paid to be there and be nice to you, and to just as someone who's also had a minimum wage customer service job, whatever the fuck you want to call it, I'm going to have the same reaction to some psycho coming into my store and trying to preach the flat earth. Oh my god, you're
such a whiny little male.
I'm not done. I don't know why I was being interrupted. Anyway,
you're a little pussy. Shut the fuck up.
What I'm saying is I'd have the same reaction of oh god, you're so right. I never thought about it that way. Just so you'll shut the fuck up and get out of my store.
Yeah, why are you so pressed? Listen to you. You're
I'm not pressed. Do you know what pressed means?
Why are you pressed?
Give me the definition right now.
You did not go into that store and speak to people. Why are you being such a pussy?
You're mumbling.
If they really wanted me out of the store, they would have been like, you need to get out. Okay.
No, holy shit. Have you ever had a job
before? If they wanted me out of the store, they would have been like,
dude. Dude, so you're not getting it, Trav. You're not getting it. You're not getting it, dude.
That's why I'm back.
Everyone's had a real job. Hold on. Stop for a second. Jenna, stop, for goodness sakes, Jenna. We're not just going to have you two bleeding through each other. It's literally dumb to listen to you two guys going yakety yak right through each other. Okay, you're not going to win the battle for the mic that way. Okay, so She caveated it that it wasn't just an average store, dude. It was a Christian bookstore, of which the employees were most likely Christian. In the Bible Belt, she was talking to them about a topic that concerns their religion, which is part of their worldview. So they're going to be interested, and they're going to be predisposed to listen to her talk about it. It's not just like 3 random suckers that just work for Target. I mean, good grief, dude. Did you not catch that point? Let's see if you understood.
Like,
go ahead.
Yeah, it seems like you're pressed and like yelling right now. I don't know why. That I suggest you calm down. It's not that serious.
All right, bro.
It's
I
really
suggest
not.
yeah, let's do this. So I'm gonna mute you because you just talked about people. Okay, hold on. So we're gonna give you a chance to actually address the merits of the content of the point, where she said she was talking to people who were predisposed to listen to her, based on the evidence that they did listen to her, and that they were acquiescing to some of her points. And she wasn't just doing that in a vacuum. These people already had worldviews that were coincident with what she was talking about, because she was talking about it from the scriptures to Christians. So please address that, dude.
Yeah.
Not about whether I'm raising my voice. For goodness sakes, dude.
Yeah. Thank you, AI.
Go ahead.
Oh no, you're right. You have a point. I can see why Christians, considering the delusions they already live in, they'd be more susceptible to someone else preaching a different delusion. I get it.
Well, hold on.
Being Christians does play into it a little bit.
He's seething because someone said the words Christian and probably book.
Yeah, excuse me. So you don't need to ad hom.
No.
To have this conversation.
There was no ad hom. I was just saying I could see
delusional. Yeah, delusional and delusional. Yeah, delusional and delusional. Yeah, that's an ad hom. Thanks.
I don't think so.
No, I don't care what you think, but you're wrong.
Well, because it's technically not an ad hominem. It's
the
not.
point is, right? I was in a Christian thrift store, and we actually sat for a good long time. I mean, we were there.
You don't think it's kind of weird to go into a store to preach?
Here, guys.
Something that you think is right.
He's too triggered to have the discussion.
I am listening. That's why I'm asking that question. Like, I'm genuinely confused why you went into a store and was like, I'm going to preach science and I don't understand.
I'll help you out, dude. She was talking to them about theological matters from the scripture. They're already invested in that. And she was connecting that to quote unquote matters of the shape of the earth. It's not even a science question, dude.
It is, because you don't know the science behind the shape of the earth, and you're just kind of like,
okay, cool. So go ahead and tell us one scientific. Tell us what. Hey, hold on.
Bro. You're using out of.
Hold on, look. I'm giving you a chance. I'm giving you a chance to validate what you said.
Buddy,
go ahead and provide
on you,
dude.
You're pulling this out of your ass.
So true.
She just said something. You said you have.
I'm gonna have to mute you, dude.
Excuse me.
So I'm gonna ask you a question. Hold on, Jenna. You said we don't understand the science, so I want you to demonstrate you do understand the science by showing us a scientific experiment that validated the Earth as a globe. Okay, that's all you got to do. That's a benefit to you because you're speaking to me, you're speaking to an audience, right? You're speaking to a diverse group of people here. So you could demonstrate you have a superior point by backing up what you said, that we don't understand the science, by demonstrating to us or citing for us a scientific experiment that validated the Earth as a globe. So that's what you should be doing right now. Go ahead.
I'm not 100% sure on what it's called, but there's a movie that came out a couple years back where there was it was about flat earthers trying to prove that the Earth was flat.
Stop.
And it didn't.
Stop.
I'm not done. And
let him finish.
They were trying to prove that the Earth was flat, and then what happened was the flat earthers did their experiments, and they found out that there actually was a bit of a curve to it. I believe it's called Behind the Curve. I'm not sure if that's the correct.
Yeah, we understand. Yeah, we know it's called. But you're correct. It's published on Netflix. It's called Behind the Curve. Yes, you're correct. That is the name of the thing. Go ahead.
So yeah, flat earthers themselves were even like, "Oh shit, I was wrong." So.
Okay, so great, cool. So do you know the particulars of any of the supposed experiments from that documentary?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, we do.
Enlighten me, since it's okay, then what? Please tell me how their experiments weren't as good as your experiments with a ruler.
No worries, I'll tell you. But before I tell you, I'm going to see if Jenna wants to say something because she's been chomping at the bit here. So Jenna, go ahead.
Yes, I want to hold his feet to the claim of science for a ball Earth, right? And here's my question to you. Let's make it really simple. What science?
It might be the same question.
It's not.
It's the same question. It's the same exact question. I'm not answering it. We had this conversation. It's so fucking stupid.
That's fine, but you're not the only person here, dude. You're not the only person here. Go ahead, Jenna.
Okay, cool.
Just to simplify it, what science should we use to measure a beach ball?
What the fuck kind of? That's so irrelevant to anything.
Exactly. You're right. It's so irrelevant that you can't measure a beach ball with science. That's her point. So when I asked you to present a scientific experiment that validated the Earth was a globe, you presented the Netflix documentary in which there were.
We really playing semantics. Science and math work hand in hand. Please don't tell me you're this fucking stupid. Like I know you're but like at least admit it.
Okay, let me help you out. Let me help you out. Yep.
Just do me a favor and just be like, I'm not that dumb, actually.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you out with a simple
action. You're not helping, though.
Okay? I'm going to have to mute you. So there's an acronym. It's very famous. They talk about it all the time. In fact, they want to encourage women to join. They want to get more of it in schools, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's called the STEM fields. STEM, S-T-E-M. It's an acronym. It stands for something. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So according to your logic, it should just be called STEM fields. Science, 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 and science. How does that make sense? See, the problem is that you think because
that
mathematics...
Is such a stupid fucking argument. I have no clue what you're yelling about right now.
Travis,
what is it even? I know.
Travis, you already conceded to the fact that that's effing ridiculous to try to use science to measure a beach ball. That's the point we're making. You claimed that there's science for a ball Earth. There's no science needed whatsoever to measure a beach ball, to measure a ball Earth. You don't need science for that.
Right. So now that we've established that and driven it into the dust, he gave examples, supposedly, loosely, of what he termed as experiments that flat earthers did that proved the Earth was curved. So he doesn't even know the particulars of what was done. We know them. We've talked about them a million times. So there's two things that were done that were allegedly claimed to prove the Earth was a globe. One of them had nothing to do with curvature at all. It was just some guy supposedly getting a 15-degree readout on a gyro, which, by the way, can't even happen unless you are on the poles. They were not on the poles, so that evidence is not even relevant because in order to get the gyro thing, you need 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. That's what would be the readout on the gyro. So reading 15 degrees is irrelevant. That doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Second, you had Jaron, who was supposedly going to do a laser shot through pieces of cardboard that were arranged in a manner that they should travel through straight or they should be obstructed. The laser broke, so he didn't use a laser. He rode a flashlight over his head. The problem is that actually is deleterious to the globe model because Jaron is not 17 feet tall. He would have to be much, much taller than he is in order for the flashlight to have reached the other piece of cardboard hole. So do you have a scientific experiment that's actually validated to demonstrate the Earth is a globe and not some garbage that happened on a piece of trash documentary where they didn't even parse out the particulars or even perform the test correctly? So let's unmute you to see if you have that. Go ahead.
Damn it, that took forever. Holy shit. Do you understand how shadows and gravity work? Just so we have like a baseline of understanding, because it seems like you guys don't really know much. So I don't want to confuse you.
Define gravity.
Gravity is, I believe, the pull of basically to dumb it down. It's shit being pulled to Earth's core. It's a magnetic field, basically. Gravity is proven. Also, like you drop something, it falls to the ground at a rate of 9.8 meters per second.
I drop a helium balloon and it goes up, not down.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that's because.
Hold on. Yeah. So, dude, you got to stop. We got to stop you right there because everybody else is going to start running right over you. So you said gravity is things being pulled to the center of the magnetic core of the Earth. You then said dropping something as an example of this. So I want you to demonstrate to me something being dropped that can be validated that it's traveling to the center magnetic core of the Earth. So can you validate that claim in any way, shape, or form? That dropping something is demonstrating it traveling to the core of the Earth. Can you demonstrate that? Go ahead.
Nope. Because the core of the Earth is under the fucking Earth. When you drop something, it hits the ground.
Okay, hold on. Yep.
Towards the core.
Cool story. So what we have there is begging the question. So you're saying it's going towards the core by dropping something, and the evidence of the core is you dropping something. That's circular reasoning, dude. So you also said you drop something down. So if you drop something down is perpendicular to horizontal. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the Earth meets the sky, most notably on water. Water is flat and level according to Pascal's principle in hydrostatic equilibrium. You can measure it with lasers to demonstrate that that's the case. Therefore, if you drop something down, you prove the Earth is flat. So I would agree with you. Gravity proves the Earth is flat. Good job. Let's see what you have to say about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, dog, I really don't have a fucking response to you twisting my words. There's really nothing I can say to that other than you twisting my words and you're fucking dumb.
Yeah. Where did I twist your words, dude?
Because you said gravity proves that the Earth is flat. I never said that. You're like, I agree with you.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, dude. You said that the only thing you can demonstrate is dropping something down. I then parsed out that means the Earth is flat. No, you can't. You said to us that dropping something is it going to the core of the Earth. We asked you to demonstrate to us that it's going to the core of the Earth. You then just did a tautological loop where you just said the same thing twice, as if using the word in the definition is defining it.
Once again, incorrect.
Yeah, 100% correct, dude.
No.
Okay, so let's give you another chance. Okay, hold on. Yep. Okay, hold on a second. So we're going to ask the question again. Can you demonstrate that the object in question that you're dropping is actually traveling towards, on a vector line, to the center of a giant ball? Can you demonstrate that? Let's see.
Yeah, but the core's under the ground. How am I going to do that?
Yeah, it's called begging the question. It's a logical fallacy. Throw that out. Let's go. Can you demonstrate it? Go ahead.
You're not this dumb, are you? Just lie to me and say you're not this dumb, because that's
an intellectual response, sir.
It's because I'm arguing with like a brain dead monkey at this fucking point. I might as well just jangle and have your attention.
You're projecting.
You're gonna spiral and not give a response, sir.
Jesus Christ, bro, dog, fix your mic. Holy shit, that hurts.
Yeah, your low IQ hurts. You're lowering the IQ of the panel right now. Just answer the question, bro.
I did multiple fucking times. You guys can't pick it up.
No, you didn't.
Right, fine, guys. Fine. Let's agree. No, let's agree with them. So we can all agree that his claim requires a logical fallacy. Okay, I agree with you.
Facts.
You can't just make shit up and be like,
you use circular reasoning and begging the question to validate that it's going towards the center of the Earth by just appealing that it's going towards the center of the Earth. That's literally begging the question, dude. Like, what's wrong with you? Logic. Not my fault. Your fallacious argument is required.
Right now, I'm not an expert, but it has been proven time and time again that like the makeup of the Earth's core and like the mantle and the inner layers and everything through like magnetic fields and the fucking what's the word? Like science, like it's there's been actual scientists that looked in. What do you mean baseless assertion? There's been actual scientists that have like fucking used these things.
You're just waffling on.
I would actually.
What the fuck?
Hold on. I would agree with you that it's not baseless. Listen, I would agree with you that it's not baseless. That it's actually based in faith in other people. So yes,
it's not based
you have
in
a
faith.
basis, but not faith.
No, it's not faith.
Yeah. So then, tell us the demonstration. Tell us the demonstration then, where it's no longer faith. Go ahead.
Do you blindly believe science is real?
Or post it in the chat, dude.
Is it blindly, or is it because like through evidence and experiments and all that good shit?
What demonstration did they give you that convinced you that there's a core of the Earth? Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Tell us.
Mute me, and then you can't mute me while I'm...
Why do you... What? You're not muted. Who cares? Why do you believe that there's a core of the Earth? Why?
It's not a belief. There's actual...
Okay.
All right, then post the facts in the chat.
Let's change that. Let's change that. That if you say it's not a belief, then you must know it. So explain to us how you know there's a core of the Earth. Go ahead.
Crickets.
No, I posted the source inside
Did
chat.
they
You guys
dig
can read it
down
for yourself.
there? Like, did they dig down there? Like, how did they know? How do they know?
Hold on, let me see the source here. Google.com.
Yeah.
Wow, he just sourced Google.com, not even a citation, not even a reference. So, dude, you literally are out to lunch on this, dude. You can't even tell us why you believe the things you believe or why you claim to know the things you claim to know. Your appeal is to Google.com. So I'm just going to admit to you, dude, that all I see is a faith-based assertion here.
Just Google it, bro. That's your defense. Just Google it, bro.
Let's give it, dude. Let's give him a slow clap that he actually did just put Google as his reference. Google itself, not even a search from Google, but Google the entity itself. Hooray!
Dumbass.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are a dumb ass.
Bro's getting air fried right now. Travis, relax with the projection type.
This guy's beyond cooked, bro. Honestly, I don't know. How can you recover from what just happened? Really?
Did you guys break him already? I mean, I just got here. He's fucking
CB,
he got triggered when Jenna said the word Christian, and that was pretty much downhill from there.
Pretty much. I was talking about how I was flat smacking a whole smoking section at my local Ren Fair, and then later on I flat smacked the entire bar, because what else do you do when you have a microphone? And then the one time that I flat smacked a Christian thrift store, and I was in there for like a good 30, 40 minutes, like flipping through the Bible and like showing them. Yeah, and he got so triggered.
That somehow triggered the atheist in him to come out and say some words that he can't back up. So, yeah, he basically he was trying to cash a check that is. Yeah, go ahead.
Dude, you interrupted yourself, bro.
I know, that was funny.
I thought somebody came in and said something. My bad.
Yeah, you're bad. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Well, I wanted to go on with the helium balloon because he was going to start saying that up and down were the same thing. He's going to confuse up
Duncan,
and down.
check it out, man. Bro, he got cooked on how he could not explain the fact that he had some scientific reasoning for his belief in the globe. So he was given that opportunity and he failed. So we don't need to go to a helium balloon. But why? He just exposed himself.
He says that he's actually Christian, y'all. He says that he's Christian. I'd like to discuss that, as well as let's discuss some scripture and let's discuss the nature of Earth through that. If he says he's Christian, I mean, he could just be trolling.
Dude, he's 1,000% trolling, dude.
Yeah, agnostic.
Well, one thing for certain, he was fired up when you said that. So
we can see your profile. You're an agnostic feminist? Ugh. Gross. And an evolutionist? Nothing about your profile says Christian, bro.
Dude, isn't an agnostic feminist someone who doesn't know whether feminism is real?
No, I was just pairing some things together on his profile, because Sporadic posted a screenshot of Bro's profile. It says, stand with Palestine, anarchist, communist, Antifa, Marxist, evolutionist, feminist, pro-choice, USA, agnostic, spiritual but unaffiliated, transgender, LGBTQIA, ACAB, Zoomer, evolutionist. Nothing about your profile, Travis, says that you're a Christian, but sorry, you're LARPing.
Yeah, let's get some L's in the chat, guys. Let's let him know what the chat thinks of him. He's super big L right now. Just L's in the chat.
Loser.
He said your L's mean nothing. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's cooked. So he's a liar, right? Travis, you're a fucking liar, dude. Oh, you're a Christian? Nothing about your profile says that.
No, he's suffering from that tribal argument style, like where he, in his worldview, association with an agreement matters. So he thinks that if he says he's Christian, all of a sudden his opinion becomes more relevant. That's just him, like demonstrating through a Freudian slip the errors in his worldview.
He says how much y'all get paid. Travis, do you know a lot of us actually spend a lot of money to keep this going? We're not making any money.
It doesn't even work for people who say that they're a flat earther in here. What makes them think that a Christian is going to be any different?
But even the chat is roasting this dude right now. Imagine being like, I hate it here. You guys all suck. Okay, well, you realize you could leave.
No, he'd rather stay and cry. He thinks if he cries
he can come back. He can come back when he has science that validates the Earth as a globe, and we'll gladly field that for him. He can have the mic uninterrupted. He can present it, and we can all learn something. But just for his edification, circular reasoning isn't science, in case you didn't know. And you can't say science uses reasoning. Circular reasoning is a form of reasoning. Therefore, science and circular reasoning are the same thing, because that would be fallacious.
He said science is math. They go hand in hand. Okay, so just tell us you don't know what science is without telling us you don't know what science is. Real nice job.
Cars are tires. They go hand in hand.
That is one of the biggest L's that our opponents have faced over the last several seasons is they tried to start off by saying we deny science. We put forward to them exactly what it is, and they deny that. And started saying it's all of the above. It's STEM. It's science, science, and minds. It's all science. So what's the prediction, Chad? How long is he going to stay in the chat crying, you think?
Oh, he could be in the chat crying for an hour at this rate, but I think I don't know, words he's using, he might be gone in the next 10 minutes.
The question is, how many times will he come back?
Oh, he'll be back. When you get
Glover's begged to come back.
Dude, I know, man.
They're in our DMs begging, dude.
Please, can I come back? Please. I hate it, but please. Jeez, bro, got air fried into a crisp.
All right, should we give him another chance? Or no?
What's your final words here, there, Travi?
Oh shit, you talking to me?
No, we're not talking to you.
Okay, cool.
So,
damn, no,
bro, you think the Earth moves?
not about think. It's a leading question.
So you're in a building right now?
Yeah.
So you're in a moving building then?
No, I'm in a building that's moving. I'm in a building that's on a moving Earth.
Clip it, chat. Somebody clip that. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. So what part of the building? Yeah, what part of the building demonstrates to you that the Earth is moving?
It's not moving.
The
Wait,
building itself isn't moving.
Is it on the ground?
Right.
Is the ground moving?
Relative to the rest of the Earth, the building isn't moving, but the Earth relative to the rest of space is moving.
So you're in a moving building then?
No, that's not what I said. I mean, sure, technically the Earth, the building is moving by proxy because the Earth is also moving. Everything on the Earth is moving through space. But relative,
it's so good.
The question is relative.
Which one is it though? Is it or is it not?
Well, it depends on what you mean by moving. Relative to what?
Well, clearly I'm not
moving is going from point A to point B. But what is point A and point B?
Hey, Travis.
That's stupid. What? One at a time. One dumb question at a time. Christ.
Let me guess, Travis.
You get the answer straight.
And then three of you yap at once.
All right, dummy. You can't seem to figure out whether you're in a moving building or not. We'll ask you one more time. Is the building that you're in? Hold on.
Yes, the building.
You want one answer, then you can't yap through it. So, one more time.
The building is being moved.
I just want you to notice. Go back to the YouTube and listen to how retarded you sound when you say, "I'm in a moving building." Yeah.
Right. So if the building itself
that's
can't
subjective.
inform you
I'm
that
talking
it's
to
moving,
a bunch of brainless monkeys. I'm not.
You're in a moving building.
we got you, bro.
We got you, dude. Okay, so check this out.
If the building itself can't inform you that it's moving,
spit it out.
God, dude. All right, so I'm gonna have to mute your dumb ass.
Wham.
Hold on.
Someone's
I'll finish and then I'll unmute you.
Travis,
I'm not.
Go back. You're in a moving building, dude. Just relax. You're not in a position to be calling anyone retarded.
So you're saying you're in a moving building, but you're also agreeing that the building itself isn't informing you that it's moving. So you're saying that the Earth in total is moving. So what vantage point or information do you have that validates that the Earth in total is moving in the manner in which you claim it's moving? So how do you know that it's moving? That's a simple question. It's not an untoward question. It's not a leading question. It's just simply asking you how you know that. Should be easy for you to answer since you already know it. Let's find out. Go ahead, inform us.
A shit ton of claims and also evidence of and pictures from actual science.
Claims.
Claims.
Claims aren't proof.
Not claims.
Fuck.
That's okay. You got me on semantics there. I don't mean claims.
It's not semantics. That's exactly what it is. It is just claims.
No, because you know what I mean by claims.
Not really. You don't know.
Whatever. Because you're fucking stupid. I'm not done.
You just
pick.
How are you gonna say a bunch of claims? Then
because you know what I meant by claims. You're arguing semantics. Claims obviously is something, but it's what's the word I'm looking for?
You literally have a phrase for it called claim stacking, where you take a bunch of claims, stack them on top of each other, and say, "Well, that's the proof."
Okay, well, you have actual science, like engineers and like
you don't know what science is, dude.
You have not. Cool. I don't have to be an expert. You just have to listen to experts. Because they're fucking trained in this shit. NASA scientists.
Oh crap! I thought you said you didn't just have faith in other dudes that you trust.
It's not faith, dude.
They've done experiments.
Travis,
it didn't just pull it out of their ass. It's experiment after experiment.
Yeah, cool story. So name one of the experiments, bro. Name one.
What the fuck?
Don't. In fact, you don't even have to name it. Just describe it.
No.
Got him.
Got him.
You're cooked. You shouldn't be saying things like, there's all these scientists and all these experiments. And we say, okay.
Yeah, cool. I don't work for NASA. It's fucking delusional to expect me to have their fucking case files.
What's delusional?
You don't have anything, dude, except trust.
Go ahead, huh?
No, you go ahead.
Well, it's just delusional when you're going to say, well, there's all these scientists and all these experts and all this facts. We just say, okay, pick one. And you go silent. You're supposed to have those in order before you say it.
Kind of inclined to agree with him. I think it is delusional to expect this guy to have any evidence for what he claims.
Damn, facts.
Yeah, fair point, dude. But and then again, it's his evidence isn't evidence. His evidence is exactly what he said. All of these scientists told me so. I trust them because they're experts in their fields. And so he backs up his beliefs with faith in other people's claims about their beliefs.
Well, what this really is phantom expert syndrome. You don't actually have any scientists. There's not a single person you can name. What you're doing is imagining a panel in your head of experts and scientists that you don't even know you've made up, and they are giving you facts. Imagine how crazy that sounds.
Yeah, the only tests I know of that were done was Aries failure and maybe Michelson-Morley Gale, where they demonstrated that the Earth isn't moving. Those are the only ones I know of. So, I mean, maybe you have one where they demonstrated the Earth is moving, but you didn't seem to be able to produce it. Instead, you just said NASA. NASA, NASA, NASA. I'm 1,000% NASA. So I don't get it, bro. It's like you're just saying my religion, my religion, my religion, my faith, and my priests of my religion. That's all I'm hearing. Anybody else hearing anything different?
No, I hear the same thing.
Your proof of a core of the Earth was dropping a pencil to the ground. Your proof of the Earth moving was NASA exists. Like, how does that even make sense, dude?
That was pretty crazy. He's like, well, how am I going to show you the core? It's under the ground. Wow. Incredible.
Yeah, the core is under the ground. I can't show you the core because it's under the ground. I can't show you the core, therefore it's under the ground. Wow.
But when
That's
I drop this, it does go towards the core. Okay, can you prove it? Well, no. Then why are you saying it, dude? What the fuck? He's basically like, you just don't believe as much as me. Yeah, facts. Why would we do that?
I got an idea. How about you go to the google.com that you posted and just try to find some meaty details about an example or an experiment or a test or anything that backs any of the claims you made, and then we'll have something to talk about. How about that? All right, he says he has one sincere question before he goes, so he's about to type it.
Yeah, type it.
I'll tell you what, friend, you type it and I'll give you a sincere answer. How about that?
Yep. And while you're at it, while you're typing, put that experiment in the chat too, or name one scientist. We'll wait. This is what the Globetrotter. I think this is one of their biggest issues as well. They say shit and Google later. Bro, pro tip for you: Google first, then speak on what you just researched. They always do this. Yappity yap yap yap. Okay, is that true? Can you prove it? Well, hold on. Let me go to Google. What? Where is this coming from then? Directly from your asshole? Pause. It's a weird phenomenon. I don't have a name for it yet. We need to come up with a name for when they yap first and Google later. Meteors.
I would call that pat in the pockets. You know, when you run out of ammo, you don't have any ammo, you're patting your pockets, like your game character.
Damn, okay. That's got a pretty good ring to it. We got the chat. Ask about meteors. Hey, should we start a poll? Has anyone seen a rock fall from the sky?
Well, he answered his own question, bro. So he said, if the Earth is a closed system, where do meteors come from? The answer is from within the closed system, like you answered it yourself.
Okay, chat. I'm dropping a poll right now. Please cast your vote. Cast your vote, chat, in the chat. Have you seen rocks fall from the sky? Go ahead and post your vote, please. AI, make sure you cast your vote as well. Damn, we're 5 votes to 0 right now. Just a reminder, we have a poll going. Have you seen rocks fall from the sky? Please post your vote. Oh, we got one.
Oh yeah, for Travis's question, yes, dude, I did do tests.
Not only did I do tests, but I also validated against my military experience certain targeting systems and optical systems, and I know how all that works. And then you apply that to the physics of water, and then you extrapolate that across the surface because the physics are ubiquitous. And 192 million square miles covered, 70% in water. That's flat and level between two horizontal parallel planes. That means the Earth is flat. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Is this character in the call? Koji, go ahead and come off mute. We can discuss how.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. I just didn't want to interrupt anything.
Oh, you're definitely not interrupting. Please save us.
Okay.
Wait, so you've seen rocks fall from the sky? IRL, not on YouTube, bro. Everyone's seen the YouTube videos. You can put anything on YouTube.
IRL? No, I live in Canada.
You've never seen rocks fall. So why would you assume that rocks falling from the sky?
Well, there's the Russian meteor, which destroyed many windows, injured many people.
How do you know that was a rock falling from the sky? How do you know that was a rock falling from the sky?
Well, it was a meteor.
Which is that a rock?
They're similar.
Okay.
Was it meteor or meteorite?
It was
the difference.
I think it was a meteorite. I think it was a meteorite. Actually, yeah.
What museum has it right now?
Let me see. I don't know if it's. I'll search it up.
No museum, because there was nothing. You don't know what that was. It didn't hit the ground. People didn't go grab it and put it in a museum in a little glass box. Nobody did any of that.
It's in the Chelyabinsk meteor.
I mean, do you know the difference? That's what I'm saying. Like frantic Googling. You should. This is stuff you should have in your skull before you start talking about it.
Yeah, there it is. Crit, does anyone hear that phone ringing? Because I just called that shit. Holy.
It's in the State Museum of
Instant Expert Syndrome.
Yeah, and there it is, chat. Go ahead, tell us. What museum?
It's in the Chelyabinsk State Museum of Local Lore.
Call them up and see if they'll hire you.
Wait, did you say call them up?
Local lore.
Local lore.
I was gonna say call them up because then you can call them up and say you've got an epic social media victory against flurfers, and they should hire you as a curator to talk all about meteors, meteoroids, and meteorites. That you're an instant expert. All it took was one Google search, and they should hand the keys over to you.
What?
Local lore. There's no way that's a real thing. Is that a real thing?
I don't know. It's called Chelyabinsk. I'll put it in chat.
That's crazy. But you've only seen, the only reason you think this is because you've seen like a video on YouTube. To me, that's like having the standards of a Bigfoot believer. It's like, well, I've never seen one, but I saw a video.
No, but there is like leftover evidence. So I don't know.
Where? Of rocks falling from the sky? Where?
Yeah, Chelyabinsk State Museum of Local Lore. It's in there.
But I mean that goes. Okay, if it's something physical, that doesn't make any sense because lore means something that is passed by mouth to mouth, meaning something that is spoken from one person to the other.
No, but that's just the name of the museum.
Exactly my point. If they have something physical, that means it's not lore.
But that's just a name. Like, my name could be temporary, but that doesn't make me temporary. Or like, I don't know. I
You
can't
are
like
temporary. What are you talking about? Everybody.
I know. Yeah, I am temporary. Yeah. My fault. I mean, other way around, like permanent.
It's probably just exactly what it's saying. It's lore. It's not really there.
Is this actually a thing? Like, I tried Googling exactly what you posted. I don't see anything there. Where did you get that from?
Wikipedia.
Bro, it's not even like I just copy and pasted what you posted in the chat. Nothing comes up. There's not a website. There's no website or anything.
It's exactly what we're just saying. It's just lore.
Bro.
Oh, it's Chelyabinsk State of Local History. Oh, okay. Right, yeah, right there. All right. Local history. Chelyabinsk. I'll try to find the link and then I'll post it.
Okay. Still not seeing where there's any rocks falling from the sky. Either way, do you accept that the Earth is closed?
No, I don't think the Earth is closed, no.
Oh. Why?
Well, I mean, we can visually see like rockets going into where would they go?
Where would they
go?
go?
Shouldn't the gas go into there?
Huh?
Shouldn't the gas expand into that area too?
Well, it's an open system, so
I'm saying.
Shouldn't gas, but like, isn't gravity just holding it down? Isn't it that simple?
No.
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 Yeah, gravity doesn't do that. Even if it was real, it definitely does not do that. With gases, no.
Like, let's say you have a helium balloon inside of a vacuum chamber, right? And then the helium balloon pops. What does the gas do? Does it sink to the bottom?
Well, that's different because Earth is an open system.
Oh, open like a coffee cup.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so like when you have hot coffee, the steam escapes from the cup out of that system, out into the space above it, right?
And then it drops back down, or goes.
No, steam doesn't go down. Steam doesn't go down. Steam goes up.
Yeah, but it can cool down.
Yeah. Well, then it's not steam anymore.
So when it leaves the open system, it would cool down.
What?
No, it expands in all directions.
So if it leaves the open system, why are you breathing?
Because it's just as simple as gravity holds the atmosphere.
Yeah. Can you demonstrate that?
A
layer of spherical air being held down by a ball in an open system.
For gas to even escape, it would have to go faster than 11 kilometers. Most particles don't even move that
Well,
fast.
why are you going into your lore, dude? Just provide the demonstration for your claim.
Which is?
Gravity stopping the expansion of gas, dude. whatever gravity is.
I don't understand. How are you going to say something and we say demonstrate and you go, demonstrate what?
To demonstrate gravity
you not know what you just said.
holding down gases is there's fog, there's cold air versus hot air.
Really?
Why
Fog
does
is
one
water.
go above the other one? Why does one go below the other one? Is that not very simple demonstrations that we've seen in grade school?
No, that's not gravity holding air, dude.
It's pulling it down.
You're just asserting that, dude. Do you have it as an independent variable in an experiment so you can demonstrate a causal relationship between anything gas is doing and supposed gravity?
Okay, do you know why helium goes up?
Yeah, not because gravity's not a thing. Yeah, facts.
No, because helium is lighter than air.
You mean less dense? No, you mean less dense. The helium balloon goes up because it's So the relative density of the object in relation to its surrounding medium controls whether objects rise or fall, not gravity.
Look, you don't got to yap right now. We just need to see a demonstration where you have air and then gravity holding it down or containing it, basically, without a container. So go ahead.
Well, the Earth is one.
Just post it in the chat. No, you can't use the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof for the thing you're trying to prove. You're trying to prove that the air on the Earth is being contained by gravity. So we're asking you for a demonstration of that. You can't just say, "Well, it's just true." Like that's why we're challenging you to show us because I don't think that's true. So can you show us an example where you have air and then gravity containing that? Post it in the chat. You really don't have to say much. Just post it in the chat.
Yeah, well, I will.
Yeah, let's take a look. And remember, you can be using containers for this also, like physical containers.
Of course.
All right, cool. Let's take a look. Because we can post a boatload of examples where you have gas pressure with a container. I don't think you can post one that doesn't have a container, but let's take a look. Let's see what you got.
Love, it's just
I'm bracing for impact.
What do we got coming?
I'm just looking for something. I'm not really.
He's looking for it. It's all right. Take your time. Take your time. I have a feeling it's going to be like
a long
an
time.
Example where you have 3 containers to prove that you don't need a container. I'm just going to call it right now. But go ahead.
Yeah, you can't have containers to do this.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I'm looking for. Yeah.
I mean, to have the vacuum of space, that also needs to be a container. So where's your space container?
Ooh.
Yeah, vacuums need containers.
Is this happening again? Or I don't want to roast him too hard, but like, do you know this exists and you're like just going to find out where you posted it, or you're not sure if it exists and then you're looking for it?
I'm looking.
Yeah, chatbot won't help you.
Because you're supposed to speak on things that you know to be true instead of saying something's true and then going to Google for it.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, look, that's just a pro tip. You don't have to take my advice.
All right. Next time. That's next time.
All right, bet. What are you Googling there? Like, what we can help you search it. Like, what are you searching?
I was just thinking about just like open systems. I don't know what I'm searching to be exact, honestly. I'm kind of just like looking for visuals to send.
All right, cool. Yeah. I mean, should we just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you it's not possible, dude?
Yeah, tell them space is fake. Don't tell them I said anything.
Look, dude, every example where you're going to have some sort of gas or, air pressure, gas pressure. It's gonna have a container involved every single time, bro. Like, we ask everybody this so that hopefully they go and look and realize it for themselves, but we could just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you it's not gonna happen. It's like me trying to mail you water without a container. It can't be done. Like, you're gonna have to contain it somehow if you're gonna mail me water. Even if it was a gas. Like, if I had a business and I sell different types of gases, helium and stuff, I'm gonna have to put it in a first of all, I'm gonna take it out of a container, put it into another container, and then send it to you. There's no way to do this without a container. So if that's true, then you can extrapolate out and say that the air that we breathe is also contained. There's no reason to say, well, this is different over here. Go ahead. Sorry. Is he cutting out? Radwin says, pondering life. Hey, Dre says, there's no globe update that will save this broken idea facts.
No, the revision on the globe that is out. They're not even supporting it anymore. There's no more revisions coming. It's just the way it is. And since that's broken, you guys really don't have anything left.
At least he didn't say the atmosphere is the container. I gotta give him props for that one.
Well, hold on. Maybe he's going to find a demonstration of gas in a vacuum chamber not expanding all the way out to the walls of that chamber, but just somewhere maybe halfway there, and then it turns around and comes back home because of gravity.
Wait. Chamber?
Yeah, let's see the gas not collide with the walls of the chamber.
Yes, nice.
Let's see it get halfway there and then turn around and, gravity calls it back home.
Well, to get 10 to the minus 17 torr for outer space, that requires, that's pressure. That requires a container to create that minus 17 torr.
Yeah, it is gas pressure, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's gas pressure.
Force applied to a container. Yeah, I read you. It went pretty quiet. I guess
it's kind of like, I don't know what I'm searching up. My bad.
Well, it's just like it's a belief, right? It's just kind of a blind belief. It's not something that can be practically demonstrated. It's just not real. So you're just kind of going through that. Yeah, that scenario that I brought up would obviously not happen. The gas would just expand, fill the entire volume of the container, collide with the walls, and then it would turn around.
All right, so I just got a question. I need to know if this would work. But you know how at lower altitudes, so like on ground level, we don't struggle with breathing because there's lots of oxygen and gases around us. But when we go to like mountains, at the top of them, people struggle breathing a lot, especially on Mount Everest.
So that's a gradient of gas pressure?
Okay, but wouldn't that show that?
That would be a gradient of force exerted on the walls of the container by gas.
No, but wouldn't that show?
So to have the gradient, you're going to need a container, in other words. Yeah.
But wouldn't that show that since it's denser towards the bottom and less dense towards the top, that something is pulling it down?
Well, that's your claim, but it's just a differential of a force that requires a container, so it's sort of another point for us. So the antecedent to gas pressure gradient is obviously gas pressure itself. You need that first, right? In order to have the differential of it, right?
So wait.
Right? Am I right?
You were talking about pressure differentials?
Well, that's the gradient. That's what you're talking about.
But how do they... Can't they... What?
It's a dynamic system. Energy and forces applied on the gas. Now you're going to say gravity again, but you'd have to demonstrate that experimentally. And that's what we've been asking for.
Let me try. Where do you think the gas is produced on Earth?
Well, they say
really
oxygen comes from trees, so I don't know.
So the ground, right?
Yeah.
So you have gas constantly
matter, though, because he needs the container in order to have the dynamic system with the gas pressure changing anyway.
Yeah, but don't pressure differentials only exist with acceleration or force to cause them?
No. This was it hits the walls of his container, and it's done by height. It's because of height or depth. It's called depth. It's called that's a specific gravity.
Temperature can affect the pressure, obviously.
Yeah, heat.
You got differentials of that all over the place because you have the sun moving around, etc.
Like water, there's more pressure at the bottom of the water than there is in the top. Is there more water at the bottom? No. If you get a cubic inch or cubic feet of water down the bottom, it's the same amount of a cubic feet of water up top. It's not more water. It's just more pressure due to depth.
So to have the gradient of gas pressure, you first need gas pressure. And to have gas pressure, you need a container. Since it's literally a force on a container.
Okay, but like, wouldn't you where, I don't understand. Everyone keeps talking about container, but I don't know, I don't see one.
It's a contained dynamic system. The evidence,
yeah, but I don't
gas pressure, the antecedent consequent relationship of the container to the gas. It first needs the container in order to have that gas contained there at all. Regardless what it's doing after that.
So you're saying I don't need to visually see the container?
No. You just need to know that in order to have it to begin with, there had to be a container, or the gas would just keep expanding indefinitely into whatever available volume there is. If that's an infinite, near perfect vacuum in the sky, I think the gas would just keep expanding into that. What's going to call it home? You're going to say gravity again and not be able to demonstrate it. Yeah, just try to stop gas from dispersing freely into an adjacent volume. Good luck.
What?
What do you mean, what?
Well, gases rise, right?
No. They move freely and randomly in all directions. That's why you can breathe everywhere except, underwater, of course. You need gills for that.
It's starting to seem like concession time. What do we think, chat?
I'm not sure because he's talking about gas gradient, but wouldn't that just show gravity is working?
Oh, no.
Well, you'd be making an unfounded cause claim that there is a gas pressure gradient due to gravity. Then we just ask for an experiment to demonstrate, and
well, there is the experiment.
Silence will follow like it has every other time. What's the experiment, dude?
Well, why is pressure highest at sea level?
So that's just you asking me a question. That ain't an experiment.
Okay, well, that's why the pressure is highest at sea level. There you go.
Okay, that's an assertion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He's already forgot what you were supposed to show us, right? Gas pressure.
Okay, that doesn't explain a gradient of air, like density, though. Like, even if the air was the same density everywhere, the pressure would still be highest there.
Evidence for your claim of cause, dude. Can any of you post that at all?
Gravity isn't affecting gases. Even if we conceded your gravity to you, it doesn't affect gas laws at all.
Thank you, Sonny. Rip the Band-Aid off.
But if a container caused gradient, wouldn't the pressure just be equal everywhere?
Yeah, no. The only place you ever have a gas gradient is within a contained gas pressure system. Period. You don't have gas pressure gradients in open containers. It doesn't exist. Not in reality. Only in your mind do these things exist. So we are here to rip the Band-Aid off. It should already be off by now, and you should just be at the point where you're like, okay, there's nothing I can say that is contrary to what the gas laws are saying. It's not flat earthers that are saying it. It's the gas laws themselves that are proving it and demonstrating it. We don't have to say anything. Just go look at the gas laws. Go look at how gases behave. And why do we have axioms concerning thermodynamics?
I mean, it's well known that breathing at the top of mountains is a lot harder, right? So at the top of Everest, breathing, they take like oxygen tanks, right? So like that's a clear example of the air thinning.
Yeah, that's a good example of a gas pressure gradient in a container. Sorry, heretic.
Well, it's the same thing. Yeah, that's our point. Got a differential of gas pressure or force requiring a container, so obviously the whole system is contained.
So wait, what are these laws that show that the Earth is flat?
That's not what we're even talking about right now.
We're talking about the gas. This ultimately proves that the Earth's flat, basically.
Yeah, that's the gas laws are kind of a separate issue, but that destroys your outer space completely. But we can go to the fundamentals of how water behaves in every circumstance that you've ever witnessed or experienced, and as well as everybody else, we've all experienced water the same way. If it goes into a container, it needs to be contained on the sides, and the top surface is always horizontal, level, flat. Water. That's the only way you've ever experienced water.
So just oceans are flat?
Absolutely. Horizontal, sea level.
Yeah, but
the horizon. Do you know where the word horizontal comes from, right?
Yeah.
Horizon.
Yep.
Yeah. So horizontal doesn't mean curved.
Yep.
It's not used that way in any practical sense. Like navigation, we use it just as we see it and experience it. When we're navigating across the water, we're navigating across an open level plain, and that's how we navigate on it.
Yeah, but how come if someone's on like a shoreline, they see a boat disappear from bottom first?
And then you zoom back in to the boat and you see the entire boat. So if the boat disappears bottom up, completely from your naked eye, your view. It's gone. You cannot see it. Then you bring out a zoom camera and zoom in, and you can see the entire boat, waterline and all.
Yeah, but
so these are known. These are known effects that we can demonstrate on a flat plane, on a flat surface, even as small a scale as a table. We can demonstrate things disappearing bottom up on a table. Does that mean the table is curved?
Nope.
No, not curved. So there's observations of small boats, RC boats, that are less than 6 inches tall on a lake or a pond, 1,000 feet across. So that's 1,000 feet, right? So
I'm just confused because boats literally disappear bottom first, no matter how much you zoom in.
The RC boats disappear bottom up on a 1,000-foot lake. 1,000 feet. That's less than a quarter mile.
No, but you can only see the tip of the boats, no matter how much you zoom in, until it's gone.
Well, until it runs out of the angular resolution of all devices, including your eye, has a limit. So even with the most powerful optical device, like a telescope, eventually the boat will be beyond your optical resolution limit. You can't see things forever. They eventually get too far away for your eyes to resolve it, no matter what kind of device.
They do that, but they don't just make it disappear bottom first.
Okay, no problem. So what is your point? Boats disappear as they go into the distance from the hull to the top of the mast. What's your point?
The hull stays visible the further out it goes until it doesn't become visible.
Yeah, I'm asking what your point is.
Would that not show curvature?
Why? That would show that you're affirming the consequence, that you're saying if the Earth is curved, then a boat would disappear bottom up. The boat disappears bottom up, therefore the Earth is curved. But you actually have to show that the Earth is curving first. Otherwise, it's just a fallacy. You don't think that there could be more than one reason as to why things disappear bottom up as they go off into the distance?
If you can zoom into a boat that has previously disappeared, hold on a second. I'll be done in 15 seconds. So if you can zoom in at any point to a boat that has already disappeared from your naked eye, and then you could pull out a zoom camera and zoom in. If you can zoom in after it's disappeared at any point and zoom in and see the entire boat, it's not curvature. How could you zoom in along a curved line where an object has disappeared below your line of sight with a bulge of water in between you and the object? Not possible.
All right, did you hear me?
Yeah, no, I heard you. So sometimes I get really frustrated because all of a sudden I become the errand boy for you when you are telling me that because the Earth is curving, that's why the boat disappears bottom up. So I'm wondering, have you actually ever tested to see if this geometric physical Earth curve is consistent with a globe of a radius of 3,959 miles? Or did someone tell you the story that the reason the boat disappears from the bottom up is because of Earth curve and you never bothered to check them on their bullshit?
Well, I just saw a video of it, and the explanation was Earth curve, so...
Right, so you saw a YouTube video, you believed it, and then you came in here and said, yep, this is the truth, because YouTube and Dr. Bill Nye, or Professor Bill Nye, or Bill Nye the science guy, because he's not a doctor or a professor.
Well, no, it wasn't a Bill Nye video, don't worry about that.
Okay.
It was
well, he said the same thing. Okay, so a random dude says some shit, you believed him, and now you're going to use that as your ammunition. Oh, okay. Show us the curve then. Is it at the geometric location required, consistent with a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles?
Yeah, but can't that change depending on...
No, I just asked you a question. Oh, so now you're saying that it's not Earth curve. So it's not Earth curve then? Now all of a sudden it's an optical effect?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, you just told me that now it changes. So it's not Earth curve then. It's an optical effect?
Well, you guys also claim optical effects for many things too. What would be the problem for this?
Okay, so maybe it's an optical effect. Did you eliminate that as a possibility, that maybe the reason things disappear bottom up is because of optical effects?
Okay, I know. Yeah, and then I asked, what would be the other reasons? Remember?
Well, you just gave me one. It's an optical effect. You kind of debunked yourself.
Yeah, I know, but which optical effect would it be?
Well, how many different optical effects have you looked into?
None. I'm asking you.
Why are you asking me?
Well, because you claim that it could be an optical effect.
I'm just saying it could be. But am I your errand boy? Do I have to do your research for you, or can you answer your own questions through a little bit of due diligence? No, I didn't claim it. You did. You said it was an optical effect. Now it's your claim. Can you demonstrate to me that things disappear bottom up because of optical effects? Yeah, you just said it was another reason. You said the horizon moves due to an optical effect because of atmospheric effects, right? Now you have two. Go look those up and see.
We got interrupted. We got interrupted. Before that, I asked you what would be another reason, and then we got interrupted right after I said that.
Right, so you asked me what could be another reason, and I said, I'm not your errand boy. Have you ever considered that it might be something else?
And I'm asking you, if it is, what would it be?
Why am I doing your work for you?
Well, okay.
You're going to pay me to give you these answers? In fact, from this point forward, I want $10,000 for a minute that I have to explain shit to you that you could go look up on your own.
You literally asked me, what if it's something...
I want $10,000 a minute to explain things to you that you could go research on your own.
Yeah, I did do some, yes.
Yeah, okay, what'd you find out?
Well, not about this. That's why I'm asking you, bro. I'm trying to get you to...
Oh, so you need to go do some research. Otherwise, it's $10,000.
I'm not giving you no 10K to tell me some bullshit.
Great. Then that means you're going to go look it up on your own.
Yes. And then...
Or do you not care? Okay, great.
You guys will just keep telling me gas pressure gradients. Oh, I'm wrong. Gas doesn't hold down.
We're not talking about gas pressure gradients now. We're talking about the horizon, friend. Friend, we're talking about the horizon now. We've moved on from gas pressure because you have plans.
Push it off and brush it off. It doesn't even matter.
What are we pushing off and brushing off?
Well, I've been bringing up gas pressure and all this, and you guys just brush it off for like it's nothing.
Yeah, it isn't anything. Do you have
an gases? It's
okay. Can you show me an experiment that actually proves that? Do you have an experiment that proves it?
Mount Everest?
Okay, great. What is it?
One of the biggest examples.
Mount Everest is not an experiment, my friend.
And I said an example.
Yeah, I need an experiment where you're showing gravity holding down gas. I need that.
Yeah. When you're on Mount Everest, there's less air to breathe because the further down you go, there's more air. What would be the reason?
No, that's not an experiment. That's you asking me a question. It's a rhetorical question, right?
Yeah.
What would be the reason other than the gravity that I'm already assuming that I haven't had an experiment show me that the actual cause for there being a gradient is gravity? I want you to show me an experiment where they proved.
Show me the cause of it being.
Why? Once again, you want me to answer your questions and you haven't done any research.
Okay.
You can't just point at the gradient and say that's the proof of the gradient. That's circular reasoning.
Yeah.
Listen, gravity at like floor level.
What's that?
Right?
What's that?
There's more gas
gravity
on floor level than there would be in mountains. That's very...
Friend, you just want to bloviate. Can you stop bloviating and show me what gravity is? Can you show me gravity?
That's what.
It's a baseless assertion. Then this is just a claim, so it's a baseless assertion. It's a baseless assertion, is what it is.
You have to show that gravity is making or causing this gradient, but that's very visually observable. So I'm asking him now.
I like to use this example
wouldn't you have to show me that it would be the cause of it being like?
Right. I don't know why you're ignoring me. If I pull a rabbit out of a hat, does that
ignore me? Like,
sudden, does magic exist? Does magic exist because I pulled a fucking rabbit out of a hat?
No, bro. Like, there's tricks to that shit.
Okay, so you observe something, that doesn't necessarily mean that magic exists. So now you observe a gas pressure gradient, and you're going to assume that magical gravity exists, right?
Well, this is visual, because if I jump, would I float? No.
Yeah, the rabbit is a visual. Yeah, the rabbit in the hat, that's visual. You can see me pull the rabbit out of the hat.
But there's tricks behind it.
Yeah, so magic is real then. Oh, so there's not... What? It's not magic then.
Hey,
there's a cause.
Sorry,
right?
I don't know what this guy's on about.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that if you see something and someone says, magic, it's not necessarily magic, right? Did you bitch out? Did you leave? Did you run away?
Yep. Spiraled out of control.
So it's magic, everybody. If you see something, it's exactly what the magician tells you it is. Magic.
Yep, so I have the answer. So we all experience water as being flat, horizontal, level on the surface. So the gas pressure is making, so whatever, even like I started giving them gravity. Go ahead. Okay, you could have gravity. So we see your gravity is making all the water flat on Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. The Earth is flat. And the Globers just proved it. Thanks. Have a nice day. Thanks for playing. But that's interesting because you heard what he said. That's what. Why do the Globers go to like, how come I don't float then? Globers think they would float, like humans could fly or something.
Yeah, the thought process is so common. They revert to the same patterns. It's almost like a cult.
Yeah, a collective hive mind.
I mean, in certain circumstances, I don't have a problem explaining to people what angular resolution is and diffraction limits are and the Rayleigh criterion and all that stuff. But you can usually tell by the way that they ask and how dug in they are with their biases that it's kind of a question from incredulity, or like it's more rhetorical, because you're gonna waste your time and tell them what it is, and they're just gonna shake their head and go, no, it's not that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because even when it's like even when in here it's an open book test, we actually give them the answers. And then they don't know it's like they don't hear anything we say. So, yeah, it is important, crucial that they check these things themselves. Like the last thing we want is people that just believe because somebody told them. We don't want that. We want you to go out and check for yourself. Go do your own long distance observations, Prophet. Like go to the cliffs of Dover and make observations over to Calais in France. I think it's like 25 kilometers or something like that. It might be more.
I mean,
yeah, why would anybody believe what a flat earther says, right?
Go ahead, Prophet.
No, I mean, I live in Wales, and I can see like England from like the beach. So I don't know.
Yeah, how far is that?
It's like 20 miles, I think.
So pull out your Earth curve calculator and see if you can see the shoreline or some landmark over water.
It's quite blurry though, so yeah.
Yeah, it's probably overcast a lot of the time, but I'm sure it can have some clear days where you can see the shoreline. Possibly, I think you're talking about over water. So
yeah, it's all across water.
So you're talking about like on the shores of Wales, looking south across water to England, right? Southern England.
Yeah. So yeah, South Wales.
So you can probably see points of land or something, or a lighthouse or something on the coast in South England and across the water there. Make your own observations. Take a photo of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I could do.
Anyway, I got to go for a while. It's been nice talking with you. I'll be back shortly. Have a good one.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Soaking up Glober tears.
Ah, you have your cup ready, huh?
Hell yeah.
They're a little bit salty, man. You gotta sweeten it up a little bit. Looks like the guy Doobie is doing an event for Tim Pool. I posted it in the text chat. He's actually asking if anybody wants to have a debate on his culture war show, or whatever. I don't know if anybody's seen Tim Pool.
I don't follow him a lot, but I get a lot of kind of controlled op, shilly vibes from that dude.
He had the I don't know if it was like a debate or a gathering of like people that are discussing flat Earth versus globe Earth. We had Robertson Jenis and Whitsitt and all them guys. Some guys opposing them on the globe side. They were having like a panel.
Yeah, I saw that.
Back and forth. I mean, I don't know if you can consider that a debate. Some people might. To me, it was just, I don't know what it was. It definitely wasn't exposition. It was just people bickering about talking points. But whatever.
Yeah, it seemed like everybody was kind of peacocking during that thing. Everybody was kind of bloviating about what they thought they knew.
Yep. So Jenis has a bit of production value behind him, doesn't he? Isn't he some sort of like producer? Made that a movie. Isn't that his like?
I don't know.
Partial claim to fame that he's a quote unquote truther, trying to get the information out, but it's getting, pushed back from the narrative. People don't want him out saying the geocentrism. I think is what he's promoting.
You find any glove proof hush? I figured you came back because you found something new. Hey, he ran away. Oh, he's still there. Hey, hush, you there, bud?
Hello, governors.
Prophet, you've listed everything except for Earth curve measurements, bro. Just a whole bunch of blah blah and no measurements for your ball belief.
Hey Jenna, can you post? Do you have your the pictures where it explains clearly that the surface of water at rest is flat? So this guy's confused on that.
Yeah, I got it. Give me a sec.
Thank you, and I'll save it.
I've got the citations, right? That one.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I got them. My flat Earth file is freaking huge. Boop, boop, boop. There they are. All right, loading. And there you go, Prophet. And also for you, Toby Dog, so that you can save them.
Thank you, Jenna.
Yeah, no problem. check out calm sea level at 44 minutes past the hour. Wouldn't you know, it's not curving. It's level. That's not really subjective. That's objective reality right there.
Yo, what's up, guys?
The sky, bro. The sky is up. And the earth is down.
What, do you know me?
What's up?
What do you say?
I said, hey, what's up?
Hi, what's up, man? Are you a flat earther?
I sure am. What about you?
I am not, bro. I am not.
You're not a flat earther?
I believe that the earth is a sphere, bro. It's what I believe in.
Okay, well, that's a belief, yeah. So you don't know it, you just believe it.
I know it, bro. I know it.
Okay, well, now you're going to have to show how you know it.
You believe that the earth is flat. That is a belief.
No, I know that the earth is flat. For a fact, I know that. I hold on. I know for a fact that large bodies of water rest flat and level on the surface.
From your perspective, bro. From your perspective.
No, it's not my perspective. This is not subjective at all. This is objective. We use liquid to determine level. And it doesn't curve.
It's objective still from your when you say something, but when he says something, it's subjective.
Right. Yeah. No, it's
that just sounds like
complete objective
to me. That sounds like narcissism to me.
Who's that?
In fact, it borders on solipsism, actually. So.
Yeah. No. So you're disagreeing that large bodies of water rest level and flat.
No, I'm saying that you're telling him that he has a belief, but when you say a claim, it's somehow a fact, right? That's just like disingenuous. Like you can't get.
Well, okay, what I stated is a fact, is it not? Large bodies of water.
If you had to ask me, it's not a fact, then, right?
No. Just follow the logic, dude. I'm not actually. It's more of a rhetorical question. Okay, is it false that large bodies of water rest level, flat on the surface? Is that false?
I think it's true that you believe that.
No. That's not what I'm asking. Is it false? True or false, man? True or false? Large bodies of water.
There's no way to know.
Rest level and flat. No. There's no way to know. Okay. We got a brain in a jar alert, you guys. There's no way to know. How is there no way to know? Go ahead and explain that.
Well, I mean, clearly there isn't a way to know because you two both have different claims. So, I mean, if it was that obvious, then both of you would come to a claim.
No. This is not a no way to know. This is a true or false question. Large bodies of water.
I could tell you true or false, but that's just going to be my perspective, right? So it won't really matter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, you interrupted. I don't know if you're trying to white knight for the other guy or what.
Just trying to be, consistent. You're not being consistent.
You're trying to play devil's advocate or something?
Sure, whatever.
Yeah, that's about what that is. So it is true that large bodies of water rest flat and level on the surface. It's a fact. Hydrostatics, physics of water. This is not a claim. I have citations for this. Would you like them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Once I post these citations, it's over with.
Well, I'll have to read them.
And
we ain't talking about water. We're talking about the earth.
Oh, there's not water on the earth? Oh, I'm sorry. Earth isn't covered in
it's being flat, bro, and it's not flat.
Yeah, it's flat. Everything's horizontal position. You know how you get the elevation angles to like mountains, things like that? You get it from sea level. Now you get that from sea level. I actually go up to. I just posted it in the chat not that long ago. If it hasn't been completely posted over, scroll up to. I think it was 44 minutes past the hour, and then I'll post it again.
So if it's always flat, where does it end, or is it always like infinite Earth?
I don't know that. Neither do you.
Well, I'm not asking if you know.
That's absolutely fair and valid. You know, I don't know how big this Earth is, and neither do you.
Okay, so are you saying it never ends?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't know how big the Earth is.
So if you don't know, then you're
I'm
just arguing if you don't know, then you're just arguing from ignorance, right?
No, I'm not arguing from ignorance.
If you don't
I'm
know where
giving
it
an
ends,
honest
then
answer.
if you don't know where it ends, then you don't know the bounding parameters, right?
Yeah.
So you don't even know like if it actually has a shape. You don't know what shape it is.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
It does
I don't have to know where it ends to know that it's flat.
Okay, so let me give you an example.
I don't have to know where it ends to know where it's flat.
So let me give you an example. So if I am a microscopic Stentor Aurelius on a basketball, it's going to look when I'm moving, it's going to look like the fucking basketball is flat. But if the surface I'm on goes on forever, then it's flat, right? But if it stops, if it has a bounding condition, which it is on the basketball, because there's an ending surface, an ending parameter, right? Then it has a shape. So it would be round. It would just be really big, right? But it would look flat as far as I'm concerned, right? So you have to tell me the bounding condition then, because if you don't know the bounding condition, then there's no way for you to know what the shape of the Earth is.
That's not true.
So you can't say it's flat, right? You have to know. You have to know what the bounding condition is. You have to know what the shape is.
That's a false
if you don't know when it ends, you have to. It either ends or it doesn't end.
Dichotomy.
Right?
Yeah, dude, you didn't give her she's not a microbe with boats and airplanes and trains and stuff. It's not fair.
Yeah, but all I'm asking is like, does it end? Because if it doesn't end, then it's flat.
Buddy, I don't know. I would imagine.
But if you don't know, then you can't know the shape of the Earth.
Okay, listen. No, that's not true. That's a false dichotomy. Once again,
tell me how that works.
Okay, I imagine, right, because that's the best I can do in this scenario. I imagine that at some point it does end. Where that is, I don't know. Okay, and that's fair. That is absolutely fair and honest to say. Is it not?
If you don't know where it ends, then you can't know the shape. And if you can't know the shape, then you don't know if it's flat.
All right, is flat a shape, my guy?
It's only flat if it's infinite.
Is flat a shape?
No.
Okay, then there you go.
Right, but the only way
you can't know what shape it is. No, it's flat. How big?
I don't think you're listening to anything I'm saying. I don't think you're even processing what I'm saying. That's kind of scary, actually.
Okay.
I can explain it to you again if you want, because that's what I'm trying to do right here. I'm just trying to tell you, if you guys are right, then the only way you can be right is if you tell me that the Earth is infinite.
Yeah, but you agreed with her. You agreed with her like a microbe on a basketball.
If you tell me the Earth is infinite, then yeah, we can go with that.
No. It's, again, false dichotomy. You seem to be the one not listening.
Hey, Jenna, he agreed with you. He's like, you could be like a microbe on a basketball looking at the Earth and it looks flat. So he agrees that it looks that way. It looks flat. So
it does look flat. It does look flat.
So,
excellent.
So you
Thank
observe
you.
it as flat.
But you have to tell me like if it ends or not. The only way the Earth can be flat.
I have to tell you that your observation is the same like ours. It looks flat. And
okay,
she
so
gave you
flat.
She gave you the determining
that's all you're
factor.
saying, then I agree.
Dude,
fair enough, right?
She gave you the determining factor, which is the hydrostatic equilibrium of water. So she bolstered not just it looks flat, but the physics of water will also confirm that it's flat. Flat water, flat Earth. Yeah.
Only in the boundary conditions that you.
No, there's no conditions. The surface condition.
Either it has.
The surface.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
The surface. Yeah, you're not getting this right. The surface of the Earth has water, bro. The surface of the Earth has water.
So water level is flat. The only way that can happen is you're in a container, which means that you're in a dome, right? Or it means that the Earth is infinite. That's
a false analogy. It doesn't need to be those things.
Analogy.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be those things. It could just be flat on the surface.
Why doesn't it need to be those things?
And we don't have to know the boundaries. We can tell you that the surface condition is flat. Flat water, flat Earth.
You're just telling me what you're seeing. You're not telling me what it is.
Yeah, and the physics describe it that way. So the determining factor
physics describes it that way for a container, which means that it would be a dome.
No, dude.
It would be the same.
Listen. We're observing the surface. We're both observing it, and we can test the surface. We're observing and we're testing. So the physics will also declare that the Earth is flat, flat water, flat Earth.
I think you're
simple.
Just doing this magic game for me. Like I think
you're just ignoring. You're rejecting reality. That's fine. You can reject it, but this is the nature of reality. It's flat water, flat Earth.
And that's the whole thing about it, man. Is yeah, flat water, flat Earth. It'd be like what you're saying is you can't know the boundary, so that you can't know that it's flat. It would be like me asking you, where's the end of space or something like that. Where's your edge of space? Where's your boundary? Well, then you can't know that it's a ball. It's
He left.
okay. Well,
yeah.
W, fucking W. And I mean, I maintained.
Come back, baby.
The whole time. He was, I don't know, dude got real triggered. I'm just like, let me just stay chill, right?
At least he agreed that it looks flat, right? There's some zealots that won't even agree on that. What up, India?
Got some caskets.
Or there are community posts, even like a whole separate.
Trying to get them in the chat.
You're dispensing justice over there? In chat?
Dude said, show me a map. Says, what does it say? Draw a map with the sun moving. It don't work. We got a chat skank making outrageous claims. You work, dude? You just chilling?
Toiling away at work. Tell you, man, it's been a clown show all day with these guys coming in.
Dude, I came in here because I heard you when somebody else with the fireworks going on. Coming in here to get a pound of flesh, but he was gone already.
Well, he was denying Jenna the physics of water, so he wants to know the boundaries of Earth to then declare that the Earth is flat. You haven't told me that the Earth extends up and it's got boundaries, so therefore it's not flat. Stupid argument, man.
Dude, mainstream physics has actually been going. This boundary question has actually been I guess mainstream physics has been poking at it, and they're starting to say, well, it's a stupid question, it's meaningless, it doesn't have any meaning, depends on what your assumptions are, yada yada yada. What was the one I heard?
The problem is, dude, they don't know that they've been talking about edges this whole time. The leading edge of the sphere over over a plane, like when they're looking across horizontally, like that should be a leading edge of the sphere where the Earth is curving away. That's an edge. What about the edge of space? What about the edge of the galaxy? Well, there's all these edges, dude. They don't talk about those. They don't know any of those. It's kind of funny. It's a bit of a double standard, isn't it?
Well, from what I've been hearing, they're trying to get rid of the edge thing surreptitiously by saying the universe has no center. Right? So if you have no center, you can have no edge, just as a matter of logical consequence. So they're trying to play like all these weird games. Because of something Newton, I guess, said about if the universe has a center, I guess his argument was the universe must be infinite because if it had a center, then it would have a center of mass and everything would end up collapsing.
Yeah, it's real stupid because there's an article that I've seen that they're claiming a boundary around the solar system. So in other words, a container.
Yeah, I actually saw I don't know if you know
the Oort cloud.
Say again, Tito.
Sorry, India. Yeah, but like I was just saying to Alpha, isn't that the Oort cloud?
Yeah, the Oort cloud.
It's containing the solar system. Yeah.
Well, Rupert Sheldrake wrote that 100th Monkey crap, whatever. I don't want to get into his philosophy. I saw him interview this guy named Sky Darmos, right? And you know how the presentation he did had the Bremen drop tests in there. You know, the vacuum chamber tests with the frickin' it's got like the zinc, the frickin' different elements, iron, and he drops them in the vacuum chamber. We've all seen it, right? So he's actually extended this, and he's gone and he's done variations of this test, and he hired somebody else to do it without telling him. He hired like an experimentalist to go do a bunch of tests with a bunch of different elements, and without telling him why, and to just give him the results. So it's turning out the rate something falls actually, and they did it like with a Cavendish setup with different elements, and they're getting all different results. So for big G, right? So Cavendish will give you the big G and the rate of acceleration. They've gotten different variations. So something wrong, basically, with the whole thing. Because they assume G is a constant, right? And that G does not depend on the composition of the material. But these experiments it seems to show that it does depend on the material. How fast something falls. And a very clever way of not having to do it in a vacuum chamber, right? So what they do is they take and they went and they got like these vending machine balls, and they take the element and put it inside the vending machine balls and drop them, right? So what you have is now they all have if it's inside the identical ball, now they all have the same air resistance, right? Because the balls are identical. So you can just go, okay, I don't have to account for air resistance, and I don't have to consider it. It has to be in a vacuum chamber to eliminate air resistance because air resistance is uniform. So now I can take a piece of iron and I can take a piece of, copper, and I can stick them in one of these balls and drop them to see if there's a difference in the rate of in the rate of acceleration in free fall. And it turns out that there's a difference, and the difference is based upon the number of the number of neutrons that are in the nucleus, according to the standard atomic model. Not like their mass, like how many there are. Like if you count them up. So according to him, iron has the largest G constant. Well, it's not obviously not constant. I guess you got to rename it to something else now. Big G, whatever it is it varies by element. And then he also says it probably varies by molecule too, if you're doing it at that scale. So it's just something that's like super interesting. And the reason I'm bringing it up because he said that he has an overall theory, which is some entropic universe theory. And I'm not saying this is an endorsement. I'm just saying this is just interesting. That the size of the universe depends on that the universe is trying to stay at a thermodynamic equilibrium in a way. So if a black hole sucks in a whole bunch of matter, in order to keep the entire universe at entropic equilibrium, it has to expand, and that's what he says is attributing to the expansion of the universe, because the expansion is based upon the amount of matter that's inside of black holes or some shit. Just super cool. And he was showing like all the graphs and the numbers, and it's not just like some cockamamie theory. It's pretty. From what I saw from his experiments and from the data he was showing, it's pretty well worked out. But he's not within academia. I mean, he's an academic, but he's not working within academia or whatever. But I will say his little hypothesis there is pretty abstract. Goes into like virtual gluons. It's basically a theory of virtual gluons, which is supposed to hold the nucleus together. Yada yada yada, whatever. But the point is, part of his talk was talking about the expansion and the boundary and like where's the edge of the universe and all these things. And I also heard other physicists starting to talk about this, where they're trying to like either abandon it or modify it or say like this is like a nonsensical question that only matters in like Euclidean terms or something. But we need all the answers all the time immediately right now, or the earth isn't flat. Where's the edge right now, or the earth ain't flat?
What is gravity right now, or it doesn't exist?
Yeah. Tell me what the moon and the stars and the sun are made out of right now, where it don't exist. How far away are they, or they don't exist? Show me a model where it don't exist. Don't you know before mankind made the idea of models, nothing existed. We were just freaking alone in a giant empty fucking space. And someone thought, "Hey man, there's this thing I just thought of called a model," and shit started popping into existence as soon as he thought it.
Well, people's thinking is generally limited. Like we were talking to a guy last night, and we've spoken to a lot of people before, like where they talk about like an end, the edge, right? And I said, well, what if your ability to traverse the plane, is limited? There's a barrier. The conditions are too harsh. Other people won't let you go, etc., right? But it extends further than that. Like, what if there's a barrier, right? We're in a container and there's a barrier, but the plane extends beyond that. You wouldn't know, would you? Right? So you wouldn't know how indefinitely it goes on for. It could end there. It might continue. Who knows?
I mean, like I always say, the question itself, like, say you had some magic form of transportation and you could travel in a straight line in a single direction. Like, if you ask yourself, am I going to hit the end of reality or am I going to continue forever? No matter how far you travel, right? Maybe you just didn't reach the end. No matter how far it is, right? I traveled a gazillion, 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 10th light years. Maybe I'm just not at the end yet, right? That question can't be answered. There can be no affirmative answer, dude.
Yeah, think about it. Even if you prove it, how are you going to then get everybody to verify it? They're just going to have to believe you, take your word for it. They're just going to create another religion.
Well, you also can't prove a negative, right? So no matter how far I travel, I can't prove that okay, I traveled, as far as I can conceive of in distance. But either I got halted or I ran out of fuel and there's still more to go. And you can never say it's either infinite, right? Like, it's an impossible question. To me, when they ask that question, it's almost childish. It's like a 3-year-old. Seriously. It's like a little kid asking their parents, like, what came before God? What came before the universe was created? And then even if you get an answer, right, they could say, well, what came before that? What came before that? And what came before that? At infinitum, right?
Interesting you say that. Brian Cox has a video out about something scary existed before the Big Bang. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, it's probably a freaking interdimensional pride parade or something.
Probably, yeah.
But that's the funny thing, right? In the globe, right? Technically, the surface is infinite, right? Because you're on a ball just going like in an infinite loop, circle forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. right? You can walk forever on the surface and never reach the end. So in one way, it's infinite.
Right. Yeah, space is allowed to exist essentially indefinitely or infinitely, right, with matter dispersed throughout it. But matter can't do the same thing with space dispersed throughout it, right, is what they're saying.
Well, to say the surface of a sphere, you can travel along the surface for an infinite.
You can, yeah, exactly, right. But they can't conceive of that being the case on a planar surface without invoking some sort of, weird Pac-Man thing happening, right?
Well, there's a Mobius strip, right? You know what a Mobius strip is? You take like a ribbon and you flip it 180. Yeah. So you could travel on that surface infinitely.
Yeah, think about it. The solar analemma
I
looks
can
like
do that.
too.
Hey, Sporadic, explain to me like everything. I just want to know everything.
Yeah, after you say his fucking name right.
Put your bib on. We're gonna spoon feed you. How about that?
Look, dude, I'm just here to learn, okay?
Well, let's read you everything. First, there was the dinosaurs, and then the Arabs came, and they then pumped oil and got rich.
No, dude. I mean, the flat Earth. I wanna know about the flat Earth. Yeah. Tell me everything.
I was doing it like a scene from Airplane. You're probably too young to remember that movie. There's a scene where he goes, "Johnny, explain to me everything that happened before now." He's like, "First the dinosaurs came, and then a big meteor struck the Earth, and they turned into oil, and then the Arabs came."
That's just funny as hell, bro.
This is ignorance. This is like being retarded. What the fuck are you saying? How old are you?
I'm quoting a movie, genius. You go watch it. It's a hilarious movie. It's called
How old are you?
Live a little. Anyway, Jeffrey, what do you want to know?
Everything.
Okay, what do you know now?
Right now, I just know that you guys think Earth is flat. Tell me why. Like, tell me everything. How the sun works, and yeah, like.
What's the sun got to do with here?
Yeah.
What's the sun got to do with here?
This is so ironic.
How come you said you guys think the Earth is flat, and then you said the sun?
I don't know. I see a sun in the sky. I mean, how does that?
In the sky.
Yeah.
Is the sky the ground?
No, but we can observe it.
Yeah. So what?
Just explain to me the sun. I'm not asking you a lot.
What do you mean? Explain it to you. What does that mean?
What the fuck is the sun for you?
What do you mean? I don't understand what that means. What's its composition? How old is it? How far away is it?
Tell me what the sun is. Is it like a planet? What the fuck is it?
Well, it's a big circle of light in the sky.
Why is it moving?
Why? I don't know. But you agree the sun moves, right?
Yeah, the sun moves.
Okay, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
If I'm in Norway and my friend is in South Africa, how can we like see the sun? Isn't it weird? Does it cover like a large area?
Why is that weird?
I don't know. Does it cover like a large area?
Do you see the sun in Africa?
You covered it already. The sun moves, right? The sun moves from one place. It'll be noon in one place, and then if you wait a little while, it'll be noon in some other place because the sun moved from one spot to another.
If two places are like sunny, then is it like close enough to be sunny?
Well, obviously, what does that mean? Is it close enough? Like distance from the Earth?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, if it is. Let me ask you this. How much of the Earth do you think gets lit up by the sun at a time?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah, how much? Like that's a percentage.
I cannot say percentage. Maybe like, what, 60, 50 maybe?
Of the Earth? The surface of the Earth?
Yeah, I don't know percentages.
Okay, in the globe model. So see, 51%. 51% of the Earth is supposed to see direct sunlight, and 67% of the Earth will have light, as in like direct sunlight plus like twilight, right? There's like nautical twilight, there's astronomical twilight, there's civil twilight, right? When the sun is set, but it's still light out, right? That's twilight. It's 67% of the Earth's surface. Okay, the point is the sun moves, dude. The sun moves and illuminates a local area.
Oh no, I'm thinking of the twilight thing. Wait, you said it's 60% twilight and 50%
67.
sun? 67 and 51 sun? How does that work? Isn't it like...
Direct sunlight. You tell me how it works, because it shouldn't work like that. Not on a globe. So on a globe, at maximum, only half the Earth should be lit up. Half of a sphere, right? You got
well, yeah, of course. But fuck.
But it's more than that. It's a lot more than that. In reality.
Really?
Yeah, really. In reality.
How do we know that?
Oh well, I mean.
How can I observe it? It's me.
Yeah. Okay. So we have this. We have a thing called the equation of time. It's pretty accurate. Within 10 or 12 minutes, it tells you when the sunrise, sunset, solar, noon, all those times. It's not based upon a globe. It's based upon a flat surface under a celestial sphere. So when you look up on Google, wherever, say, "Hey, what time's the sunrise in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on June 22nd?" The calculation they do to tell you that is not a globe. They don't use a globe to figure that out, is what I'm telling you. Like, if you look at the equations in the mathematics, there's no globe in the mathematics.
Okay.
Okay. So there's the celestial sphere, right? So if you look up at the sky, the stars, that's called the celestial sphere. It's assumed to be a sphere of infinite radius. Okay? And based upon the angle, like certain things are, like the celestial equator, you can predict the path of the sun if you know the time of year. Right? Okay. So you can predict how long it's going to be daylight, how long it's going to be twilight, and that works out that if the Earth was a ball of 3,959-mile radius, 67% of the Earth would have daylight at a time, which don't really make geometric sense, but that's the way it is.
I see.
Okay, but we don't rely on the sun to determine the shape of the Earth. There's nothing you can do observing the sun that would tell you anything about the Earth. All right, can't we just measure the Earth and figure out what it is? Jeffrey? Shouldn't we just be able to measure the surface of the Earth? See if it's the curve that they say exists? which must exist.
More question. Yeah. One more question. Why is the not weather, but like weather? How can I say it? Why is the sky weird in North and South Pole? Like those areas, it's really weird. Like I've been there, it's really weird. Like in the North one specifically.
What do you mean weird?
Like, what are the Arctic lights?
Oh, you mean the aurora borealis?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you mean? What are they?
Like, why is the phenomenon like?
The fuck? Okay, let's just think about this scientifically. If I wanted to know what caused the aurora borealis, could I do a scientific experiment to figure that out?
No clue. I'm not a scientist. Are you?
Well, you can't think of an experiment though.
Me? No, I cannot think of an experiment. I'm an average person.
Okay. Okay, so I'll walk you through the scientific method real quick. It's super simple. So, first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon. So, we're going to observe a natural phenomenon. We're going to look into nature and observe some phenomenon. Boom. We observe, hey, look, dude, there's these greenish, frickin' orangish lights in the frickin' sky. I wonder what causes them. Okay, let's do an experiment. Okay, what's my dependent variable? Oh, that aurora borealis. Now, how do I find out the cause, which would be my independent variable? You can't. It's not possible because you can't manipulate the aurora borealis experimentally. So you can never figure out what causes it. You could figure out what correlates with their appearance, right? This event happens and then this other event happens and they're correlated to each other. But you can never figure out their exact, this X causes Y. You could say, hey, when we see a solar flare, that correlates with when we see an aurora borealis, but you can't say that that's the cause. The correlation isn't causation. So I'll give you an example. Everyone in 1897 that ate pickles died.
Yeah, I got that. Okay, you don't have to do the example.
Yeah, okay. They just didn't die from eating pickles. What is the correlation? Nobody knows what causes the aurora borealis. Sorry. Now, there's someone who told a cool story.
And final question: how can I go from Papua New Guinea to America?
What do you mean? By train or automobile?
Yeah, it doesn't really take a long time. I mean, it takes a long time, but like, how can I do like the circle?
Can you draw a circle on a table?
No, how can I go from Papua New Guinea?
Can you say you're on a football pitch? Can you go in a circle on the football pitch?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Yeah, you just go in a circle, brother. Circumnavigation just means going in a circle. Circle navigation.
But if it was like that, then it would take me like 4 times the amount of time to go to America.
Says who?
What do you mean? Like, can I stream here? Oh fuck, I'm in Linux.
Okay.
You have like a flat map. Let's see. Wait, give me.
You see, first of all, you're talking about the AE. Hold on. You're talking about the AE projection, and you're getting distances wrong. Okay, so AE projection is a globe distance. It's a globe coordinate projection, right? It's a double polar projection into a polar projection. You don't measure distance. Hold on. You don't measure distances point to point. So you're going to take one of these AE maps and you're going to draw a line from Papua New Guinea to North America. The distance you come up with is not going to be correct because that's not how distances are measured. So the way you measure distances on an AE map is you go from the center of the map to Papua New Guinea, you measure that line. Then you go from the center of the map to North America and you measure that line. And then you apply a calculation and that will give you the distance between those 2 points.
Look, I have no idea what you said, but I mean,
I know you don't.
yes, I can understand the last thing you said, but can you give me like?
Okay, your measuring distance is wrong. You're assuming that the distance on an AE map, if you draw a line between Papua New Guinea and North America, that distance is the distance of the map. It's not.
Like, because I'm a shitty listener, give me like your map, like a flat Earth map or something.
Yeah. Really? Is that really what you want? You don't understand how maps work, but you want a map.
I'm better when I say visual.
Oh, so you want a cartoon?
Yeah, I want a cartoon.
Do you think the Earth looks like the map?
No. Can you represent like?
Okay, then why do you need our visual?
What do you mean? I mean, you.
To look at what? To look at something, some representation that doesn't look like the thing it's supposed to represent?
So there's
why
no
do you
such
need to look at it?
So there's no such thing as like a map?
No, there is a map, but I'm too lazy to post it. Because it's just gonna lead to a rabbit hole because you don't understand maps. I'm gonna teach you about how maps work, and I don't feel like doing it.
Oh.
You know how coordinate systems work. You know how scales work. You know how any of this shit works.
I know coordinates and scale.
Okay. So, you know what like a universal transverse Mercator map is? No, you don't.
Maybe.
You know that latitude and
longitude? No, I'm from America, so I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, they use it all over the world, but that's not the point.
Different terms, no.
So let me ask you, do you think latitude and longitude are points on the ground?
Well, you can represent them as like points in a map. But in the ground, yeah, kinda. Yeah, actually, yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So, So, if I asked you, hey, if latitude and longitude are points on the ground, you should be able to use the ground to find your latitude and longitude. Could you actually do that? If I stuck you somewhere, could you find what latitude and longitude you're on without looking at the sky?
Without looking at the sky, what will that like benefit me? How will the sky benefit?
So the point I'm trying to make is that coordinate system is not based upon the ground; it's based upon the sky. Because the coordinates are actually in the sky.
The coordinates are.
So this is where we get into. This is why I don't want. Reluctant because you don't know how maps work, right? So the coordinate system of latitude and longitude is not based upon any ground reference, based upon the sky reference. This is how people navigate. So you say things like, "Hey, I want to travel between point A and point B. It should be this distance." Well, that distance is based that map that you're referencing is taken. There's the celestial sphere coordinate system. It was projected onto a flat plane. The little fucking continents they drew, they put a corresponding latitude and longitude coordinate system, but it's on a square. It's on a rectangular map. So there's a geometric transformation that has to be applied, and you can't just draw a line on the map and say, "Hey, this is how far two things are apart," because it's a transformation of coordinates.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
So So like, I don't know if you know what I mean. Then you're trying to oversimplify things.
Yeah.
The map is not the territory.
And the same goes with the flat Earth map.
Okay. Well, it depends on what your spatial reference is. The map I'm talking about, it was derived by a guy named Antonio Subaret, who passed away. He wrote a book. It's called The Book of the Sun. He made a map, and he created it by looking at ship's logs, right? How long it takes to get from like point A to point B, shipping cargo, and countries that list their official areas, right? How big is so like Poland, for example. Poland has on their government websites how big the country is, right? You know, whatever, 1 million square miles, let's say, as an example. And he created an entire map by going to each country, getting their official freaking size that they say the country is, and basically jigsaw puzzling a whole fucking map together. And that's what his map is based on. But if he so when he on his map, because he also has a solar one overlaid over that, the longitude lines are like curved lines, and it's all messed up. That's why he wrote something called the Book of the Sun, because the sun has issues. Now, mind you, Antonio did a bunch of solar experiments, right? They did a 24-hour equinox freaking shadow angle experiment and the direction, and they did a bunch of stuff. So things aren't as straightforward as you probably think they are. Like when your friend, you brought up this example, like you're looking at the sun and your friend is somewhere else looking at the sun. In your mind, you probably think that you guys, if we could take the line of sight from your eye and the line of sight from his eye, that eventually those lines of sight will intersect at some object out there in 3D space. But guess what? They won't. You're looking at an apparent sun. He's looking at an apparent sun. You're not looking at the true sun. And even in the globe model, this is true. Even they say you don't see the real sun. And I'm not talking about the delay from the speed of light. I'm just talking about the sun itself. They say when you see a sunset, right? When you see a sun on the horizon, it has already physically set and is over the horizon, and that the air is bending the fucking light up over the horizon, and that you're seeing the projected image of
How the fuck does that happen? How does it get behind the Earth without you seeing it get there? That fucking still boggles my mind.
Yeah. Well, the only point is there's an apparent sun. You don't see the true position of the sun.
D. Marble did 3-person observation, didn't he? It was like America, Germany, and Australia. All sorts of, yeah.
Yeah, with Washington State, Australia, and the UK.
Oh, it was UK, was it? UK, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, all at the same time.
I think the only reason why they say that because it takes longer to set than what they anticipate. You know, towards the models actually says.
Yeah, pretty much the reason they say, oh, it must be an apparent sun because like you said, right? Because the sun, the equinox is too long.
Mission failed.
The equinox, the day length is off by like 10 minutes. So since it's off by 10 minutes, they have to say, well, the sun isn't doing the 15 degrees per hour. You're losing like 10 minutes on sunrise and sunset or something. Or you're getting an extra 10 minutes.
You really believe the Earth is flat, mate?
No.
Yeah, they do.
Brother?
They believe it's flat. They're degenerates.
The words no. I know it's flat. So you have beliefs because you think it's a goal based on a TV show.
Shut up, Indio. You're retarded.
Yeah, that's a great argument.
Yeah, it is.
Boy, you're not supposed to say the old.
Look, dude, I could
you know how they feel about that.
I could be completely retarded and I'd still be right.
Put on your tinfoil hat and shut the fuck up, dude. It's embarrassing.
What?
Is that all you got, dude, for intellectual discussion, Mighty? Is that all you got? You're dropping
Shut the
this
fuck up,
stupid
you.
ass.
You shut the fuck up, too.
Hey,
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. You shut the fuck
I
up.
don't have to lose
Shut the
the
fuck up.
debate if I get banned.
Is that it, Mighty? Bullshit.
It's sad he can't just have a normal conversation with
I said tinfoil hat is supposed to be because aliens, so that's mostly a Glover shit.
Damn, did I miss the upset Globers?
You just missed it.
Drip.
It's spiraling already. Instantly.
They've been trending like this all
He's
day.
very upset. He's very
We
upset.
got
We
one
don't
guy
like
in
him
here.
TV show.
One guy in here's been pretty chill.
No, Jeffrey's good. He just don't like talking about the Earth. He wants to talk about, the sun and whatever.
Well, they are
In
sun
maps,
worshippers.
driving around, and
They're heliocentrists. What do you expect?
Yeah, Jeffrey left, didn't you?
Yeah, that was one of those run interference things. Hurry up, save me! I don't got nothing left. My gotchas all failed. Come in, just troll, and then I'll dip while they're not paying attention.
Yeah.
Boy, lay down the smokes.
But India, you think about it,
Doing
man.
on a smoke screen. It's a stun grenade.
Hey, India, right? So I'm gonna give you a flashlight, right? And you're going to shine it at me, and you're gonna walk behind a wall, right? But what you have to do is not allow me to see the light go behind the wall and remain in my view.
Who are you, Jaren?
But that's what they're claiming with the sun, right? At sunset. How does that
There
make
should
any
be a
fucking
point.
sense?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
So the sun is going beyond. So the sun is going beyond an obstruction of Earth curvature, but yeah, you can still see it.
Let me just preface this conversation real quick because we got the guy who's from the Air Force coming back in a third time from an interaction he had with AI last night and one with us this morning. So that's who's just stepped in and said hello.
I was just dropping by, brother. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just prefacing it because a lot of people don't know that you're from the Air Force. So his argument was Coriolis, number one with AI, and then number two today was GPS. So I don't know where else he's going to go with that, but.
Oh no, I'm not here to debate. There's nothing for me to I'm just waiting for my boys to get on. That's all. I was just gonna listen to the debate. Is all.
This is the no listening panel.
Say again?
This is a no dropping by, no listening panel.
Oh, you gotta speak up when you're talking to me, man. I can't hear shit. I'm sorry.
Oh, my headphones are probably trash.
No, it's not good.
He's trying to say he's trying to say it's mandatory participation time.
Yeah, this is a mandatory hour.
I'm tired. I've been up for fucking like 18 or 19 hours now. I'm fucking tired.
Holy mackerel! What the heck are you doing on Discord?
Gonna go down, bro.
My schedule's changing for work, so I have to fucking do day shift right now. So it fucking sucks.
Are you some sort of MP or something? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm security forces. Yep.
Oh shit! You're catching all the drunkards and AWOLers.
Oh yeah.
Get your ass back in there. Anyway.
What convo? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do that shit right now. If it was Air Force, I'd be like, yeah, sure. Fucking try to get me a recruit, get me some rank, you know what I mean?
No stamina. Yeah, no stamina for conversation again.
So are you enlisted or are you not? You're enlisted, right?
Yeah, I wish I was a fucking officer. Fuck, dude.
They sure make a lot of. They sure make a lot of money. I know. I was.
You would have enough time to be on here. That's for damn sure.
So right now I'm on leave. I don't have anything going on, but my cycle's changing when I go back. So I'm trying to get my days and nights together. You know what I mean? Do that whole spiel before I go, so I'm not falling asleep and then getting NJP'd to fucking oblivion. NJP's like paperwork. You lose rank and shit if you fall asleep. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm good to go, so to speak.
You better get your 40 winks in, man. Don't fuck around.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah. I don't know.
Those watches can be brutal. I know. I remember.
Oh yeah. What'd you do?
I was a machinery repairman in the Navy. I worked on a submarine tender.
Yeah, my dad was Navy and Air Force. My dad was on the USS Constellation CV-64 Westpac fleet as a rescue swimmer. So
interesting.
Yep.
Oh, he's a squid just like you, Sonny.
Yeah, he's a squid. Hey, you're fleet meat. You know what I mean?
Your dad was mixed.
They might have shared a bunk.
Yeah, he was air crew. He was an air crew rescue swimmer.
Right on. Well, I was going to be a Navy diver. I took the swimming test. I passed the diving swimming test, the initial test. But I decided I spent enough time as a civilian underwater cleaning bottoms. I'm like, I had enough of that. So I decided not to go in. I probably could have been a SEAL or something if I wanted to, but I decided not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 6 months training. That's pretty hard. Yeah, I'm not doubting you, but fucking shit's hard.
Some kind of effort for the globe.
I was 26 when I joined, and I was doing the Navy divers swimming test, and I was swimming with 17, 18, 20-year-olders, and I was keeping up with them at 26, so I was pretty good shape back then. But that was 40 years ago.
So, yeah, basically, before my dad went to the Navy, my dad was up, he did pararescue in 94, I believe. He didn't make it. That was, Air Force, obviously. Obviously, I think the majority of people think that their dads are, their role model and shit. This dude would do 118 push-ups. Back then it was 2 minutes, right? So your 2-minute PT test. I'm sure the Navy does 2 minutes still, but Air Force does 1 minute. He would do 118 push-ups in 2 minutes, like 90-something sit-ups, and then however the fuck many pull-ups, probably like close to 20s or in the 20s. And then he would run like a 8:30-something mile and a half. That's Air Force, like Special Warfare selection.
That's pretty wild. When I was in the Navy, I would do 200 push-ups a day every day for 4 years. I did that. Now, that was throughout the whole day. So I would do like a couple of sets of 50 and do that a couple times a day. But 118 push-ups in 2 minutes, like that's pretty fast.
Hey, if you don't mind, for the guy who was in here, you know how we gave you the link to our server? Did you check out anything that's over there?
Yeah, I skimmed through it a little bit. I looked. It was kind of hard to find this shit, but yeah, I looked into it a little bit. But I had a bunch of shit to do earlier today. Like I just got back on my feet.
Is there any questions you have of any material that you've seen though so far? Sorry, guys, I'm redirecting it back to.
There's like really nothing I want to talk about.
All right.
I think
Alpha,
I think he got tired of getting his ass whooped.
No, it's just I didn't really read into it thoroughly, and I don't want to debate something that I don't know anything about.
Smart guy. Yeah.
Yeah, come back and ask us, because a lot of us here have our own YouTube channels with a lot of information and videos that have been taken down from elsewhere. And a lot of these YouTube videos that we have personally, you're not going to find them. Even if you type in the name, they won't come up. So yeah, we have a lot of information here. I mean, Indio's got a channel. I have a channel.
But yeah, it doesn't have to be a debate, right? We don't have to do a debate. We can just have a discussion about the Earth.
All discussions turn into debates.
Nah.
You know what I mean? So,
what points have you heard us make that you remember?
Like over, I mean,
like what? Any good arguments or things you found interesting since you started?
Well, I mean, I think every side has good arguments. I'll say that, right? You guys are entitled to believe what you are.
But what are some of the flat Earth ones that you've heard? You heard any flat Earth arguments?
I've heard some crazy stuff. It's kind of hard to wrap my fucking mind around, right? Like, and it's not necessarily an argument. It's not really an argument, right? It's just I've heard a few people say it, like with asteroids and meteorites, people like denying that they exist. I mean, that's probably
I don't know if they're denying. Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, the light phenomena that you see in the sky I don't think people are denying that exists, but maybe denying that it's a rock from outer space flying and smashing into the ground, yeah?
Yeah, so I mean, that was probably the thing that stuck for, like, you know...
Is that wild, though? I mean, have you ever seen a rock fly from outer space and hit the ground?
We actually discussed this earlier. I have, yeah. When I was about 6 or 7 years old, yeah. We had
hit the ground?
Well, no, it's on CCTV. Our school showed it, right? So there was a meteor shower, whatever it's called, and it actually hit someone's car and fucked it up really bad. And it was on camera for the longest time, you know, and, you know, I'm in my 20s now, so, yeah, I have seen it.
Must have totally obliterated the car if it was a meteorite.
Yeah, hold on. The mass. It depends on the mass of the actual object, you know what I mean? It's all relative.
How do you know it came from outer space?
That's what I'm saying, like, and that's what somebody asked, like, how do you know someone didn't just, like, fucking drop it from a plane or some shit, or it didn't fall off of a plane?
I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying it came from an airplane. I'm just saying, how do you know the rock... Well, I mean, there's this thing called rains of animals, right? Where animals just fall out of the sky. Now, I could just say, well, they came from outer space. And you're like, how do you know they came from outer space? Like, where else would they come from? Like, that's not an actual affirmative argument for them coming.
I'm not arguing. I was just stating, like I said, I'm not going to argue. I'm just here chilling out for like...
No, I'm just saying, like, you don't actually know where they came from, like, where these things originate. We don't know. And people that claim they know, it's not like they tracked them from outer space to the Earth.
Right. Yeah.
Just so you know, Indio, 10 hours ago, this young chap was given the tag "Cool Story, Bro" for that exact same story.
Well, I mean, I'll give him credit because he's already doing better than 90% of Glovers because he said, "Hey, I'm not going to talk about something I don't know." At least he doesn't have like instant expert syndrome. Like, I got Google, so I'm an expert on the topic because I think I can Google fast enough to debate you, which is silly. At least you're not doing that. So,
it's nice. You can tell he's not one of the usual insecure Globers that's already spiraling, trying to insult, passive aggressive.
Oh, that was yesterday. Sorry, you might have missed it.
Yeah, I was fucking with. I'm not gonna lie, I was fucking with the VC really hard yesterday. I'm not gonna bullshit. I thought it was funny as fuck. Much of my boys came in here. And, yeah,
so
I've done it before. It's funny.
I just want to break something down. Kind of like we get it, all of us, right? Everyone in this chat grew up hearing the same stuff. Meteors come from space, comets are ice balls, yada yada yada, right? The thing is, we're at the stage where, like, well, how do I know any of that is actually true? Right? How do I know it isn't just like the same mythology they used to tell 2,000 years ago about what the stars are and what the lights in the sky are? How do I know it isn't on the same level as that?
I mean, that's just something that you got to figure out yourself, man. Like, I can't tell you how to live your life or what to
why we're here. Yeah. Well, yeah, no. Like, why do I have to believe anything? That's the thing. Like, why do I have to believe rocks from space story? Why can't I say, hey, dude, I don't know what they are, and neither do you?
I'm all right, sporadic.
Well, not you. I'm not talking. I mean, the royal you, not you specifically.
No, I wasn't. I was referring to the comment in the chat. So. Yeah, you don't have to believe anything, man. You're your own free person. You can believe what you want, whether you don't even need to have a reason to believe it. You know, a lot of people here are religious, right? And they choose to
what they want to.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You know, we're in a free country. You can do whatever you want.
Choose to reject claims that don't have evidence.
If you want to start protesting out in the middle of the street, fucking saying that the Earth is flat, all power to you. That's your right, man.
You're kind of on our side. You're on our side then, because that's what we're saying. But we take a problem with the mainstream education and media system where they're not giving kids a choice. They're not saying, hey, kids, we know you experience a flat, motionless Earth, and there's no evidence to the contrary but what we give you on a screen.
Yeah.
So they're not giving them that option.
I'll say this. I think that the media, generally speaking, you know, personal opinion, does have its, you know, obviously every media outlet has an extreme bias nowadays. I wish it wasn't like that. I wish it was back to the time of when I was a young kid and like C-SPAN was really popular and like people could just talk like rational adults. I miss the fuck out of that. So I don't watch the news either. You know what I mean? Like I just...
But yeah, so you should be concerned that they are censoring Flat Earth. Why can't people research it, talk about it?
Well, I see it on both sides. You know what I mean? I see it no matter what it's about, whether it's, you know, Republican, Democrat, whether it's, people talking about different
Yeah,
countries.
but it would be the equivalent. It's not
Yeah.
quite Republican Democrats, because it would be like Republican Democrats, but one party isn't allowed on TV and isn't allowed to speak and gets shut down whenever they try and speak. That's what's happening.
Yeah,
That's crazy, right?
There's a massive movement of suppression of people because, to tell you the truth, I think the majority of people, like I think I was telling Sporadic this, if I'm not mistaken, like people are just like not in their comfort zone, right? And they don't want to debate this shit. They want to debate shit that they can just like echo chamber over and over and over again. And don't get me wrong.
What? Crazy.
Yeah, we have a guy in our. I was gonna say we have a guy in our chat who's actually, the example of that. His name's Mighty. He came in here just saying nonsense and just saying obscene words just because he doesn't want to have the conversation. So it's embedded in people's psyche, man, that they can't have this type of conversation or the level of it, where we're critically thinking about the topics that are being brought up here. So it angers people because they want to cling to their bias. So
right. Well, both sides do it. I mean, like with all due respect to all you gents, like I see y'all doing it too. I'm not naming names, but I do see y'all do it a lot too. With all due respect.
No. We don't have control over the mainstream establishment and what's promoted. They're promoting the
I'm talking about here,
silencing us.
here, like locally. It happens.
Well, yeah, but you have to moderate, right? You have to silence people who are dropping N-bombs and going crazy.
Right.
Which is basically what we do.
So to the point, no one is censoring the globe Earth rhetoric. So you can't say that that's happening on both sides. No one is out there saying, okay, this globe Earth stuff, there's no measured curvature on Earth. No one's saying that. No one's like when they come out with the rhetoric for the globe, that's basically fairy tales for adults. Nobody's stopping them from their rhetoric, but it comes to Flat Earth, they have to post all these things on all of our channels, shadow ban us, put us in dark corners where no one can get to our websites or YouTube channels. Like, no one's doing that on the globe side. Quite the opposite.
So I want to bring up something you might not know. So a few years back now, I think it was 2018 or 2019, one of the executives, Susan something, for YouTube, testified before Congress. It was a committee against misinformation or something. Of the things they brought up to censor, Flat Earth was the only one specifically mentioned.
Well, yeah, but I mean, also, like, if you look at I'm going to say this because,
they think it's ridiculous.
I don't want to talk in official capacity.
Well, hold on. Comparatively, just think about comparatively. They think Flat Earth is so ridiculous, and anyone that thinks about it is stupid. Well, why aren't they censoring aliens and Bigfoot and frickin' fairies and leprechauns and Tartaria and all these other things? Why aren't they testifying before Congress how these things need to be censored?
Right, and there's just no rational answer. I don't think Flat Earth has enough, publicity to actually do that. And also, like, it's not necessarily just like Flat Earth. I see a lot of it. Like, even in 2020, I'm not going to give an opinion on it, but abortion, gun rights, other legislation, people, gay rights, stuff like that. I'm not going to say it, but that is, illness that was happening from 2019. A lot of stuff about that, it was deemed misinformation, right? Or misogyny, or just being plain old fucking ignorant, and then they just wouldn't screen it. And to be fair, they do have the right to do that. It is a privately owned company, but it's wrong, It's wrong. Like, I think that's wrong. Like, I wish that we could just have an outlet that was independent and didn't have to claim an affiliation.
I mean, that's like but my argument is that Flat Earth is censored differently. Right? You hear Barack Obama say, "We don't have time for a meeting of a Flat Earth Society." What does that mean? He's saying, people don't believe in my government policies. They're dumb Flat Earthers. Like, hey, what does the dumb Flat Earther think? Nobody knows because we tried to look them up, but it's completely censored off of YouTube. Right? So, like, you can't even tell what a Flat Earther is. It's like some nebulous idea out there.
Right. And
have you ever talked to a Flat Earther before coming in here?
I have, yeah. So there's a lot of hippies that live near me, with all due respect, and some of them are like kind of pseudo-religious. And I'm not saying that all Flat Earthers are hippies. I'm just saying that this person happened to be a hippie, and they were like I don't want to say pseudo-religious, but like very religious, and they, were quoting scripture and everything to me and whatnot, and they're like, yeah, the talking about the firmament, stuff like that. That's where I heard it the first time. So
that might have been Sonny.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. Sonny wouldn't be like that. He'd be like, he's spitting the facts at you.
But
it should just be a red flag to see how the topic is treated in the mainstream. I mean, it's certainly not equivalent. Like one side is promoted to the hill, and the other side is completely censored. And we're asking to have the honest discussion in the debate, which is what you would expect of any honest side. And the other side saying, no, we're just going to shut you down. You're not allowed to talk. We don't want to hear what you have to say. We're just going to ridicule you. That alone should be raising a red flag. Like, why are they treating this so disingenuously? Why don't they just debate it and expose to the world how fallacious they claim it is?
Right. Hold on, give me 1 second.
It's supposed to be a scientific question, right? Because it's supposed to be a scientific question. What do they teach in school? There is no dumb question. There is no question off limits to science. Apparently, flat Earth is one of them.
Yeah. Well, see, like people just don't have I said it earlier. Respect isn't given; it's earned, and I'm a strong believer in that. Like, if I went around just being like super, super respectful to everybody, right? Like in my civilian life, I mean, you wouldn't fucking get anywhere because you would be waiting for everybody to talk, and you would never get your point out, right? And that's what you see the media doing. They're very disrespectful when they talk to people that disagree with them. Like even Bill Nye. Everybody here grew up watching Bill Nye. Everybody is probably past their 20s, correct?
So yeah, we know Bill Nye.
So I mean, like even him, right? He used to not be so fucking political, and now he's political. He's pro-abortion, right? And he just fucking shits on everybody all the time. He's a politician now. So
he's just another mouthpiece. Yeah, it's always been.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. The people that try to suppress flat Earth, we call them anti-flat earthers. So they're basically like flat Earth groupies that run around, make YouTube videos, debate flat earthers. And if you look at them one by one, they're all fucking moral degenerates, crazy fucking libtard, with all the alphabet shit, right? Rainbow nonsense. There's a definite Professor Dave. There's a correlation between people that defend the mainstream narrative and their political affiliation.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying to, it's funny that you're bringing that up, but I'm seeing those characteristics in this very Discord, right? I'm seeing channels for that. I've joined those channels. That's the only reason I really hang out here is because, personal opinion, those people fucking annoy me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like talking to those people that are just like one way leaning and they just don't fucking, they won't hear anybody's opinion. Like I grew up as a Republican, right? I was a liberal before a Republican. And I'm more conservative and Republican than anything right now. Right, but I still have the common courtesy to hear somebody's, discussion.
Well, we're always here asking the Globe side to present their piece. Like, we're not silencing the Globers. We're quite the opposite. We're telling them, hey, come in, present your evidence, and let's discuss it. So,
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you could say that, right? But some people might feel differently. I have seen heated arguments in here. I've been parts of heated arguments, especially, a year or so back, right before I even left for the, to do my advanced training in the military. And,
arguments happen and then people get motivated. But the only reason
I don't agree with muting,
presenting. Well, sometimes, we have a show on YouTube, right? It's streamed 24/7. And if you don't have listenable content, then what's the point? So yeah, we need to keep it one-on-one and legible and audible, so we can't have folks spazzing out, so people have to get muted.
Right. I know, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to run your channel, but like for me, I would probably just hop on that account, right, and then just manually mute them, let them talk. If they want to be dumb and just keep repeating a bunch of wrong bullshit, respectfully to whoever it is.
We do, but we have to keep it within reason. I mean, we do let them expose themselves and flip out and go mad, because it's a good demonstration of what's the majority of people end up doing when they try and argue for the Globe. But it comes a certain point where we want to have an intelligent conversation.
We want them to talk. We want them to talk. Look, you can't have a Globe Earther trying to defend the Globe, and within 10 sentences maximum, they'll contradict their own claim. They'll throw their own claim under the bus. All the time.
Well,
We
you know,
want them done. Why would we censor them? They're the best.
let
Like
me let me let me say
just
this.
one more thing. Well, just one more thing. We don't convince people the Earth is flat. Globe Earthers do.
Right. Okay. So let me just say one thing. All right. I am really, really against, like even from my time in training, I'm against intentionally making people look stupid. Right. And I understand people are going to say, well, they're saying it, right? Like, if you have somebody that's upset, and like you just keep agitating and like fucking, like throwing fuck yous and hey, retard this and like muting them and shit, like you're not adding to it, you're making it worse because you're literally demonizing their image. Like if I sat in here like I was yesterday and just pissing off everybody, I mean Matrix saw it, right? I was fucking with people constantly. I was pissing people off bad. People were yelling and fucking, screaming and shit.
Yeah, so you should have been muted.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right. So like it goes both ways. It's
well, that's why we mute people when people are flipping out, not adding anything intelligent to the discussion, and just trying to intentionally annoy people. Of course, they get muted. That's how you just run a stable channel. This is why whichever server we go to, we have the highest numbers of people, the longest hours of any room in the server, because we actually keep it moderated so that there can actually be coherent conversation going on. But that's all by the by. I mean, how we moderate, it speaks for itself. We get more hours than any other room on any server we go to.
What's the Battlefield guy? Like you say, you come in for the topics of that make you angry, that are not fair or they're unjustified. Like, do you think that this kind of topic, this flat versus globe, you think that that those who believe that they used to be a fish and they're spinning on a globe with no purpose, no reason that brought them together, and they're now claiming these moral oughts? Do you think that they have like an ideology in common with all these different topics in regards to flat Earth?
I mean, you just can't. Are you talking to me? I apologize.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Like you asked our opinion. That's my opinion. Yes, in my experience, there's a correlation between. It's the thing we kind of make fun of, right? These people, they argue for the globe, and then they issue all these oughts, but then 5 seconds later, they're saying, "Well, I can't prove anything is real. I could be a brain in a jar," right? So it's like it's a type of I hate like stereotyping people, but there's the people that defend the globe the hardest are the people that the only way I can describe it is like they're solipsists, atheists, moral degenerates, or the other type is like outer space fanboys, and the third type would be government apologists that they're arguing against us to defend the system.
Right.
All the teachers can't be wrong. All the scientists can't be wrong. The entire government can't be lying. Like the authorities said this, and this is the way it is. And why are you guys going? They literally will say, "Well, I think the Earth is a globe because like credible authorities told me." And you go, "Okay, how did you judge their credibility?" I don't know. Like they don't know anything. Like it's there's a weird dynamic. It's hard to boil it down. So like
what I find suspicious though.
Go ahead.
You'll never hear a flat earther talk about all the items that are lost due to the curvature of the Earth.
Poison.
Yeah. Let me just. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I'm reading the chat and people are just fucking going at it.
My wallet, everything's still there. I didn't lose it over the.
So let me just say this, right?
Is that where my socks went?
People they're used to living a certain way, right? So their mechanism is freak the fuck out, right? When they're presented with an idea that does not align with theirs. I think we all agree there. The average person is going to freak the living fuck out when they're given an idea that does not rationalize with theirs. As far as the brain in the jar thing, I actually think I kind of made a good point that day, not trolling, right? Because a lot of it goes into nihilism, right? Say that you take somebody that was a globe earther, right, and they turn into a flat earther, right? Why would you even care about anything anymore, right? Well, with not regarding religion, not like regarding a moral compass based on religion, if everything you know has quote unquote been proven to be a lie, right? So that's why I was fucking around and I was like, nothing's real. You know what I mean? Because that's how people are gonna react. That's like that would be the chaos that would be presented if people did that shit.
Yeah, it's called ego death.
Right.
And it's
But that makes sense, right? Yeah.
It's a necessary experience. Then you come out on the other side and you say, well, that was bullshit. Time to look into what isn't bullshit. So
because I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. Ooh, my fucking foot is cramping. Give me a sec.
So you're not a 99%er.
So, fuck, dude. What was I gonna say, dude? That fucking hurt. So let me say this, right? Like, if somebody proved right now, and this isn't an invitation, I'm just saying this. If somebody proved to me right now that the Earth was flat and everything that I knew about the Earth was a lie, and say the government
no curvature. We've told you before. There's no measurable curvature. If there's no curvature,
let me just
no ball.
Let me just finish what I was going to say. All right.
I know you've got a script. I just like breaking it because every time you've read the same script, we've replied, "There's no curvature," and you've just pretended like nothing was said. So you tell us where there's measured curvature, and we'll let you go on.
So yeah. Anyways, like I was saying, damn, that was weird.
Exactly.
If somebody was going to like somehow prove to me that the Earth was actually flat, right?
What would it change?
I don't even know what the fuck I would do. So that's why I think a lot of people come in here because they realize they have no idea what they're talking about, right? Or they can't logically discuss it with people for an extended period of time, and they just keep fumbling over themselves, right? And then they go.
Yeah, we understand that.
Right.
Yeah, we understand that people all freak out when they realize that they don't know what the Earth is or where they are. But that's not really our fault, and it's just something you have to go through. Then what we're going to do? Just say, okay, we shouldn't. I mean, maybe that is what's happening on some level, that they don't trust people with the information, but we're putting it out there regardless. So if you can handle it, great. If you can't handle it, then that's up to you.
Well, but is it on the table for you
I don't
still?
think they go that far, right? They don't go to the point of freaking out. They go to where this guy's at, being unconvinced. So he's unconvinced that the Earth is flat. Like, he's lying to himself. And so he's preventing the freak out by, like, you've been told how many times there's no curvature.
Yeah. So
no, but is it on the table for you, bro? Is it still on the table? Is it like,
what do you mean? That the Earth is flat?
Are you sure, without a doubt, that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay.
And what evidence do you have for that?
Well, look, I just said I don't want to debate it. All right, guys, I really don't. Like, I have to leave here in about 4 minutes. I have a turn.
So you're not willing to present any evidence right now. And you said a minute ago, hold on, I was talking. So you said a minute ago, if you were convinced the Earth was flat, you wouldn't know what to do. And I have the reason why. Because you actually, in all of your life's experience to this date, you've only seen and practically used the Earth as flat, stationary, and contained. And everybody else you know has also experienced it the same way. Everybody that navigates on Earth, that builds something with level, they're all using Earth as practically flat. So sea level doesn't mean curve. So you've never experienced Earth as a ball, ever.
Okay, so
is ball.
Not going into that. With all due respect, you can't necessarily say what I've seen in my life. You weren't there. You weren't spectating me like it's a Black Ops 2 lobby.
Yes, I can.
Right. Okay. So
because everybody's experienced Earth the same way. You haven't experienced Earth as a sphere. Nobody has.
So okay, I'm not okay. Let me just get this out of the way.
Okay. So you can't say anything contrary to that because you know in your heart of hearts that the only time you've ever seen Earth as a globe is on a TV screen of some sort. That's the only time.
Okay, so let me see this. It's not necessarily the fact that you can't observe curve. All right, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about the other common beliefs that come along with flat Earth.
Like what?
Like the whole asteroid thing. It is very,
Oh
very
my
hard
God.
for me to listen. Let me just finish. Right?
Yeah,
No,
It
it's
is
not a
very
belief; it's a lack of belief. Like we're
right,
not.
right. But like I
Like,
witnessed it. I
there's
saw
it's
it.
not incongruity. There's a
I saw it
claim, and the
happen. Now.
claim doesn't have. Yeah, but you didn't see it come from space.
Okay, so like,
How
and
does
this is what I was
hold
just
on? No, I think we need to be
right?
stopped because how does something falling out of the sky, in any sense, determine what the surface condition is in the first place?
Okay, so look, let me just, guys. Look, you're making this.
Okay, so you can't connect those two logically, and that's why you're diverting. Yeah, we hear it. We hear you diverting from the actual question. You wouldn't answer the question. So anytime you're uncomfortable with the question that you don't have an answer for, you divert to another question.
What question would that
debate?
Yeah, I said it. How does something falling out of the sky, in any sense of the word, have anything to do with the surface condition?
And I told you it wasn't about the surface condition. I told you that it was about the other beliefs that typically flat Earth might have.
We don't have
did
beliefs.
I or did I not say that? Make that.
We don't have beliefs. We don't make up stories. You're the one that has a story.
I'm lying. Anyway, so like I witnessed something, right? And everybody here thinks, their own thing, right? But I witnessed it. I don't know if it would take me to get the fucking flight plans of 2000 and whatever the fuck of when I was 6 years old and make sure some government agent didn't throw it out of a plane. I mean, it's just crazy. Like it
doesn't have anything to do with the surface condition.
Oh, first of all, you're straw manning our position. Okay, that's bad enough. But you saying we have all sorts of beliefs. No, dude, you're mischaracterizing it. We don't have beliefs. You do. You saw a flashing light in the sky and you were like, rock come from space. You have no evidence it came from space. We don't have a belief. You do.
Okay, well, you have no evidence that, like, and this is the issue, right? Because I can sit here and say the same thing about you, and then you're like, well, you're proving it because you're saying it.
About the curvature that's not measured.
Let's get to. I just want to deal with the logic of this. What if they told you is shot out of the fucking 20th dimension?
I'm losing. Just say it one more time, louder a little bit. I'm sorry.
What if they said instead of it coming from space, the rock came out of a portal from the 20th dimension?
Yeah. Okay, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about real. We're talking about real world stuff.
Yeah. How do you know it, dude? You're not talking about when you say it came from space. You're not talking about anything real world. You didn't observe that.
Okay, so
space is real.
So
I believe that's the thing, right? Space is real. Like.
Okay,
it's a real thing.
How do you know?
Because it's.
Documentary, we can literally look right at it.
Yeah, like,
what's it look like?
is this like the movie Don't Look Up? Like, there's a giant comet flying into the earth. The comet's not there if you don't see it.
We literally look at an empty void with celestial bodies.
Oh, so an empty void is space.
So
yes, that's kind of where space is. What's in an empty void? Space.
I looked into my closet. It was all black. Is that space?
Yes.
You're completely deriving an empty closet to another subject. But yes, if you were to have an empty closet, there would be space. That's where the name is derived.
Yeah, space is just that. Yeah.
Retard. It has the same properties.
Hey, language, bro.
Whoa, this is what, this is what we're talking about, right? He never disrespected you.
Yeah, so it has. Yeah, he did. So by doing this,
this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
So really simple. The thing he described as outer space, I just described something with the identical properties.
You do realize there's a difference between an amount of space and outer space, right? Outer space is a whole different subject from an empty closet. We're just trying to explain to you the meaning of why it's called outer space. It's because it's a giant void filled with room.
How do you know that?
Because we look right at it. Do you see anything close to our planet that is mainly like probably like a mile away? No, it's not a filled. It's not a filled void. It's an empty void.
You're yapping. I'm asking you. How do you know it's a giant void? You just said.
Just fight
what
it
else
out.
would it be?
Y'all should
Is this dude like mentally enfeebled, or am I just like?
No, answer the question. Answer the question. How do you know when you look up and you see the black shit? It is a giant empty void.
because we have actually sent things into that empty void. We have seen rockets launch into the atmosphere.
Who is we? Who is we?
Millions upon billions of people have watched a rocket launch, breaking the ozone, sir.
Birds aren't real.
Now he's got that dude. You're spiraling, bro. Millions and
I'm
billions of people.
spiraled when I literally just gave you a valid reason. If we can send a giant metal craft to break out of our atmosphere and enter a void, that would be called knowing what would be out there, because we have cameras.
Preach it, brother.
We have different satellites that orbit our solar system.
Dude, you're just
dude, like, let me give you a valid reason and tell you that it's, and then you tell me that it's wrong. Sure, just keep on doing it. I just gave you three. I just gave you three.
Shut up, dude. So you said your valid reason was millions and billions of people have launched shit into space. That is horse shit, and you know it.
Guys, what did Elon do? Oh, hold up. What did Elon do exactly? What did Elon do this year, last year, and the year before that? What did he do? What did he launch into outer space? What did billions of people watch on live television?
We did it, bro. It wasn't on television. It wasn't on TV. It wasn't live on TV. Try again.
Oh yeah, my bad. On the internet, but yes, it was live on TV.
That's what he put up there.
YouTube.
It was on NBC.
Yeah, so listen, and YouTube let SpaceX edit a fucking live stream after the fact and change nothing. Didn't lose any views.
Where's your source? Where's your source?
The Falcon Heavy.
Where's your source, dude? I'm not getting heavy. I'm asking for a source. If I can literally source it back to what you said, which was YouTube, and you said it was edited, what's your source?
Okay, I'm trying to answer your question, but you're talking over me.
No, you're not. I asked you once, you couldn't answer me.
You talk over me some more.
Alright, I'll mute myself, you explain.
I'm going to try again for the third time. So I'm going to try again for the third time. So go to SpaceX's YouTube channel, type in Falcon Heavy launch. It's the first launch of Falcon Heavy with the Tesla on it. Go to about 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and what you see is an overlay, a split screen overlay, and it's overlaid onto the bezel. That's because the live stream, they accidentally showed the cameras from supposed to be two rockets, but they showed the video feed from the same rocket, and they went in after the launch and added the second feed over the first feed. And you can see it. And you can actually go find the original that other people live streamed their live stream, and it has the original video where it shows that it has the same view from one rocket on the same thing. YouTube let them go in and edit it. You don't know what you're talking about. And what you want to know what Elon said about that? He said this twice about everyone watches. He said, "You know it's real because it looks so fake."
Okay. For one, if we're talking about what you saw that day, that would be speculation. Second of all, that's camera delay, bro. Okay, so here's the thing. When you were watching
speculation.
Let me explain.
Explain. No. You're not going to explain your stories. You're not going to come in here and preach.
Okay,
we want verified evidence.
He doesn't even know what I'm talking about. There was 2 booster rockets on the Falcon Heavy. There was a camera on each booster rocket. The feed was supposed to show the camera from booster 1 and booster 2. Instead, they showed both fucking split screens were booster 1 camera. They went back in after the fact and added booster 2 camera. And when they overlaid it over the what they call the Chiron, the display of all the the numbers, right? T plus 21 minutes, 110 kilometers per hour, or 10 kilometers altitude. And then it was the final altitude was 110 kilometers, and that ain't fucking space. So it wasn't a live feed. Millions and billions of people don't launch rockets. Black shit in the fucking sky does not mean outer space fucking vacuum. Okay? And there is no we. There's them. They told you a story. You believe it. There's only them. There's no we.
So I'm just going to give it a pearl to swine.
This guy thinks he's a Borg collective.
He wants to explain the lipstick on his collar.
Is he still here?
So something's black, therefore it's a vacuum. So like my T-shirt's a vacuum.
Obviously. Where's the other guy?
Is it only,
Why,
is it
Zabe?
only a
Somebody muted
vacuum at nighttime, or?
Oh God.
My wife's a vacuum. Heh.
She's a Hoover.
Yeah, she is a Hoover, dude. I don't know why she left me. Like, fuck.
Okay, so do you think millions of people have launched rockets to space? What's the
Who
matter?
the fuck was even talking? Like, who is? I don't even know who you're debating.
Some spastic.
Triggered Globy.
Okay, let's get back to the point. The point is, nobody knows where those, let's call them objects, originated. Okay, nobody knows. They could be volcanic ejecta. They could be fucking lots of things. We don't know because they've never been tracked from quote unquote outer space. And if I don't want to like believe the story of a person that has no evidence for the story, it just sounds good to them, and they just go, "Well, I think there's outer space. I saw a burning rock in the sky. You hit the ground. I can't imagine where else it would come from. So it came from outer space." If I don't go along with that, I don't have a weird belief. He has the weird belief for believing that shit. I was just saying, yeah, I mean, maybe that's true. I don't. But you keep saying flat earthers have beliefs. What belief do we have? Not believing is not a belief. But you guys try to characterize it as we have some weird narrative fucking beliefs. Dude, no, that's just rhetoric. We are empirical. What do we see? We see the sun move. What do we see? The earth looks flat. What do we see? The sky is blue. What do we see? The sun's round. What do we see? The moon's round. We don't see orbits. We don't see fucking gas hydrogen giants. We don't see 50 million fucking light years. We don't see these things. Those are constructs in our mind. If you just descriptively say, and you should know this because you brought up the should argument, okay? So these are descriptive ises, right? We're just saying what is without doing any fill in the blanks. Now, if someone wants to do the fill in the blanks, you need to say, hey, I'm filling in these blanks because of these ises, right? Rock
Yeah. Who's trying to play some poker?
Because radar return says rock was 1,000 miles away. At one point, we tracked it going from 1,000 miles to fucking 5 feet above the ground.
Yeah, this statement of flat earthers believing this and that, like, is just a transference and trying to pawn off your belief. You want to trade beliefs and transfer your belief to say that here's my belief, because somewhere deep inside you know you only have a belief which is akin to religion, and you want us flat earthers to have beliefs too. So you try to push beliefs onto us when we are the ones that don't have a belief. The globe religion is the belief, and you clearly have that. And we want to talk about people being religious. You're the most religious person in here, and I think you know who I'm talking to.
So check this out. What was the trigger word for that other guy? How do you know that? I said, how do you know that he got triggered? This is the Glober standby. You ask them, how do you know that? That freaks them the fuck out. Like, dude was saying, hey man, they thought the earth was a globe, and then they never knew the earth was a globe. They just believed they knew that. They never knew it. They have no means from which to know it. Which this is the reason why I asked Albertus, hey, I try to start with this. If no one told you the earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself? I've never had a person say yes. Well, one person I think said yes, but I think he was a strong one. Almost nearly everyone says no. No, I would not have figured it out. that means they've never experienced the Earth as a globe. Because if they had the experience, they already figured it out without being told.
Okay, Mighty, you've been unlocked. What proof of curvature have you got?
And before the
Yeah, if I may say something real quick before we. Earlier, the guy was talking about how he would just let people just come in here and just say what they want to say. That is a tactic they use to shut the conversation down. Just filibuster, complete inane garbage, just over and over and over again. Since they can't get the channel shut down by hook or by crook, they'll just come in here and just wreck the space. And so by their own logic, we'll just bounce them out. They don't want this channel around. They don't want to be part of it. They hate the topic. They hate flat earthers. You just ban them, and that's gone for them. They don't have to worry about it anymore. They can go on and be bad at something else in life. So it's not silencing them. It's not taking their voice away. It's holding them to their own idea.
Stop crying like a bitch, dude.
They don't want this topic discussed.
Stop
No
crying and
problem.
coping, dude. Stop crying and coping. It's kind of embarrassing.
You're a zero. He's just copying you. So, Crit,
Hey, shut up,
completely
Indio.
agree. But another reason people. So I said in before the insult, you proved me right. You're a clown. So, Crit, the other thing, the people that complain about too much moderation are really just looking for more leeway to be assholes. Why? They won't say it, right? They'll just say, "Oh man, you guys are too harsh. You silence people." What they're trying to do is be able to say whatever the fuck they want without consequence.
Yeah, they want to just ruin the space. They can't control it. They can't shut it down. So their last step is just to ruin it, make it unbearable for anybody. They're insufferable. When they're told no thank you, that's when they crack. Because they're normally used to, like, when they would cry as a baby or a kid, they would cry when their mommy told them no cookie, and they would just cry and cry and cry until they got a cookie. Here, they cry and whine, and it doesn't change anything other than they're shown the door. They're bounced out. And then they're really upset.
The same tactic of making the place just unbearable. That was the tactic they used probably for the first 6 months where we got good moderation on 24/7. They would post scat porn. They would spit in people's DMs with autopsy photos. They would make it that just joining the server was going to be like one of the worst internet experiences of your life, just to get you to quit the Discord and not hear anything a flat earther had to say.
Yeah, that's their tactic. They're shit
It actually
scared.
worked on me, dude. It
Oh, a
worked
lot
on
of
me.
people, yeah.
When I first joined Discord, when it was the ODTV Discord, yeah, I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm not hanging here. And I came back like maybe it was 3 weeks later. But the point is that they just tried to make the experience unbearable so that no one would stay. And here's flat earth brainwashing or whatever they say.
Surprised they're still doing that shit. They're still doing that type of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I just had a bot that was DMing me for like 3.5 weeks, just pornographic photos, just over and over and over again. Finally, the dude gave up, realized I didn't give a shit what he sends me.
Hey, you guys do know that Mighty's seasoned right now, right? He's waiting for an opportunity to say some inane garbage.
Yeah, and he's told no, and now he's just really upset. So then it's like, he's a tablet kid. Like, basically, he annoyed his parents so spectacularly, they gave him a tablet and said, just go annoy people online. Leave me out of it. I'm done. I don't want anything to do with you. I don't know who you are. You're not the person I raised. I wanted something better for you, and there just isn't any way to do that. So here's a tablet. Here's a social media app. Go bug other people.
You're wrong. He's got 2 tablets. He's got one for mom's house and one for dad's house. He's on the mom's house tablet when he's here because he has no discipline.
Yeah.
That's bad. That's even better. Yeah.
That's even better. Yeah, India, you're so correct.
Yeah, Marty. What proof of curvature you got?
Crit, yeah, you're so smart.
Yeah, Mighty. What's your proof of curvature before I explain?
Mighty. Shut the fuck up, you dumb Australian cunt.
See you later.
He's trying to hide his girly laugh. I know that.
Hey, Mighty, look at these kangaroos.
Let him go, let him go. This is funny.
Retarded.
I'm just dropping by. I gotta get going. I did not realize that there's fucking transformers in this Discord. There's no fucking way that there's a whole ass trans fucking channel.
Welcome to the internet.
What the fuck are you talking? Oh, you mean the people that came in? Yeah.
This fucking bitch. You know what I mean? Like that's
the
crazy.
globe retards that came in. Yeah, we know.
Listen, go check.
Hey man, I'm not.
People most mad at flat Earth are transformers.
Huh?
Like
The
80%.
people most mad at flat Earth are transformers, dude.
You know
I'm dead serious.
You know what's even more crazy? They'll come in here and tell us we're bigoted against the LGBT community. You're like, really? Am I, like, right now, NASA is scrubbing their websites of all LGBTQ representatives. There's never been an openly gay
I can't give an
astronaut.
opinion on this. You know why?
There's never been an openly gay astronaut. They're all the astronaut, the whole astronaut corps is right-wing Christian conservatives, but they'll ignore that. They'll ignore all that, come in here with flat earthers who are LGBTQ members and tell us we're actually the bigoted people. You're like, wow. Like, how? Like, what is the process that they went through where they suddenly decided it wasn't the government that was bigoted and doing bigoted things? It's these other people who are questioning the bigotry of government.
Well, Crit, like, I mean, if you don't mind me adding something on, I think it's just because you're a racist bigot. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
he was being a.
That's where the rubber meets. That's where the rubber meets the road.
Get it on topic. Get it on
It's a
topic,
joke.
please, everybody.
Yeah, they actually have a voice in here
You're supposed to
that just
laugh.
not about that. Just not about that topic, so they can come in here and freely discuss the nature of the Earth, all they like, and undiscriminated.
So see how the Glober had to like spiral to that and then dip, just like they all do. So all those retards that were in here are on your side, buddy. If you're listening on YouTube, that's your side that behaves that way, and you fit right in the subset.
I could be wrong. I thought he was joking around with Crit. I could be wrong.
No, I think he's serious. Like, he has a dichotomy within himself. I mean,
No, he was joking. That guy at the end there, the military guy, said he was joking.
He might have been joking. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was being. I've talked to him a few times. Like he was being sarcastic. Like what he was doing was kind of mocking these sort of like crazy social justice warriors who they only punch down. They see people, another minority group, flat earthers, and they punch down because they're shit scared to call out what the government is doing.
Yeah, but maybe that guy doesn't understand that he's still on the same side as those radicals. He doesn't want to consider himself because of where he is, his position in life, or whatever the military or whatever his political stance is. He doesn't want to believe that he's in that same subgroup of people that are the retarded, the zealotrous liberal globers, basically. He doesn't want to admit, but he's in the same side.
Yeah, but he has classified information. He's privy to classified information, which he knows lets him know that the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah. So that's supposed to make him any different when he's a religious person, just like the rest of them. They can't stand their religion being having the light shined on them.
And he's okay to talk to, but he's got this tactic, like he's where look. With all due respect, I know you're wrong. I can't share that information. I know you're wrong about the Earth, right? And I'm not here to debate about it.
Exactly. So he's got like a little escape pod.
Yeah.
So
No,
he can
T-Dub, you
avoid.
heard what he said. He said that if he found out the Earth was flat, he would lose his mind. He wouldn't be. He said he wouldn't be able to handle it if that was
Yeah,
the
he wouldn't know
case.
what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't know what to do. That's the point I was trying to bring up. He wouldn't know what to do because he's already using Earth as flat stationary. He's already using.
Well, he's essentially saying, right? If I don't have an explanation for asteroids, my life is over.
Exactly. And I think Indio brought up a really good point. You don't know where those things came from. And then when the point was brought up to him, what does that have to do with the surface condition? He's like, I didn't say it had anything to do with the surface condition. But these crazy beliefs that flat earthers have are the reason I can't go with it. Like, he doesn't, like he has a straw man idea still. I guarantee you, he doesn't even know what our argument is.
No, and Indio pointed it out to him.
He also revealed that he's a triggered atheist. I don't know if you guys heard him mention like religion a few times.
But Indio pointed out to him, right? It's really that he's not saying flat Earth beliefs. He's saying flat Earth disbeliefs. He doesn't realize he's saying that, but he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been upset about being an atheist because he came in here too, like talking about firmament. I'm like, that's Copernicus. That's von Braun. That's Bill Nelson. Like that. He didn't believe me. He had to look up von Braun's tombstone where it just references the firmament. So I said, are you trying to tell me that von Braun, the director of NASA, was a secret flat earther talking about the firmament?
Exactly.
Because if you say anyone who mentions a firmament is a flat earther, spaghettios. Because you've got Copernicus, you've got Bill Nelson, the current director of NASA, the outgoing one, the first director of NASA, von Braun. I showed him a C-SPAN where he opened up his speech about NASA talking about Psalm 19. That the firmament gives glory to the handiwork of God. I go, is he a secret flat earther?
And who are all those evolutionists and young Earth creationists like that? Ken Hovind or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, William Duffy.
All them guys.
You got William Duffy, huge anti-flat earther, young Earth creationist. Ken Hovind,
and
it's flat earth.
Well, they claim that there was a firmament, right? There isn't anymore, right?
Oh, I'm not even sure. It's like those guys are just insufferable. It's like they're the same one with Darth Dawkins. I mean, like basically says flat earthers are they're demon possessed.
Yep. And go into the religious beliefs of all their founding fathers. Like, for instance, Copernicus, besides being a prominent scientist, held distinct but devout religious beliefs within the context of their time. Newton was a devout Christian. Copernicus was a Catholic.
Yeah.
And
how's their demons?
Go ahead.
No, I want to know. I want to ask you, how are there demons on a globe? I don't get it. Can demons build rocket ships and go to other planets? Yeah, he said demons. Like he said, Darth Dawkins thinks White Earth is a demon possessed. So how are there demons on a globe? I don't get it.
Exactly. That sounds like a religious belief.
Can demons build rocket ships? Can demons go into orbit? Can demons fly to the moon? Can demons go to Mars?
Yeah, it's hilarious that there's all those people.
I played Doom, so yes, I can go to Mars.
That's a great question. Do demons have spaceships?
Exactly. Or do they just fly through the vacuum of infinite space, like fly through it? Like,
No. Angels don't need spaceships. Demons do. That's the difference.
maybe they're flying on the wings of maybe. Like the Glober's ideas.
But yeah, it is funny how we've got all these people out there that are against us, yet they're screaming at the world. There was no Big Bang. Evolution's a lie. We don't come from apes. Blah 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 blah. Stop listening to academia. Right? And don't listen to the flat earthers. They're liars too.
Yeah, they'll say all that, but they still believe in the globe fairy tale. It's hilarious.
Right.
Don't believe the establishment, except when it, is concerning space travel.
Yes, that's correct. They're wrong about everything else except that.
Yeah, then it's like, why would they lie about that? Like, they'll even admit that they've lied about almost everything else. What is there that the government has said that they haven't lied about or told some half-truth about or just omitted the truth completely? There isn't one case. Not one.
Right, what about all the UFO conspiracy theorists running around?
Exactly.
They know about it. They're working with aliens, and then they're coming here and say, why would NASA lie? Why would the government lie?
Exactly. Yeah, it's pretty weird. I mean, like, I've tried to delve into that UFO thing, and I think that's a very interesting topic because, I mean, there might be something to the fact that that was part of the whole diffusing of flat Earth, like at that time, like they had to present something else, something new. So they presented this UFO thing, and then right at the same time, think of all those alien movies, like hundreds of them in the 50s and 60s, like hundreds upon hundreds of alien type movies.
Hi, everybody.
Hello. What about the Bart Summerall crew? They're lying. They didn't go to.
Is my mic okay? Is my mic okay? Because sometimes.
Yeah, you're good.
Here's all the evidence against the moon landing. Blah, 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 blah. All right. And then the flat earthers try and use their content. Stop using our content, flat earthers. The earth is a globe. NASA wouldn't lie. Right? It's like, what?
Yeah, they can listen to them saying, yeah, we destroyed all the telemetry data from all of the Apollo missions. But why would they lie about going to Mars? Like, or why would, or even in 2015, the Orion project, they had public televising of these people at NASA saying we can't go beyond low Earth orbit till we solve these crucial problems with the radiation. We'll die. Like, they don't connect the dots. Like, it's crazy. So many contradictions.
The whole thing is crazy. That's why, if I may, I would like to ask something. I mean, how could we deal with a proof which they always try to weasel themselves out of it with the ridiculous uh, claims? I mean, that we cannot find the curve in the black swan and the horizon which we can see behind the oil rig. I mean, can we talk about finding an idea how we could disprove the claim that refraction can magically bring the horizon behind?
We don't have to prove. No, hold on. We don't have to prove something that's their claim, and they don't have proof of it. So why would we try to prove something about their claim that isn't proven?
Yeah. Bro, I know that. That's the frustrating part of it. I mean, it's very easy to see it for a person who is not blind. The Earth is representing itself flat in the black swan. We can see the horizon. It's ridiculous how they claim that refraction can do that.
Yeah, so it's kind of fun to watch them walk away, because the point is, they're in their worldview, the horizon is either a geometric curve edge. The horizon is either geometric or it's not geometric. And when they say refraction, they're basically walking away from their geometric horizon. So no globe Earth then. They can't have it both ways.
Yeah, we know that. But unfortunately, they know that too. And I say unfortunately because I imply that they prove themselves to be dishonest. As you said, we don't need to prove anything. They have to prove it, and they cannot prove it. It's sometimes it's frustrating. And another thing is that we all were Globers at one time of our life, right? I mean, you became flat earther, just like anyone else. You were not born with the flat earth. We all were represented in our childhood the globe, right?
Yeah, there's different classes of Glovers. I mean, there definitely is. They're the ones that just believe, and I think that the ones that are able to use their senses and begin to use their critical thinking skills, they eventually become flat earthers. The ones that aren't and refuse to back down in spite of all the evidence to the contrary, they end up becoming anti-flat earthers.
I agree with you. I know that. I know that there are some Globers, yeah, that they go on the fence. What happened with Fry? He was always on the fence. Do you remember him, Fry?
Oh yeah, Fry hasn't been around for a while.
Yeah, he hasn't been here for a while, right?
Yeah, his last hang-up was that basically kind of like, it was really good talking to him because he had the same type of thing that I had. My last hang-up was America the Beautiful, America the Great. We are so far advanced. We landed on the moon. We're exploring space for all of humanity. That jingoism, that national pride was really the last hurdle I had to get over. And he's from India, and he said pretty much the same thing. He really finds it important that his country is, landing, as a space, is exploring space.
Yeah, that's something very difficult to fight against. the feeling of being proud of one's country. I can imagine that. Yeah, but he was all the time on the fence, and yeah, he always expressed that he's not sure. Maybe he will become flat Earth.
Then you have another class. You have another class of Glover that they just love space too much. They're not willing to give it up. They're not willing to look at the information. They just can't give it up because they love it too much. So those are like the little children who refuse to give up Santa Claus no matter what happens. They don't care.
I can understand that, bro. I still love space and space movies. I love them still, even when I know they are fake.
Yeah, I mean, it might sound funny to people that are like Glovers that come in here. I still like watching space shows too. I just know the difference. I even still love watching like the UFO things, but I see them differently now. I'm basically watching them going like, this is part of how they pulled it off in the 40s through the 60s, you know? They pulled off this hoax with the UFO. It's another like diversion.
Exactly. Yeah.
Said it was a weather balloon.
Santa was a weather balloon, or he was one of the balloons on the Easter Day parade or something, you know, down in New York City, like.
I didn't say Santa, but that was hilarious. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't? I thought you said Santa.
There's a song, I can't remember the band's name, but it's called Black Hawk Helicopters. It's the soundtrack of the X-Files, and it's a pretty cool song. I like it. Black Hawk Helicopters hovering up. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And I just want to clarify one thing. I am a chain smoker, and that's why after a couple of minutes of talking, I could sound very short breath. And sometimes flat earthers think, bro, when I argue with the Globers, they think that I'm cooking and say, bro, you're cooking, just calm down, take it easy. I just wanted to say, it's just because I'm a chain smoker, so yeah, I always sound like, I'm breathing heavily.
At least you sound proud about it, so that's good.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Yeah, it's a decision. It's a decision I made, and once I stopped smoking 1 year, but yeah, I don't regret it. I mean, yeah, I made a decision in my life. I mean, yeah,
Are you addicted to it?
I'm not proud about it, but I don't say what the fuck, why did I do that? I take it as it comes. Let me say that. I mean, yeah.
Would you start tweaking? Would you start tweaking if I took them away from you?
Sorry for the language barrier because English is not my mother language.
Would your body
you explain tweaking? Would you explain tweaking?
Oh, wow. That was funny.
What's funny if someone doesn't know?
Just come on here just to laugh and poke fun at people. That's not what this place is for.
The tweaking is a different word than twerking. So the word you heard and the word he said was that was kind of funny. The language. Hopefully you're laughing with him, not at him, because of that. There is a language.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, you heard my tone. I mean, I was not bothered that he was laughing. It was entertaining for me.
Yeah, so basically what it means is like if you didn't have any cigarettes.
You see, Crit here is a tweaker. That's what tweaking is.
Okay, then I found to tweak.
So would you turn into Crit if I took away whatever you smoke?
Yeah, I cannot be sure. I mean, at the moment, for the entire week, I have only a half package.
Is this another fanboy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I'm
yes.
tabbed in. Like,
I'm not sure. It would be very difficult. It would be very, very difficult, I think. But I want to stop actually. It's because it costs a lot. Can you imagine if you are someone who smokes all the time? I mean, if I would buy normal packages, normally I smoke 2 packs or 3 packs per day, or 2 packs within 12 hours.
Holy shit!
One day, I had a problem. There was an accident in the family, and so I was worried about someone, and I smoked 12 packs within 24 hours.
Damn.
Yeah, that was crazy. Oh, but I just wanted to. I don't want to take too much time for this subject. I just wanted to say that's why I sound most of the time as if I'm breathing heavily. It's because I smoke all the time and it's not healthy.
Yeah, I know this one dude. I work with a lot of people that are like in rehab houses.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this one dude, like he doesn't make a whole lot of money. And so like he spends all of his money on cigarettes because he can't stop smoking. So he's just basically starving himself to buy them cigarettes.
That's
because he can't stop.
Yeah.
Does he think he lives on a globe? That guy?
Yeah, we should start a rehab for globers, right? For people that spend all their money on McToon's super chats and then get off the globe. Yeah.
Stop talking about yourself.
No, with Globe Rehab here, we have operators standing by.
Yeah, we're on the fringes.
Who's the operator?
Chris, why did he say that you are twerking? Tweaking or twerking?
See, you're Berserker, you're twerking, he's tweaking. Okay, you see the difference there?
I'm twerking. But I'm not that fit. I'm not so how do you call it? I'm not talented in twerking.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay.
Are you feeling tired, run down, smoke too much? Is your globe delusion running out? Got nowhere else to run to? Like I said, we have operators standing by.
I'm not a glober, Sonny.
I know.
Okay.
You see, people who believe in flat Earth, those are tweakers.
No, we don't believe in the flat Earth.
Like what's step one?
Stop trying to transfer your beliefs onto us. We don't have the beliefs you do if you're a glober.
Berserker, you see how he's all worried about beliefs and like superiority? See, that's a tweaker. That's a tweaker. You don't want to be a tweaker. You want to be a twerker.
You beliefs as superiority, as a hierarchy. You're messed up, dude.
You see, the person who said
you're more fucked up than
the words messed up, he's also a tweaker. He's a very hard tweaker.
You're the one that is concerned about the beliefs.
You see, look how worked up they're getting when I'm just using the word tweaker and twerker.
You're more
they can't handle it.
Yeah, listen. if you work in a rehab or with rehab people, you're not going to make it very long because your voice is so squeaky and annoying. If I was in fucking withdrawal, I'd murder you.
I know. You still have all your teeth?
Oh yeah. I'm not a
Okay,
tweaker. I'm not a tweaker.
You must be a fast
Who is
runner.
Who is that who said, do you have, who is that who asked, do you have all
I
your
don't know. This big conundrum.
I don't know. Someone who's probably missing some teeth.
Big conundrum. Relax. Do you have any arguments to make, or are you just like you're making fun of drug addicts and comparing them to flat earthers? What else?
The topic of this room is 24/7 flat Earth, and we wouldn't be here if there was measurable Earth curve. Do you have anything for that? We're trying to find the curvature of the Earth for a 59 mile radius. Do you have that?
Yeah, don't freak out, dude.
It's all right,
Yeah,
bro.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Do you have that?
He's bugging. He's bugging. He's losing.
Do you have visible? Do you have visible observation of the
Evaluation is that these people are lower on the social hierarchy than these other people, so these other people must be wrong. That's his evaluation of whether it's flat Earth or globe. He's a fucking sped.
Now who's tweaking?
Like only tweakers don't know that the Earth's a globe, right, dude? Like, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Because under your category, only tweakers doubt this knowledge. So what's the knowledge that you have that divides you from the tweakers?
Berserker, are you there?
Oh, you're losing it, bro.
Berserker, are you there? Sorry, I only talk to twerkers, not tweakers. Berserker, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you look at the chat real quick, okay? Are you looking at the chat? Oh, you just posted something, so you see the chat right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you see the Pikachu?
Yeah, I thought that you meant,
Okay, that's what tweaking looks like. Okay, that's tweaking. Okay, that's what
so you would rather talk about some meta shit, right? I know that we give a flying Tigers down,
and
you want to talk about this meta shit and completely ignore the Earth curve calculator just below that. All right, cool.
Yeah.
You know the ironic thing, John? He's the one that thinks you have to get real high to know the Earth's a globe.
Oh, he wants that. I've got some still shots from a flight that went 350,000 feet up, bro. How high do you got to get to see the Earth curve, bro?
Dude, don't talk to this guy. He's a tweaker, bro. He doesn't even know the Earth's a globe. He doesn't know how he knows it. He doesn't know. He doesn't know anything. He's in the category that he gave himself. He's
Is the combo with the trolls over? Can I ask a related question to
what's
that
up?
stuff? I'm curious.
Depends if you're a tweaker or a twerker.
Do it, and he'll go right on mute.
Oh, he's both. Okay, he's got to talk. He's got to talk.
In relation to the flat Earth stuff, what's like the leading theory in the community as to like why we went towards a understanding of the Earth being a globe, quote unquote? Like, why is that the?
I have the answer.
Why did we do that?
I have the answer. Because the initial people, the prophets of the globe Earth, were religious. It's a religious preference.
So that's it? Is that what everyone else agrees with?
The globe is a religious preference, yeah.
Do other people in here agree with that?
Yeah, that's a big thing, especially among atheists, right? That is their religion.
Yeah, the Copernicus revolution was about cementing power and control at the Catholic Church, and using their understanding of creation to say that their religion is correct. And you can get this. You go to any Catholic church, just ask a priest, why should I be a Catholic? One of the biggest talking points will be we invented space. We got the largest space telescope. Big Bang Theory, Catholic. Heliocentric, Catholic. All of it. They'll tell you.
Trips me out? You know what trips me out, Crit, is how the largest telescope, which the Vatican owns, is named Lucifer. Why?
Mm-hmm. But, mostly to the point, also along with that point, is George Lemaitre, the Catholic Jesuit priest that invented the Big Bang Theory, where he had many meetings, apparently, with his buddy Einstein. So you have to ask yourself, why are these religious leaders having discussions, long, in-depth discussions with astrophysicists?
Yep. What's the like? So if the globe Earth thing is, it sounds like you're saying is Catholics are the ones who are kind of pushing that, and that's like the religion.
They invented it.
Is that the religion you're talking about, or
heliocentric?
Yeah, that's
no,
part of it.
The religion's heliocentrism.
Jesuits, right?
Okay, so it's not necessarily Catholics. It's just like anyone could follow that religion.
Yeah, it's like the same way you've got other peripheral religions, like you've got Mormonism. They're really into space lore. Scientology, there's another religion that's very into their space lore. So you've got.
You know what, Crit? I was talking about isms with my mother, and you've heard her come in here and flat smack, right? And I said, it seems to me like if it's an ism, it's not good, right? Mormonism, Catholicism, globalism. If it's an ism, it's probably not good.
So what do you guys typically? What is like a? Do you guys subscribe to any religions?
Like that?
Nope, I don't. You'll find a lot of very non-religious.
Do you believe in God?
Well, you'll have a cross, like when you ask a flat earthers that, there'll be a cross reference about equal to the same as society. In flat earth, there's going to be, about 90%, Christian, about 8% some other denomination. Another 1% have their own sort of spirituality. The other 1% kind of agnostic, and then the 0.0000001% will be atheist. So anytime you ask a flat earther, you're going to get that answer. That's about equal to the general population.
Crit, what was your introduction to flat Earth?
Yeah, it would. Well, not so much the introduction. It was the big flat smack. My big flat smack was the solar eclipse of 2017. I was dead set that there would be no explanation for this on a flat Earth. And after I saw what I saw and really paid attention and really looked, I'm like, there's no explanation on the globe. This is a hard counter. This completely debunks heliocentric. What I thought I knew about solar eclipses and what I saw were two very different things.
Great, may I ask? Sorry for interrupting.
Sorry, Berserk.
Oh, go ahead.
Were you able to see it, Crit?
Yeah, I was virtually right under it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So the thing about that was the same year, a few months before that, where I first discovered the flat Earth idea or information. But yeah, they said that the diameter on the ground was something like 70 to 80 miles, and it moved in the wrong direction. It moved from west to east. So there's no explanation for that on the globe Earth. So that was definitely a good point.
Crit, did you get any you said you read about, I assume you read about this event. Did you get any information about it that you can share, or was it just you experienced it?
Yeah, lots of people can share information about it.
Do you have any?
Yeah, I could go over it, but what do you think? What do you think a solar eclipse is?
Oh, I don't really know. I'm just curious.
No clue what it is? Oh, okay, yeah. So
I understand. I understand definitions or whatever, but
yeah, it wouldn't be your process then. Yeah, it's not a way that you would be able to mimic where I walked. The mile I walked in my shoes. This would be a choose your own adventure, where you would have to decide what was important for you. And then ask yourself, how is this true? Or why is this true? What would debunk it? how would you have some sort of tool of discernment to tell one way or the other?
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I'm interested in, like that. Like, what was your process?
Yeah, there was going to be no explanation if the Earth was flat. And I found out there was no explanation in heliocentric. It was just an ad hoc story without any proof to go with it.
Like the whole
Just
thing,
what
or
I
the
asked
eclipse, like, specifically.
Greg, just want to ask, was that a solar eclipse where the shadow of the moon went from west to east?
Yeah, that's the same one too, where it was backwards, where it made it's the opposite
That was
direction.
crazy,
Yeah.
right? And they
Yeah.
tried to explain it, but they could not explain it in heliocentric.
Yeah, that definitely don't work for a globe any kind of way.
Was it Berserker?
Yeah,
Was there explanations given? Do you recall?
What do you mean? Do you mean if there was an explanation
Yeah,
according
like
to
you
the
said,
flat Earth?
they tried
The
to
flat
give
Earth?
explanations. Are you able to steelman what their explanations were?
I don't know what you mean with Steelman because of the language barrier, but I will
Oh,
tell
like,
you.
can you tell me what the explanation of a globe person is
Can you
to the best
parrot?
of your ability?
Can you parrot someone
One of
else's
the
talking point?
one of the explanations was that the moon is moving faster when it's orbiting the Earth. But nevertheless, you have to consider you don't have to execute very complex calculations to calculate the how is it called circular velocity. But you have to imagine that why the moon and the sun, according to the heliocentric model, looks like going up in the east and setting down in the west is because the surface of the Earth, which is let's say the circumference of the Earth, is rotating around the center of the Earth, and that's why the Moon and the Sun look like moving from east to west. Okay, when you consider that the Moon completes an orbit around the center of the Earth in 28 days. That's why we have the phases of the Moon. So, in fact, even though the moon is rotating around the center of the Earth twice faster, I think, than the circumference or the equator of the Earth around the center of the Earth, but you can conclude very easily by thinking about this the equator completes a rotation around the center of the Earth within 24 hours. That's why we have a day of 24 hours. But the moon is not faster in completing the orbit. 28 days. I don't know. Sorry for my weak English language.
No, you're good.
Not so eloquent.
Did
I
you come
hope
to
you.
this conclusion yourself, or did you did
Yeah,
you work
I
this
came
out
to
yourself?
it by myself, but there was another one, another guy who made a video about it, who criticized Jeranism, because that was the point when I clearly saw that Jeranism was a shell, because he claimed, yeah, this explanation of the globers of the heliocentric model is acceptable, and that was actually I don't
Do you
want
have
to
that
use the
video
word.
by chance, or know like how to find it, or like the name of the
Unfortunately,
creator, or?
yeah, he was not very famous. He was, in these days, I suppose you are Glober, but in these old days, there were a lot of small channels also by flat earthers who made from time to time videos. Unfortunately, I don't have his video. I didn't download it, and I don't remember how his channel. But
Did
there
he
is
go
another
through
guy.
like in the video, if you recall? Did he go through like?
But there is another guy. But there is another guy who has a very very nice video. I think he is called Masterpiece, not Masterpiece. I think Masterpiece. He made a nice video.
Masterpiece.
I think so. Masterpiece.
Masterpiece.
Yeah. He made a nice video about what's it called? About the lunar eclipse and the shadow of the moon, and the shadow on the alleged shadow doesn't comply with the how do you call it? How shadow works, because a shadow always has four factors. It has the confirmation form. For example, when a shadow falls on a stair, it will break and it will show the shape of a stair. And there is the sine wave factor. That means when a shadow casts itself on a spherical body, then the shadow cannot take the form of a circle, a perfect circle. It will make a form like an S. That's why it's called the sine wave factor or the S factor. That was a nice video, and the guy explained at the beginning that he knows these things because he is an artist and he studied art, and yeah.
Because he's a what?
So,
Sorry, I missed it.
because he's an artist. He's a painter. Yeah, I mean a
So he
painter
knows
or
like how shadows.
yeah, I mean a painter or yeah, a painter or how do you call it? Someone who paints or draws, a drawer, like Leonardo da Vinci, for example, then you know things how horizon works. Because I also love to draw, but I cannot draw as good as natural, like Leonardo da Vinci, like natural people. I can draw mostly anime figures and stuff like that. But nevertheless, you have to know when you draw, for example, and you would like to build an environment, the first thing you would do is on the sheet of paper or whatever you're drawing, you will have to draw a line in the middle, a horizontal line in the middle of the drawing sheet, and then a vertical line in the middle of the horizontal sheet, like a cross, and then where they come together, where they intersect, it's the vanishing point, and from that vanishing point, you can draw like rays, and this is how you build then a perspective, and then you can draw buildings and people who are walking on the street in a proportional way, so that you can have depth. So artists, yeah, they can, yeah, they have a good perception of reality, and he explained also why art was actually something like a secret profession. Artists in old times, they didn't, yeah, reveal their skills to everyone.
Do you personally think that there's anything like beyond the atmosphere, or like when you look out, like what are you seeing? What do you think you're seeing? Like when you look in the night sky.
Ooh, there's a song for that. It goes, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." Because nobody fucking knows, my guy.
That is exactly what I
That's like
wanted to
generally
say.
accepted, I guess. Like you don't really know.
How could anyone know that? I mean, who is the one who is talking? Is this you? No knee, no knee, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I mean, just to be honest, how should I know that? How should you know that?
Hey,
And how?
I'm gonna have to mute for a second. I got a work call. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Nobody knows. Nobody can know. Nobody will know.
Yeah, we see lights in the sky. Don't, can't tell you whether or not they're terra firma. I don't think they're terra firma because I see lights. Like, I don't know any kind of soil that gives off light.
Well, if you're a globe earther, you have to believe that Star Trek is eventually going to become real to know. Right? You're going to have to go to another star, and the only way to do that is some exotic technology not possessed by mankind. And If you think we're ever going to know, you have to think you're going to be able to get in a starship and travel 27 trillion miles to the closest star.
Yeah, that's why William Shatner said by himself. Do you remember the interview with him where he said, science and fiction, they are the one and the same thing.
Well, I mean, he kind of demonstrated that when he insisted that. What was their explanation? Asking for the explanation. Can you steelman their explanation? Who gives a goddamn what their explanation is? It's just a story. It's all it is. Explanations are stories. Just tell each other these. Oh, explain this, explain that. It's just we're trying to comfort each other. Pretend we know things we can't or don't.
A question: why do you think is it so important? I mean, besides the fact that it is a control mechanism and brainwashing.
Yeah, I have one reason.
That the globalists. May I finish my question? I mean, the globalists. No problem, bro. What is the reason? Is it to belittle people by implying that we are the high priest and we know what you don't know, and that's why you should bow before us and accept whatever myths we invent? Sorry, you can go ahead. Who is that?
No, it's fair. You asked Indio, so I'm not gonna.
Okay, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think that man as a general, being, automatically and intelligence is going to be a hierarchy, right? We're going to have a hierarchy of intelligent people. Well, so there's a whole bunch of people that decided to climb this hierarchy and sky gaze and tell all these stories and write freaking esoteric symbols on a blackboard and say, you don't understand these symbols. My story about what the sky is super complex and complicated, and you can hardly understand it. So obviously, I am at the top of the intelligence hierarchy.
So you agree with me? That's one of the points of it. It's belittling people that they are smarter than that.
Well, it's climbing the ladder, right? It's just like any other thing, right? Some people try to climb the ladder of athletics. Some people try to climb the ladder of, morality. Very few these days, right? Everybody's always the monkeys are always trying to climb the ladder for, power, prestige, whatever. I mean, what is ambition other than climbing the ladder?
Yeah, that's what I thought also.
Yeah, so like, the so-called smart people, they have their good old hierarchy symbol, the Nobel Prize, right? Get the Nobel Prize, you're the top fish.
How would you formulate a mentality of a person? I'm just asking, as you know, because I said it, that the English language, I have a barrier problem with the English, so sometimes I cannot formulate myself. Once I heard in one weird video on YouTube what the scientist says, and he was talking about quantum mechanics, and he said, you think you cannot understand quantum mechanics because it's too difficult. The fact is, you cannot understand it because it's ununderstandable. So the question is, if he claims that quantum mechanics is ununderstandable, and he's making theories about quantum mechanics. So how was he able to understand it if the theory of quantum mechanics is ununderstandable? Isn't that a paradox?
Wait, who said monkeys always trying to climb the ladder?
That was Indio.
Me. Yeah.
Monkeys can't climb the ladders.
Okay. Well, the one thing about the more a monkey climbs the ladder, the more he shows his ass.
Yeah, what are you, like an animal lover or something, dude?
Another answer, I think it was Carl Sagan. I could be wrong about the quote, but one of those high priests of the heliocentric religion, has said that it's horrifying to think that we're at the center of the universe. He used the word.
Yeah, I remember
horrifying.
that. I remember. Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's Hubble.
Yeah, I remember that.
Indio, was that Carl Sagan? Pretty sure.
I don't know.
Hubble.
No,
Edwin Hubble.
What he said, you like
Was
it
Hubble.
doesn't make
Hubble.
Edwin Hubble. Yeah. So
Yeah, Edwin Hubble.
quantum mechanics doesn't make sense in the physical world. It makes sense mathematically because it's just a mathematical operation where things don't have to be physically real. So there's things like a point particle. Points don't exist in the physical world, right? We pretend that we understand them, right? So here's a point in mathematics, and you imagine that someone drew a little dot on a piece of paper. That's how we imagine it, that it has a physical world analog, but it really doesn't. In quantum mechanics, there's no physical world analog. That's why it's not understandable. And it's full, because when you apply that the mathematics to the physical world, you end up with contradictions. It destroys the law of identity. It destroys logic. If things can be in two places at the same time, it has no identity, right? So, because that's part of the identity, that something is in a particular place at a particular time.
Yeah, I was going to say, even the placement, location is a principle of law of identity.
Yeah, so quantum mechanics is illogical when applied to the physical world. That's why you can't understand it, because physical worlds are ruled by, not ruled, but logic is a consequence of things existing.
That would mean, or that would imply that quantum mechanics is fiction, science, or fake science, because it's not real.
It's just a bunch of mathematical symbols. It really is. All it does is predict. It only predicts outcomes of experiments. That's all it does. It doesn't describe. Huey's here. You'd be laughing at me. There's no ontology to it, meaning it doesn't say anything about what's physically there. It only says, hey, when you have an apparatus and you prepare a quantum particle like this, right? And we're going to say a photon or something. When you turn the machine like this and shoot it that way through this, and you do the measurement, there's a probability that you'll get this value, right? That's all it does. It doesn't say anything which happened like in the machine, in between the machine, in between the slit. Like, it doesn't actually say what's going on physically. It's not really a physical theory.
Yeah, I'm trying.
It gives you probability amplitudes. So it's the probability that you're going to get the particular measurement result. That's it. It's nothing beyond that. But
yeah,
the problem we have is how do we? Well, hold on one more thing. So the problem we have as human beings is, how can you predict what the probability of a measurement result when you have no idea what's happening between the emitter and the detector, right? So we have a gun, we shoot it at a bullet. We know that the bullet traveled between the gun and the bullet. Or we have a bullet and a target, or a gun and a target. We know a bullet traveled between the gun and the target. But in quantum mechanics, we can't say that the bullet took any particular way to the target. We only know where it's going to hit on the target. That's all we can say. A probability. We don't even know exactly where it's going to hit. We can just say, well, it's most likely that it'll hit here, less likely here, and less likely over there.
Depending on whether you're trying to measure it or not.
Well, I mean, yeah, that is like if you don't do the measurement, you have no idea where it is. You only know where it is when you actually do the measurement.
Yeah, have you seen the video? There was a video from someone from a scientist or mathematician. I don't know how to call him. He's, I think, also mentioned by QE several times, and he criticized actually the difference between mathematician and a physicist, and he says that mathematician just imagines and dreams, and the physician deals with the real world. I don't know how was his name, Feldman or something like that. I think I will have to go on my smartphone and listen to it.
Yeah, Richard Feynman.
Yeah. How is he called? Yeah, that's his name, Richard
Feynman. I think it's
Feynman. Exactly. Yeah. Richard Feynman. Yeah. And he criticizes mathematicians, and says that they are just living in an imaginary world, and they make things work in mathematics, and they think that this works in reality, but it has nothing to do with reality. Of course, mathematics is a tool which can help in calculating, but math is not reality. As Red Rhetoric, how is he called? I think he's still there. Red Rhetoric used to say, math is reality. That's not true.
Was that Red's Rhetoric or R.C. Meister?
Yeah, I think a Glober who is called Red Rhetoric.
Was it Red?
Math is reality. Here's an interesting contradiction I just came upon. I knew part of this, but Eddington was the first to, and it says, correctly speculate, whatever that means, that the source was fusion and hydrogen into helium. In other words, the stars. He's also the one that says that if your theory violates the second law of thermodynamics, it's doomed,
right?
For whatever he says, doomed to failure.
What a fucking hypocrite! Oh, and he's also known for having validated general relativity, right? The bending and warping of space-time at the solar eclipse in whatever year it was, 19.
Contradictions, man. Because listen, Eddington also, the quote that I posted previously at 49 minutes after, he says, here's one of his famous quotes: "I cannot imagine myself perceiving non-Euclidean space." He says, look at the reflection of the room in a polished doorknob and imagine yourself one of the actors in what you see going on there. So, interesting quote from Eddington.
Yeah, and to think all that comes from their ponderings of outer space, the cosmos.
Yeah, thanks, Necros, for posting that. Hubble's horror.
Yeah, I wonder what Maxwell's view on all that was. Did he listen to all that shit and go, bro, guys, gas is just not gonna let you have that. I'm sorry. Especially when he says things like, that gas expands indefinitely in order to fill any vessel, however large, right? how could he possibly have sat and listened to lecturers go on about, oh, well, space is a vacuum and stars are this and that, like, and go, yeah.
Well, I think he
Yeah.
passed away before Einstein came up with the theory of relativity, special relativity.
Right, but they were still speculating about what the sky was and it being...
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Like Newton was saying, bros, come on, like this shit propagating through a vacuum, acting on other things. Nah.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. I think Maxwell was probably a strict hard ass and probably didn't get along with all those guys.
Yet he's one of the giants whose shoulders we now stand on, right?
Yeah, I like Maxwell. It's like something really bad happened around the turn of the century. It's like human development just went sideways and we've been fucked ever since.
Good, you're on to something.
Yeah, what's on your mind, Idio?
No, I just think of like between 1880 and 1900, all the shit that was invented. Right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, like Konstantin Tsiolkovsky's rocket equation, all that shit.
Yeah. Alternating current, right? Tesla and his, like, was making shit glow in the dark and electric lighting and, like, all these things came to be into being. And this is when Tesla, like, he invented the magnifying transmitter. I think in 1883 is when he came up with the idea. I think the patent is 1897 maybe. But like all these ideas happened like in this 20-year span. And they like none of them ended up coming to fruition. Even though, except for the ones you could profit off of, right? Like how to heat your house.
I remember seeing Tesla playing around with a radio-controlled submarine toy that he built. Like, what? Yeah, late 1800s?
There was, but he wasn't the only one. There was a couple people that had invented like radio control.
Yeah, something really bad went down, dude. I kind of think it's tied to the Bolshevik Revolution and the murder of the Tsars and the last of the line of emperors going back to Constantine. A lot of this most amazing stuff kind of came out of like Eastern Europe and Russia too. I mean, there's speculation today that like Russia has developed this crazy technology tree of like electromagnetic weaponry that we know nothing about.
Russia's getting farmed.
Nobody still knows how the Columbus egg worked to this day. You know what that is, right? It was like a spinning
Sounds
egg.
familiar, but
It was like a spinning egg on a table at the Chicago World's Fair, but there was no power leading up to it, and nobody could figure out how it was working. And still haven't to this day figured out how he did it. You should read it might be called The Electrical Experimenter, or some published maybe that's it. Maybe it's the Actual Experimenter, where they talk about Tesla. He went to Paris, and he also did like a few presentations over like an 18-month period. They said he made his body glow like as if it was covered by a jelly. That's the way they described it.
What?
Yeah. It was like a purple glow, they said, and it made like he was covered in a jelly.
Sounds
And
good.
yeah, it was good. Not that kind of jelly.
Are you sure this isn't just Ivan News from like Power Rangers?
Well, I mean, it was the Benjamin Franklin Society and some what do you call it? Some academic society in France. The Paris, I think I don't know, it's got some French name. The translation is something like Paris Technical School or something like that. Or Polytechnic, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a bunch of unreproducible results, just look no further than India's entire scientific foundation. All their papers.
Well, I mean, listen, Tesla had good reason not to tell anybody how he did it. I mean, look at radio. That technology was stolen from him, and it took till 1947 for him to be vindicated, and he was dead by then. So there were seven people fighting over the patent for radio, wireless communication. He eventually won, but in 1947 he won, and he was dead. He also did the first X-ray. The patent enforcement back then wasn't so great, especially in the electrical engineering industry. It was very dirty.
I mean, it's only gotten worse. There's literal patent trolls now.
Yeah, technology itself pretty much halted. Just things got smaller.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, technology hasn't really halted.
No, it just got miniaturized. It's all the same basic technology. Just with,
Really, you think NVIDIA Blackwell data center is not new technology?
No, but the things inside all that are the same things that were invented at the end of the 19th century. Transistors.
Like the network cables in the NVIDIA Blackwell data center are so advanced that they do math inside the cables. So I'd say we've come quite a bit. I mean, that's what happens when you invest trillions of dollars into stuff, though.
Well, the point is what is fundamentally new about this? What fundamentally new discovery has been made that isn't just directly linked to what we already developed 120 years ago?
The entire microarchitecture.
Well, like what India was saying, it's the same stuff, just smaller, just miniaturized. Yeah. So it's not really fundamentally new.
I mean, It is, though.
How do
Best and
fiber optic
brightest flat
able to
earther
do
alive.
computations? Was that?
I just said the best
Yeah.
and brightest flat earther, right here.
Yeah, like I don't think they had dual die GPU designs back in the day. I don't think they had advanced tensor cores back in the day. I don't think they had second generation
Dude,
transformer
are
engines
you
back in the
working like
day.
the public relations department?
No, I just invest in a lot of these companies.
We're just talking about the fundamental, right? The
Yeah,
fundamentals
they
of
fundamentally
physics.
changed.
In what way?
We didn't have advanced tensor cores, for example. Back
What
in
does that mean?
it's like an architecture.
You mean we didn't have the method of manufacturing advanced
No,
sensor cores? We couldn't make vacuum seals. We didn't have the machines to act the manufacturing process. So the way miniaturization has to happen over time, because to miniaturize something, right, you need a machine that also works in the miniature. So you need a machine that makes that machine, and then that machine makes something smaller than it, and then it makes something smaller than it. So miniaturization only can happen over time. If the smallest part you can make is, say, 1 micrometer, you can't just use a 1 micrometer machine to make a frickin' 1/100th of a micrometer frickin' device. You have to use that machine to make a device that's a little bit smaller, right? So it's very incremental, but the fundamental technology that's behind all this is the same.
You're really oversimplifying it. It's a lot more.
I'm not oversimplifying it. I'm not.
It's a lot
just
more.
oversimplified
It's
an
entirely
entire.
different architecture. Like entirely different.
Good.
Yeah, why don't you describe the architecture and how it's fundamentally different?
Yeah.
Sure. Where do you want to start? Advanced tensor cores, dual die GPU design.
That's a brand. That's a brand name. We don't give a fuck about brand names, dude.
That's
What's
not a
in
brand
it?
name.
Oh, Jesus
Advanced
Christ!
tensor cores is
Then why do I see Tensor Core? I see TM over it.
It's probably
Because it's trademarked.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean Google uses tensor cores more than others, but I mean other people do use them.
Dude, stuck on marketing buzzwords. You're looking. This is clownery.
He thinks it's physics.
I just know a lot more about than this. So.
About marketing buzzwords? I'm sure you do.
No, about I code this stuff at like the lowest level. I've coded machine learning. I've coded deep neural networks. So yeah, I know a lot more than you actually.
Great. It doesn't mean you know anything about the hardware, because that's what we're talking about.
Yes, I do though. Like I just said, we never had dual die GPU designs back in the day. We never had tensor cores. We never had second gen transformer engines. We never had data centers that have enough bandwidth to power the entire internet in a single Blackwell data center.
None of that is fundamental technology.
Really? Tensor cores isn't a fundamental technology?
No. What's a tensor core made out of?
It is a 4-bit floating point.
No, what's it made out of physically?
Yeah, we're talking the materials, like getting down to chemistry.
Oh, yeah. So you're saying everything is made of metals and stuff?
No, we're saying the same principles, right? Capacitance, resistance, shit like that. It's the same fundamental principles.
No.
You know what a tensor core is made out of?
Marketing hype.
Indio, do you know what a tensor core is made out of?
100% marketing hype. That's what it's made out of.
I don't think that's right. Do you know what it's made out of?
Probably field effect transistors.
Probably. So you don't know?
I don't know off the top of my head. No, there's all sorts of technologies. I haven't kept up on it.
So you don't know what you're talking about necessarily?
So all transistors work the same way. There's only a couple ways for them to work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, repeat what I
Probably.
said.
Like you.
Yeah. So do all transistors work the same way?
I don't know. Probably.
You don't know.
Big word for you. Probably.
No, not really.
So if Blackwell was just a smaller hopper, then it wouldn't introduce a new math
That's
format
a brand name,
like
dude. You
FP4.
fucking nobody cares.
It wouldn't
I
change
know
the
how a
physical
car
layout
engine
of the
works because
GPU.
Toyota,
It wouldn't
Honda,
re-engineer how
RX-7.
transformers are accelerated or add entirely new trust mechanisms. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's like an entire
Who
platform.
cares? I'm talking about the electrical engineering part, dude.
Yes, the microarchitecture is not even close to the same. You'd have to be like ridiculously uneducated.
Did he get paid to talk about the Blackwell fucking foundry and shit with us? Like, this is kind of weird.
I'm just telling you that, like, because that's the newest.
Okay, what was the TSMC process they used to make it? Yeah, shut up, dude. You don't know.
Thing?
What was the TSMC process used to make it? You know what TSMC is, right?
Yes, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing.
Yeah.
A company I own a lot more shares than you in, by the way.
Yeah, who cares? That doesn't mean you know anything.
I know a lot more than you. That's why I'm not poor like you.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's why you can't tell me anything about how a fucking microprocessor is made.
Really? You want to go into like the deep weeds of it? You want to talk about like process control blocks with
I'd love
me?
to hear more, dude.
Do you want to talk about like writing a memory managed unit from scratch?
No, not the software part.
Oh, okay. Do you want to go into how like assembly works directly with hardware registers and like go over the registers with me?
Do you not understand what you're being?
Do you want to go over the entire von Neumann architecture with me? And like we can explain how it's obviously a lot different than like a traditional von Neumann architecture in modern computing.
Is he trying to sound smart?
No, I just am a lot smarter than
No, I think he's just
he
educated.
he thinks he knows electrical engineering.
I think he does. I mean, he just completely shit on everything you had to say in like 3 sentences, and you guys have nothing else to say to him.
He's just dropping buzzwords and names.
I'm not dropping
What is
buzzwords.
What is the buzzword he dropped?
Sort of juxtaposition.
Exactly. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. What buzzword?
He still has no proof of the globe Earth, though.
He still has no proof of it. That's hilarious. What a tip.
Yeah, what buzzword is he talking about?
Still has no proof for the globe.
Tensor Core Technology trademark. NVIDIA Blackwell Foundry.
Do you know what a tensor core is?
I didn't claim I knew what it was. I want you to describe it, which you seem to be incapable of doing, so we're stuck.
They're specialized hardware units. Like, I'm pretty sure with inside like NVIDIA GPU designs that accelerate deep learning shit. It's like AI and stuff.
Do you know what curvature is?
There's specialized hardware units that do what? What do they do? What makes them different?
I'm pretty sure they accelerate deep learning and AI
I'm pretty
workloads.
sure, dude. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
That's right.
More specifically, they're better at matrix multiplication, which
Why?
matrix multiplication is used heavily in AI.
Why? Why are they? You don't even know this simple shit. You don't even know why.
Because they use things like the Volta architecture.
No,
but that's irrelevant to the flat Earth.
Because they do scalar processing.
They're engineered to perform. Yeah, they're engineered to perform matrix operations better.
Yeah, that's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. We are talking about
This dude is stuck at the top of the OSI model, and he's trying to put one over on everyone.
Yeah, that's why. That's why sporadic. How's he called? Sorry, previously called Amish. Parodic has right when he says it's just throwing buzzwords because that's
what
irrelevant.
Buzzword?
Yeah, because it's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with.
No, what I'm asking you, what the buzzword is.
Can we talk about the observations are showing that the Earth is flat and the horizon is appearing behind the oil rig at a distance? Can we please talk about that instead of talking about how smart you are with NVIDIA technology? Let's talk about the shape of the Earth. Yeah.
Y'all brought this up, and then you want to pivot from the argument? Like, this is so silly.
Me, you are pivoting from the argument of the shape of the Earth.
I don't think this guy was like here, and he didn't realize it was them. He didn't realize it was them trying to tell us how computing worked.
Can we talk about the explanation why the horizon appears behind the oil rig?
You're going to be a marketing schmuck, dude.
I guess you've never heard of like refraction and stuff. I don't know what to tell you.
So no geometric horizon then, huh? Walked away from your geometric horizon. Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right.
I think it's self-owned, dude. Like, that's hilarious. Yeah, you've never heard about refraction, guys. That's why you can never measure curvature. Gotcha.
Yeah, it is a gotcha.
Oh yeah, clown shoe.
Braddock, this is why you're poor, by the way.
Oh shit.
You have no idea who I am or what I do, so fuck off.
Because you're stupid.
Yeah, that's because you're a dunce cap.
Yeah, well,
That's not. You're stupid.
This conversation is about
Drace just pulled up a ChatGPT. So Drace just pulled up a ChatGPT response to what's a tensor core. It's like verbatim what this fucking clown shoe told us a few minutes ago.
Nice.
Oh wow! So
Dude's reading, you're reading like brochures, like Indio said, like you're on their marketing team or something, trying to talk to gamers on Discord to get them buying this shit.
I literally code AI that runs on tensor cores. Would you like to see?
Oh yeah, whoop-de-doo, you code AI like everybody does.
Would you like to see my public-facing top 500 ML code on Kaggle?
I couldn't give two craps about it, honestly.
You're too dumb to even read my code.
No, I'm too smart to not care about your stupid fucking hobby.
As soon as you're a retard, then you don't want to see it.
Hey, Amish, I got a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
When did we change the name of the server from 24/7 Flat Earth to 24/7 Who Gives a Fuck About Computer Technology?
I know since these guys can't talk about the Earth, they have to talk about all this other crap that they're doing on GitHub.
When I made fun of you and pointed out that I have top 500 machine learning code, and I definitely know more than you about machine learning, why did you cuck out like a little bitch?
Yeah, so what? Why should I care about
that? Why did you cuck out like a little bitch?
Oh, why should I care about? Tell me why I should care.
Public code and you don't.
Amish, do you see how afraid they are talking about the shape of the Earth?
Hey, Sporadic, which of us has public-facing work? Not you, because you're poor.
You have no idea who I am. So.
Yeah, you're a broke little grifter sitting his ass all day on Discord. That's what you are.
Top 500 code and has
I don't need to go around telling people how cool I am.
One machine learning competition, not you.
I don't need to tell people.
One machine learning competition,
between
not
who?
you.
Between who?
Between me and you, who's won machine learning competitions?
Between
who can prove that they've won machine learning competitions? Not you.
What's the field? What's the sample size? How many people are in your 500?
What's the sample size?
Yeah, like if there's 500 people in the competition and you're in top 500, you're not saying nothing.
So do you know what Kaggle is? It's the largest machine learning community on Earth. It's ran by Google.
Dozens.
Ran by Google.
Dozens. 3. Well, you know what?
Yeah, it's the largest machine learning.
I just asked ChatGPT to program me.
For perspective, would you like to know how much the competitions
with
pay?
tensor cores, and it did
let's look at some of the competitions.
Oh, look,
$400,000 prize, $1 million prize.
Did you win it?
Yes, I've won competitions. Yes.
No, the $400,000, $1 million one. Don't pretend you won it.
I made close to that in just salary, but yeah.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Dude,
would you
have
like
to wire me
don't pay that much.
I don't think you've ever been to Sandhill Road if you think that's a lot of money, buddy.
Got a high salary, but still
no, it was a lot of money. I just know sucking dick don't pay that much.
Oh, is that why you
you know a lot about how much sucking dick pays,
I know because I don't pay that much.
Yeah. No, you know because you like sucking dick. That's what's up with you. You like sucking dick, huh?
Yo, why do all these globies come in here saying this?
Yeah, you love Indio, you're a little grifter who sucks dick on the game. You suck.
I just like making fun of mathematically illiterate chimpanzees.
Like yourself that don't know what curvature is.
Hey, Sonny, can I ask you a question? Hey, Sonny, can I ask you an elementary school math question?
Shut the fuck up, you loser.
Oh, yeah, I bet you can.
Yeah, you don't even know the difference between a straight line. You don't know the difference between a straight line and curvature. So why would I talk to you? You're beneath me.
Give him the triangle test.
Who bought all the McToon subscribers this morning?
He's gone.
Oh, you called it. Pocket called it McToon subscribers, exactly.
That's all they are.
I insulted them.
No, bro. It's not even. They're not McToon. They're McToon members. Patreon freaking contributors, dude. These guys are way beyond just subscribers.
Right.
They got McKee
They're the
Smack,
loyals.
dude. They got there's like coffee cups and T-shirts.
They order all his fucking merch that he sells. They got everything, dude.
That's pretty funny.
Bro, I said, gotta
They
set up
plan
a-
their
gotta set
day
up a
around his
global
fucking streams. Like,
platform.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying earlier, like I must have triggered them earlier when I said we've got to set up a global rehab for them, for all the McToon super chatters. Spend all their money. They're broke because they spend all their money on McToon. I said that earlier, bro.
Hey, Drace. Hey, guys, let me interrupt just a quick second. Hey, Drace.
What?
So you remember just the other day you were saying you were making this nice commentary about how this is the best that the Globe site has to offer. Here we go again. This is the best the Globe site has to offer.
Facts.
It's been like this for 10 years. They haven't changed to learn the thing.
Facts.
Hello.
What do you?
I mean, like, I'm just sitting here. I will
They
say
either
one last-
break and become complete zealots, becoming obsessed with us, or they don't care and go back to their normal lives, or they become us. There's only these three options.
The only other thing I want to add in,
Guys,
the only other thing I want to add in here is about Amish. You know, they have no idea who they were talking to, and bragging about a particular kind of little publication of some sort, and they have no idea who's sitting here on this channel.
Dude, I've been dealing with this shit for 30 years. Stupid little fucking code monkeys that don't even know how this shit their code even works.
Oh shit.
So, what makes flat earthers think the Earth is flat?
Everything flat?
Because it's measured that way.
How is it measured that way?
I mean, it looks flat to you too, Tomato. Like, we all see it as flat, and it measures that way.
We all see it as flat, but does that really mean
Go out, No. We go out, and we went and measured, tried to measure for the curvature of God.
We all measure the Earth flat. For example, surveying, construction upon the Earth to find a level. These things demonstrate that the Earth is measured, for all intents and purposes, flat.
Okay, how can you explain the lunar eclipses?
Oh,
I don't need to. The Earth is measured flat. I don't need to. Why are people talking? I don't need to explain a phenomenon in the sky when the Earth is measured flat. The explanation of the phenomenon in the sky is not going to invalidate a measurement of the surface of the Earth.
This is only like you can only explain that if you have like a spherical Earth, around Earth.
Did you not hear what I said?
With a plane Earth.
Did you not hear what I said?
But all of
the explanation is not going to invalidate the measurement.
The measurement.
Yes, measurements are empirical.
What measurement did you use?
All measurements of the Earth.
What are all measurements? Name one.
Do you know what level means? Do you know what horizontal is?
Yes.
Good. Do you know what to be level with the world means?
Actually, yeah, I think Earth measures flat, but how does morning and night work? I don't understand it.
Just wow.
Yeah.
Okay. This may surprise you. Going to ask you this question: what's the main difference between day and night?
In what way?
What's the main difference between the daytime and the nighttime? What's the number one key factor that identifies these things as different?
The sun shines on the Earth on day and it doesn't on night.
Yeah, good. So why do you want me to explain or come up with a story about how the day and night works? What do you observe the sun to do throughout the day?
It sets.
It moves.
Sets throughout the day?
Yeah.
from the morning to the evening, what does the sun do?
Well, it moves.
Yes. So the sun moves, doesn't it? Don't need an explanation. We just need the observation of the sun moving, and when the sun's gone away, it's dark.
You mean gone down?
At night time.
You mean gone down?
Gone down, what, like my ceiling, like the ceiling at the end of the corridor or the trees at the end of the road, they've gone down, have they?
Huh?
Do you know what perspective is?
What is perspective? I don't know.
Things reducing in angular size with distance. That tree next to you looks really, really big, but that tree further down the road looks really, really small. In actual fact, the top of the tree down there is lower than the tree here. Has the tree gone down?
His voice is insufferable, bro.
Huh? What do you mean?
Has the tree gone down, the one in the distance, compared to the sun that's moved across the sky and appears to go down? Or is this just perspective? Do the clouds also appear to go down as well?
The sun size does not change.
We're not talking about angular size of the sun. We're talking why it appears to go down.
It will look smaller by time till it disappears, right?
No, not always. But that's a side subject. Just need you to understand that the reason why things above your eye line appear to go down is due to perspective, like your ceiling. When you look down the corridor, the ceiling looks like it's getting closer to the floor. Has it actually got closer to the floor?
Yeah, okay. I think I need to look about the science of that one. But how do you explain?
Well, can I ask you a question first before you move on? What made you say the sun doesn't change in angular size? How do you say that?
Doesn't what?
How do you know that?
How do I know what?
That it doesn't change in angular size. How do you know that?
You can look at it.
So you measured it by looking at it? Is that how you measured it?
You can see the size. Obviously, it does not change.
So you look directly at the sun. That's what you're telling me?
Yeah. What kind of filter did you use?
If you use any, bro, what the hell?
Yeah. What kind of filter did you use? Right?
I'm asking you how you know that, because I think you're just parroting something you heard.
I'm not. No.
You are.
I saw and I researched.
Okay, no, you didn't. Because if you actually look at all the videos that say, hey, the sun doesn't change in angular size, if you actually measure it, count the pixels, it does change and it does get smaller.
Are you talking about the actual visible size or the...
Yeah, the visible size.
The one...
So there's a video taken by astronomers on my YouTube channel with a solar filter, and it changes in angular size 10%.
10%? Insane.
Yeah, 10%.
So that explains why it disappears far away, right?
No. They're two different things. That was your counter argument that it didn't change in angular size. It does.
Okay, I agree. Fine. But how do you guys explain that there are day and night, like the globe model explains perfectly how day and night looks around the
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
How
the
am I wrong?
sun isn't, because they don't use a globe model to predict the sun. That is a myth.
What do you mean? Who created that?
The model, the mathematical model, geometric model they use is not a globe.
Can you prove it?
Yeah, it's called the equation of time. Look it up on Wikipedia. You look at the formulas. Equation of time. Look at the formulas and try to find the globe in there.
I'm pretty sure they use something like. Well, let me check. Equation of time describes
You don't know what they use.
2 times the sun. Dude, they don't agree with anything that you guys say. They think the sun is a star that is huge.
That's lovely. That doesn't matter. That's what we're challenging. Come on. That's what you believe. That's what we're challenging. Maybe you should understand why it's being challenged.
Wait, so how is there day and night on different places on the Earth?
Because of the locality of the sun as it moves across the Earth.
Wait, how big is the sun? Is it bigger or smaller than the
I have
Earth?
no idea.
Damn. Does the moon emit its own light or does it reflect the
I have
sun's
no
light?
idea. Possibly. Maybe. I don't know.
Does Australia exist?
Yes, we speak to Australians all of the time. It's a Commonwealth country.
What do you know about magma?
Magma? The
Yes.
stuff that's hot that's under the floor?
Stuff that is hot that is under the floor.
Yeah, magma.
Do you know how magma originates?
No, please tell me.
It's from the mantle of the Earth.
The mantle? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know anything about the mantle?
No. Tell me more.
The upper mantle is liquid. And that liquid or semi-liquid upper mantle is releases lava or magma that's
nice.
that causes actually like volcanoes and most of the like the changes in the movements of continents and shit, and
that's nice.
Also does earthquakes. How can you guys explain these things?
What, the different levels? Sorry, hold on. The different levels under the Earth that you've said are this and that move over time because of the temperatures and the pressures. Okay, that level horizontal layers in that case, if I'm to accept that story. And don't need a ball that spins in a vacuum.
What do you mean spills in a vacuum?
Spins, rotates upon its axis, and also orbits around the sun. So in motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up
the
with
Earth
that?
doesn't need to be a spinning ball for the floor to be hot.
For the floor to be hot.
You described different layers of molten, liquid, hot stuff under the floor that comes out of the floor sometimes in volcanoes. See, I'm trying to figure out what
Then
that has got to do with the surface of the Earth being measured to be flat.
Why do you think? No, it's okay. But how do you think magma came? Like, where do you think magma originated from?
Originated from what, like in the beginning?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Interesting. Very interesting. So you don't know anything?
I know the Earth is measured flat and stationary.
You just know that the Earth, quote unquote, measured is flat. And you believe everything else, you don't know. Like, you just deny everything else.
Hold on.
Geologists, bullshit.
Hold on.
Physicists, bullshit.
Hold on.
Right?
Dude, you just told me about layers underneath the floor that I haven't personally experienced. You seem to know more about it than me. And?
I don't.
Okay, so what?
I'm just saying normal shit I learned in the school. And
okay, so you're just regurgitating stuff that you learned at school. Okay?
Yeah.
Have you tested any of the stuff that you regurgitated from school?
No, have you?
Yes.
That was good.
Have you tested that magma?
Have I measured a level upon the Earth? Yeah. We do these things all of the time.
Measuring thing is the only thing you guys have, and I'm pretty sure it's wrong.
No. I can take a space vacuum away from you if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay, bye.
Good.
That was funny.
Yep.
Yep, I guess all. I guess all we have, Jedi, is that Earth measures flat, stationary, contained. Okay, that's all we have.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
It's okay with me. Yeah. I was going to ask the guy, like, how far down is this mantle that you're talking about? But he didn't get that far.
Nah, he was just regurgitating the stuff he learned from school.
Yeah, it's too stupid. You just have measurements and you rely on reality. You don't have any assumptions about the things that you can't measure, you can't verify. You don't have assumptions about what's happening underneath the ground, lava or nonsense or hell. Maybe that lava is coming from the chimney of hell. It's just that.
Well, it went from, if you don't know the original beginning of magma, then you're denying everything.
No, you're a denier if you don't have assumptions, and you don't agree with their assumptions. So you are a denier. You need to agree with their assumptions or deny their assumptions and replace it with some other assumptions, so they can just debunk your assumptions. So it's nonsense. So they will cry if they find no assumptions that you hold. You debunk theirs. So if you debunk their assumptions, they will cry. There is no hit back. They can't rebuttal, so just cry. Why don't you have any assumptions so we can debunk those assumptions? So we can be fair, consider it fair.
They're trying to be all inclusive. They're trying to include all of us in their belief system. They're like, come on, join us in our beliefs. Oh, you don't believe? You flat earthers don't believe like we do, so you must be dumb because you don't believe. It's amazing.
Where did this whole Australia don't exist come from? What's that all about?
That's really weird, isn't it? I don't even know where that came from. It came out of the blue. Left field, I think.
If you really don't know what he's talking about, I don't think you guys are flat earthers.
The Australia thing is not associated with.
It is.
Flat Earth thing.
Common flat Earth topic. If you go on YouTube, you literally find it in 2 seconds, dude.
Yeah, it's not hard to find.
People spend like entire videos debunking it, quote unquote, from the flat Earth community, because flat Earth community says Australia doesn't exist. So I don't think you guys are actually like attached to the flat Earth community.
No, we just recognised the bullshit when it happened in 2015 and walked away. I knew what it was about.
Australia doesn't exist. I'm a flat earther, and I have an Australian flat earther friend called DJ.
Wait.
He's a mod here.
Then where the fuck do I live?
Yeah, you live in Khoshfishia.
That was funny.
I think there was an alternate one as well. I think Finland didn't exist.
He was like, where the fuck am I then?
Yeah, you're not flat. He's saying that we are not flat earthers if you don't say that Australia doesn't exist. Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah, he's an idiot. He probably loves Simon Dan and fucking Dave McKeegan and jacks off to McToon on Tuesdays. Like, they're all fucking morons, dude.
Oh, hello, baby boys.
And that's all
we are all Timbo now.
That's all he had to say, and then left too. That's.
I'm sorry.
You're saying all other flat earthers are retarded besides you guys. That's not something I've heard before. Oh wow, it's narcissism on steroids, basically.
Who's this dick?
You mean the globe is narcissism? Yeah, we agree. The globe is narcissism.
He thrown that punchline and left.
Wasabi, your mic is open.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Is that a bad thing?
No, just
you're hot
worried
micing.
about-
That's why.
Yeah, if you're hot micing, just worried about you doxing or
What does
us being
hot mic mean?
under here. It's etiquette to, if you're not speaking, just to make sure you're muted or use push to talk.
Like just noise on the mic.
What was that, Saint? Are you hot micing?
No. I was explaining what it means.
Hot micing is you speak when you're not supposed to.
No, it's when you're causing background interference.
There's like noise.
Oh, like if I were to go while you guys are speaking.
Kind of.
And do that.
Yeah, or people come into the room and we hear you talking to them and to the conversation.
This guy's like a
conversation. It's like a.
He's like professionally a clown, I bet you.
Sounds like it.
I know. I can't even call him a clown like in an angry way because I'll probably be describing his actual position, his career.
He's an actual real clown.
Yeah, like you fucking clown. He's like, I am. Doop, 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 doop,
doop. Oh my god! What a day! What a day!
Guy's an actual clown.
But is he a pretender clown?
Now we're talking. You know, I was gonna point out though, like that's why, like that's why the global YouTubers have so many people that follow them and stuff, because it's shit like that. Like that guy said, he's like, oh, flat earthers don't believe in Australia. So like, if I was like a glober still, and I heard someone say that, I see like we understand why they're so fucking dumb when they come into these rooms. Because that's the way they think. Like they think that we think that Australia doesn't exist. So then that's where they're stepping on the fucking soapbox to talk down to everybody because they think we don't fucking like that. That's
programmed to think that way.
Right. Yeah. And then then what's wrong with that is that they have the globetard YouTubers that are grifting off of repeating that same dumb shit. Like you'll see them like flat earthers don't even believe in Australia. Like, and then as a viewer, they're like, oh my god, that guy, they're fucking dumb. And then he's like, that's why they have that following. Bunch of idiots. It's like idiots eating idiots.
Can you explain that? Like, why would somebody say that flat earthers don't believe in Australia? I mean, I know that's not true, but I'm just, where did that come from?
Because somewhere in the disinformation of the conversation going around, somebody must have said something along those lines, and then claimed to be a flat earther, and then idiot globers probably attached that to every flat earther, and was like, "That's what they think." And then you have like the flat earth.
It's the Flat Earth Society that did it, and. They Obama came out and was like, we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones they pushed all the attention towards, even though since I've been here like 10 years around the subject, no one's actually from the Flat Earth Society. Like a couple of idiots have tried to apply to join it, but like it's just propaganda.
Right. It's controlled op. That's what it is. It's disinformation and misinformation that gets pumped out as if, it's to discredit and to try to, it's mocking the thing as well. But it's like, okay, go ahead.
I'm a flat earther. It's been nearly 10 years. I'm flat earther. Never seen flat earthers, real flat earthers, claim, or even anyone claim that Australia is fake. I never ever seen that in my life or hear some flat earthers.
Real ones don't. It was a psychological operation. Society.
It's not a statistic. They never ask flat earthers so it must be someone who just posted some videos about that, claiming that flat earthers say that Australia doesn't exist, but we don't say.
Well, when you have controlled op, dude, if anything, it was probably a fucking glober that started spreading that shit and then said, I'm a flat earther. And this is, dude, there's probably a bunch of globers that are out there putting out they're the pretender clowns. They're saying dumb shit that that flat earthers, are supposedly believing in or believe in or whatever. That's their arguments, but it's not. Like that, those things aren't the arguments.
Yeah, Drace told us. So that was the Flat Earth Society. I mean, it's basically the same place where Where's the Edge came from,
Yeah.
Could I say something?
Those same people claim that the Earth is going up at the 9.8 meters.
I've been watching Flat Earth content for a very long time. And back in the day, they had a tour. John Smith, I think his name was, John Smith Flat Earth tour in Britain.
Yep.
And it was there that John Smith, or whomever that was his alias, said verbatim that he did not believe that Australia existed until he could go there and verify it. He was just being extremely pedantic about the subject of verification. And I don't know whether he was a shill or not, but I thought it odd because after that, it sort of became a anti-talking point for globers against the flat earthers. But that's where I heard it first, and that was a long time ago. So,
what decade are we talking?
This decade. Well, maybe last decade, I guess. This is 25, so it would be
back in the teens, 2015,
7 years ago, something like that. When they had that tour, the first tour. Then.
I can understand what he said, but he said it in a weird way. I believe...
Yeah, it was misconstrued, right?
Yeah, I believe that Australia exists, so I don't know if it does exist, but I believe that. So I can acquire that knowledge till the moment that I have credible evidence. So like that guy, I can go and touch it and check it.
Right. But it got, it was viral after that. I heard it everywhere, that flat earthers think that Australia doesn't exist. I always found him a little bit, questionable as far as being an authentic flat earther at the time. But that's where I heard it first.
Well, once you tarnish that flat earthers believe that, and then you come in here and get destroyed, it's got to hurt. That's why it hurts so much.
Hey, actually, I'm actually looking into it, and it actually has nothing to do with flat Earth originally. It had to do with the establishment of Australia and the criminals that were sent. There was conspiracy theorists that were saying, no, they all just took them out in boats and drowned. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. So where that correlation came